Yeah, so I just think it's ridiculous to think that there's a global conspiracy and that you guys are so special that you figured out the exact way the world is, and that it's flat and that everybody's like, there's millions of people who've all been like trying to dupe you. And I think it's just really narcissistic at the end of the day.
Okay, so I'm going to answer what you just said, right? So basically, what you're doing is you're just doing the appeal to authority fallacy. You think that just because we're stop. So just because we're using deductive reasoning and using common sense, you think that we think we're special. No, dude. All I have to say is this to debunk your space bullshit. Look, so in your worldview, in 1969, with a computer like that is nowhere near even as powerful as a Hewlett Packard from 1999, let alone a Challenger 1P from 1979, you guys you're gonna tell me that they went to space with that, right? And then they landed a guy. Can you stop talking? Can you stop, please? I'm trying to.
Don't worry, Twonger. He likes interrupting other people, but
yeah, why would you compare NASA to Hewlett Packard, dude?
What I'm trying to say, dude, can you please stop talking over me?
Hypocrite.
Can someone do something about this? All right, so here's. I'm just going to mute you both and just keep talking. Then see, Globers is what they do. Anyway, so you think they're going to land on the moon, right? And they're going to broadcast all of that with 1969 technology to all the people on the planet who have satellite television. And then you're going to tell me that years and years of like decades later, we can't do that again, and there's no telemetry data left over, and somehow you're just going to tell me, oh yeah, well we just lost technology, bro. No, you didn't lose technology. This technology never existed because it never went to fucking space, dude. At the end of the day, this is just common sense deductive reasoning. You seriously going to tell me that we can't have uninterrupted 4K footage from a rover on the moon now, but we could have uninterrupted sound and video footage in 1969 live to everyone on Earth with 8-second delay? You're seriously going to tell me that?
I didn't say.
Why can't we do that now?
Okay, I'll
because people don't want to pay for it. That's why.
No, these are bullshit, stupid fucking excuses, and it doesn't make any sense. This is post hoc rationalization. This is what you're doing. If this was applied to any normal situation, you would not be talking like this. You would not be making up bullshit excuses. If this happened at a party, if the same thing was applied into an interpersonal level, you would be calling bullshit. You would be calling bullshit left and right because it doesn't make sense. I know deep down
you muted me. Why are you yapping?
You don't want to pay for it. How many people want to go to space? A lot, tons of people, and it's being taken out of our taxes right now. We're paying taxes for it. So the fact that they haven't accrued enough tax money over the last 40, 50, 60 years to go back to the moon and at least stream 4K footage to us whenever we want to look at it uninterrupted tells me that it's full of shit. You send the freaking Curiosity rover to Mars and all I get is a freaking 3D modeling video, not an actual video of it landing. And then you got Devon Island. We can't even talk about Devon Island. Devon Island's just going to show you right there. It's just the fucking Mars is fake, right? So,
images have metadata. That's how you verify images. It's all about the metadata. So all they need to do is show us the metadata of these images they claim are in whatever, Mars, space, whatever it may be. Just show me the raw data. Show me the image with the metadata intact. It's that simple.
I'd like to see that too.
They would falsify the metadata before they released it anyways. They had ways to doctor that shit.
Well, not really. I mean, I know how metadata works. And if they show me an image with metadata intact, I could tell whether it's been doctored or not. So
yeah, they would just damage the metadata and then say that it was corrupted during transmission or some stupid shit.
Whatever. So they don't have metadata. It's that simple. All they can do to prove their position is show an image with metadata, and they can't.
Yo, are you retarded? Like, does the CIA need a drone strike your house so you can believe that jets are real? Like, what is wrong with you?
You see, just
like, do you not believe in fucking jets and technology and lasers and like? Are you just? Where are you from? What year are you
I'm
from?
retarded?
Just give us
What
an
year are you
argument.
from?
Date department. And give us a
Retarded,
document
obviously.
or something.
Dude, that'd be like you saying jets aren't real. Oh, they don't exist. Jets aren't real. I don't believe in jets.
You know, it's like
I don't believe in jets.
Do you know what metadata is? Do you know what
They aren't
metadata
real,
is?
though.
Wait, do you know what metadata is? Metadata.
Who
Do
are
know
you
what that is?
asking?
Yes, I know what metadata
The person.
what is it? What is it?
Yeah. Any image has data attached to it in some shape or form. Okay, it tells you things like date, time. It could be as far, depending on the instrument taking the image. It could tell you angles. It could tell you a lot of things about the image.
Yeah, criminals get caught by metadata in photos they post all the time now.
Yeah. And in today's world, metadata can be very complicated and very telling. So, for me to ask for
The
metadata,
Shia
is
LaBeouf
not-
conspiracy, dude. You're just talking about the Shia LaBeouf conspiracy. This is Flat Earth Channel.
Shia LaBeouf is an actor. I'm pretty
I
sure.
know, they're talking about the Shia LaBeouf conspiracy. They use the metadata.
Yeah, images have metadata. That's not a conspiracy, is it?
No, it's not a conspiracy. What's your point?
My point is, images have metadata. If you claim your image is in a certain location, taken from a certain location, blah, 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 all you need to do is present your image intact with its metadata. It's a simple...
Dude, all you had to do was
procedure.
say that metadata would show that the image is in space at a certain location in space. That's all you had to say. You drove it out.
All right.
No.
So,
You really think that the
space is-
global positioning systems that work with the metadata and standard cameras are the same as the systems they use on something that is supposedly in space?
All I'm asking for is metadata.
How does the metadata work? How does the metadata get there?
Yeah, my GPS is just going to fucking work on Mars, totally.
If I'm going to take a picture, let's say from 1962, from a space station of the Earth, would it have metadata?
No.
Right. So
Yeah.
we need
Yeah, any
it would.
camera would have metadata, yes.
Okay, what's
So
the
you're
metadata on the 1962
So if
camera?
I took
No.
a picture from 19,
What about a film camera?
because it's
Wait,
not in a
wait.
digital format.
No, I'm saying any
It's not
digital
in a digital
camera.
format, and I uploaded it to
Yeah.
the internet.
Yeah, but we're not talking about 1969 photos. We're
That was
talking
the
about
example
today,
I gave. You weren't listening.
2025.
We were
2024,
talking about 1962.
2020.
You guys are so dumb.
No, wait. Who's dumb? Are you saying 2025 photos? Are you saying there are no 2025 photos?
Can you guys just prove the
23?
globe? So, can you guys just
Can't
prove
we all
the
agree
globe?
that the whole
Because I
universe
want
just
to.
came into existence last Thursday, and everything before that is just a figment of our imagination?
I really want to believe that I evolved from a fecal matter soup. Come on, guys.
Why would someone refer to a 1960s photo trying to prove their position today? Like, how does that work? Oh, I swear, in 1969 they had a photo.
The slime pool, the slime pool theory glue isn't really what the atheists argue. They argue that you came from a hydrothermal vent, and technically an asteroid from space, not a.
They wouldn't use a photo though to prove their position.
Panspermia, not to.
Humans were designed; they didn't evolve.
Sure. Well, I'm trying to be good faith towards their argument. They're not saying that you evolved from a shit suit. They're saying you evolved from a comet. So
Some of us might have evolved from monkeys. I don't know.
Right, but the comet
We didn't
and
evolve from
everything had
monkeys.
to
And
evolve
their idea.
I was just being sarcastic.
a little.
Okay.
How is this related to again the metadata? I thought that was the topic, metadata.
No
Yeah,
one
did
knows
y'all
what
hear that
metadata
primates
is.
other than humans are reaching the Stone Age? Orangutans are teaching their young how to spearfish.
Orangutans have been using. I hate those articles. I know it doesn't have to do with it, but I hate those articles because monkeys and chimpanzees and orangutans have been using stone tools for like ever. It's not a new
Yeah, but
thing.
they're fastening the stones to wooden shafts now.
Anyway, we need to talk about flat Earth. So,
Well, orangutans are on the flat Earth, so
flat because, or not round because there's no images with metadata from space. Is that your argument?
No, it's not. That was something to bring up. I mean, if you were ever going to use an image to prove your position, I would love that image to have its metadata intact. That was my position. Regardless, I do love spearfishing. Side note.
I just want to know, how is the world so organized, right, that everybody at NASA decided to like lie to everybody, that everybody in every space program everywhere is deciding to lie to everybody.
that's
Why you
the
keep saying
That's not
like
true.
views that run the world.
the way you're
They've been
framing
lying to
that?
Everybody at NASA
The way you're
works
framing-
like let's say like a military program, like a need to know basis. I mean, not everybody at NASA is lying.
It's just that
They do
they're
their
going
part.
they're going off a framework that is fallacious. They're going along with it like you are.
They're doing their part. They know what they know, and that's what they're telling you. That's as far as they can go. They don't know the whole picture. They don't know. They're not lying. If anything, I would say they're just gears, like a bunch of gears, right? They're part of the story. They're telling their part, and they're not lying. They believe it's true. That's simple.
I mean, at a certain point, if there's so many gears and they're all trying to do this thing, which is to send somebody to the moon, right? They're not going to like do all this complicated math willy-nilly. There's a lot easier ways to lie, or to deceive, or to whatever sort of words you're thinking of. I'm not saying they're lying. I'm saying in this grand conspiracy that you guys have made up.
It's not even a grand conspiracy.
It literally is.
Wait.
Look up the definition of
What's
conspiracy.
a better way? You said there's better ways. Can you give us an example of a better way?
The better way would for it to just be an actual thing that happened. I mean, there's more evidence pointing for it. For example,
That wouldn't be a lie, though,
moon.
if it actually happened.
Hitting on the moon is impossible to replicate with the technology from the era.
People in the past, in like the 1500s, have been like caught. Like there's actual proof of people in the past, like 1500s, 1300s, 1200s, erasing literal swathes of history, and you just don't think it happened because now you haven't heard of it. It only takes like a few powerful people to do things, right? You understand that, right?
I need evidence.
You understand that, right? All I have to do is be Bill Gates and then like lobby a bunch of government officials to say that you're going to die from this, yearly flu that comes out every year, and they call it coronavirus because retards don't know what coronavirus is.
Whoa. Can't say that stuff, dude. Just chill back on the medical stuff.
Yeah, I got. Yeah, okay, all right. I got to dial it back a bit.
A lot. Dial it back a lot.
So I want to go into a full picture sometimes,
Okay, so because you think in the past that people have broken away like ancient stories in hundreds of years, therefore in the 1960s it's possible to have a grand conspiracy where everybody was being lied to about going to the moon because of something you just brought up and told me about now, which I have to believe for some reason.
I mean, yeah, you already believe what they told you, so why are you saying for some reason? You believe what they say, but you don't believe what common sense says.
Grand swaths of history were just deleted.
Yeah, that actually happened.
Prove it.
Dude, Oh my god!
Library at Alexandria. Just look that shit up, dude.
Yeah, they literally burn the like libraries and swathes of knowledge over and over again. Like it, and that now.
Why do you have to look so far back? I mean, even today, history is being rewritten in front of your eyes.
They want to delete the way back machine right now. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
But we're talking about basically, how does that have to do with the 60s and the moon landing being fake? Just because, here's it's a bad reasoning to say, like, for example.
I'll talk about reasoning and computing power, for example. Do you know the computing power involved?
But it doesn't prove that your dog's dead.
Oh, I apologize.
The moon landing is the easiest thing to prove is fake.
Yeah, no.
I mean, Christ.
It's not even hard. It's not even difficult.
I mean, like, listen, it's more like, where do we start?
Yeah, I have Globers.
I'll give you a quick
example. If the moon landing was real, then 9/11 was actually not American.
Yeah. 9/11 has nothing to do with this shit. So I'll give you a real fucking simple. You can check this out yourself. There's a famous picture of an astronaut taking a picture of another astronaut on the moon, and you can see his reflection in the visor. Download the picture.
I have that one saved.
Zoom in on the reflection. Hold on. Zoom in on the reflection. Zoom in on the reflection, and look at the shadow. And tell me how the shadow goes between his legs out the other side without falling.
That's his reflection of his reflection in the lens of the camera.
That has nothing to do with what I just said. Yeah, you can just be muted then. So anyway.
Can I see the picture?
I'll show you the picture. Well, I thought you wanted to just download it yourself.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's the problem, is you don't care. That's really the problem, because if you cared, it would take you like 40 seconds to figure out the moon landing's fake.
You wouldn't even need to look it up. You need to do critical thinking, deductive reasoning, inductive.
Globers don't even believe it's real.
Yeah, dude, half the boomers I talk to don't believe the moon landing was real.
Yeah, some people are dumb.
Dude, all you gotta do is look into a little bit of shit and look at how wide the person getting out of the hatch would be with the backpack on. And then
good one is computing power.
It's too freaking skinny for them to even get the fuck out. So maybe you guys think they took off their freaking uniforms and threw the fucking uniforms out, held their breath, got out, put their fucking uniforms back on, the backpacks. Is that how they got out?
Yeah, and the other problem is the door opened. The door opened in.
Yeah, the door opened in.
Oh yeah, and they're talking on comms, right, to NASA while they're landing, but they're literally like 1 foot away from a 37,000 foot pound per square inch fucking thruster.
Story about who took
like 5 times the energy of a 747 jet engine, which is like 110 decibels.
Wait, hold on. Let's take that as all being
out. It pans up and zooms out at the same time.
Yeah, let's take that as all being true, right?
From Earth, right?
That would be replicated 100 times better, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times better today with today's technology.
That's what I was trying to say earlier.
That's a bad
sure. Let's take it to all be true. They were talking
space race.
Yeah, they had the comms, they had everything. It all worked out. Let's replicate it today with today's technology. Right?
It's still dangerous.
You don't even have to send a guy to the moon. Just shoot, do the proof of concept. Send a drone to the moon and let us see an uninterrupted 4K footage of it. Why is that so hard?
They just sort of gave different.
They got the 4K footage, and it turns out they faked it. So apparently, there was a lunar eclipse. You remember, like a week ago? Do you remember that?
I didn't see it.
India's gonna.
Okay, so I'm about to drop a bomb. Kaboom! So there was a lunar eclipse a week ago. Now, they landed something on the moon. Remember, like a week ago, 10 days ago, and they took a picture of a solar eclipse of the Earth going in front of the sun. Yeah, they took a picture, and they're putting it's on NASA's website and all that happy horse shit. So here's the problem. Is that it shows a ring of fire, and a ring of fire is an annular eclipse, right? It's because the moon and the sun are the same size, but the Earth is 4 times the size of the moon. So there's no possible way you could have an annular eclipse of the Earth of the sun.
Yeah, I'd have to look into. Like again, you're bringing up all this.
How do you have to look? What do you have to look in? Is the Earth the size of the moon? What's to look into?
No, I got to look up what the hell an annuary eclipse is.
An annular. The ring, dude. The ring of fire around the moon. Solar eclipse. The ring of fire around the moon. Because the sun is slightly bigger than the moon.
Yeah, and just think of annular, because he just freaking smacked that ass. Remember that.
My avatar is the ring of fire.
Good.
Yeah, I got better things.
And how do you account for crepuscular rays? How do you say that's a globe if those are things? Like, just look at them.
Corpuscular. That's a cool pronunciation.
Yeah, according to the globe, the moon is not slightly. I mean, the sun is neither the sun or the moon are slightly bigger than the other.
Then why is it only shining in that localized area?
It's an exact number, and it's not.
No, because they say the moon's orbit changes, right? So sometimes it's like a little teeny bit bigger and a little teeny bit smaller.
Yeah, but nowhere near the size. Like the moon is not the size of the sun. It's more like what 400 times smaller than the sun. Something like that.
Yeah, according to them, but it could be any size.
According to them,
400 times further, right? Isn't that what they freaking say?
Yeah, whatever the size is.
Line up.
Yeah.
And whatever they need to tell you, to make you believe their horseshit story. And these people talking about, how could you get all the space people to lie? All the space freaking, people like with jobs at freaking JAXA and NASA and dude, all
shit.
Freaking believe.
Shit, good question.
They all believe the horse shit, and you only need to have a freaking very few on the top, like the guys that go to the freaking ISS set and take little freaking.
Yeah, it's like it's asking a question, not knowing how lies work. Like.
Well, the thing is, you have to
really
understand the people who ask you guys, the people who ask you that, though,
or not lie. I mean,
the people who ask you that are basically they just believe that the government won't lie to them. They believe that people won't lie to them.
The government does lie. It's the official policy of the government to lie.
Yeah, but these people believe. You have to understand, like the liberals. I don't want to say it is a political server, whatever. A lot of liberals and people who are left wing minded, they tend to like put a lot of trust in the system because they feel comfortable with that. Right?
Well, only when that particular part of the system benefits them. But if it's another part, they don't trust it. And it's the same thing on the Republican side.
Yeah, there is no left and right when it comes to
a bunch of bias shit.
Yeah.
Treat it like the WWF. You'd be freaking way better off. Get all your news from the movies. Get all your freaking, all your.
You'll be right about just as much.
All your entertainment from the freaking news, and you'll be good.
But I mean, I get it though. It's comfortable, right? They don't have to question anything. Just say, "Oh, it's a globe, and we all came from comets," and it's just easy that way, right? But you end up not actually being able to question what's actually happening around you, which might end up being detrimental to your health and your
Neil deGrasse Tyson said the idea that all the elements are created in stars and that's what composes the human body was the greatest discovery in the history of astrophysics. Well, not discovery, the greatest contribution to humankind in the history of astrophysics. Now tell me that shit ain't a cult. Because the creation story, right? That's what it is. Oh, what are you made out of? I'm made out of stardust, bro. Smoke this joint.
Don't we have like ion? Isn't MIT like they have videos of MIT like flying ion powered planes and they demonstrate like pulse engines, but somehow we can't go to the moon. You can't send a robot to the moon every day in front of the broad daylight with uninterrupted footage. It's just that's just how simple it is for me. That's just cut and dry.
Well, it's this simple. It's not real because anybody sends people anywhere. It's always going to be somebody's going to freaking sponsor it. Pepsi, Coke, whoever the big, somebody would sponsor that shit. And that would be it, man. Like, they'd freaking have some big shit on the moon. They take their little freaking, remember the guy with the freaking little, with the chalk outliner that did your freaking field as when you're taking baseball as a kid? They would have had them take one of those up on the moon and draw a big ass freaking like T or whatever, draw out a nice big freaking letter from some company.
I posted in the
it takes
chat.
me back to my question of metadata. Show me the metadata. You have an image.
That can be fudged anyway. I mean, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, no, it does, actually, yeah.
You can fake metadata. It's not even hard.
No, but I can tell if the metadata is fudged.
I mean, I can go into Adobe Premiere Pro and it'll let me change the metadata of any file I put in there right now.
Well, I'll know that you changed it.
I'll change it with a hex editor and you won't know shit.
It has a scrubber to like make sure that you don't see that I changed it. That's the point.
Numbers on paper, what's that matter anyway? Without the thing that you got them from.
So
I posted in the chat. So hold on, I want to go back to this. I posted in the chat. This is supposed to be taken from the moon of Earth in eclipse. So the angular size of the sun is supposed to be 0.5 degree, and the Earth should be 1.9 degrees. It should completely cover the sun. This shouldn't be happening. Not only that, what I did was I took this image and I fed it to all three of the popular AI ones, and I said, "What's this an image of?" I said, "Oh, it's a lunar eclipse." I said, "What if I told you that that's not a lunar eclipse and that was a picture of a solar eclipse taken from the moon of the Earth blocking the sun?" All three of them said, "I wouldn't believe you."
The Earth's supposed to be 4 times bigger than the sun.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
How in the hell would it be the same size?
That's because I'll tell you how it's the same size. Because this fucking photo's fake.
Right. No, of course.
Well, it could be a real. They could have been a lunar eclipse. They're just passing off the solar eclipse too.
Is there a real reason why the Hubble Space Telescope takes like a picture of a sea of stars, and somehow when they take a picture of the Earth, it's not surrounded by a sea of stars? Is there a reason for that?
Hubble don't take pictures of Earth.
No. I said the Hubble takes pictures of deep space, and it's like a sea of stars, like dotted all across the picture, like extremely dense. Why is it the case that when I see a picture of Earth from space, it's not surrounded by stars?
You don't have a lab coat. You're stupid. Just forget you thought about that.
That's a wedding ring. That's a wedding ring.
I hear some of them tell me like, "Oh, it's exposure." Well, it's okay. Well, why don't you just get it a bit further away from the Earth, like from the moon level or whatever, and then you can't make an excuse for exposure.
Exposure.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. They say, "Oh, you can't see. You can't see the huh."
That's what they say. They say it's exposure. The camera's set wrong or something.
No, I know, but it can't be the expose or the time rate or it can't be that, because even the dark side of the moon didn't have any. So if there's no sun that has to do with any of that, like what do they even talk? Like, I'm not following.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. Like, but here's the thing: like, even if it is exposure, let's just grant that it's somehow exposure and the shutter rates, it's not enough, even in 2024, right? Okay, well, why don't you just get further away from the Earth so that's not an issue, and the background light, as they say, is not an issue, like from the moon or whatever, and so that the Earth and its distinct features are still in view and it's still surrounded by stars. Why don't they do that?
Or why don't they do it when they're on the dark side? What's the exposure problem with the astronauts' eyes? Because they don't see stars either.
Right.
All you gotta do is aim the camera away from the light source.
Wait, the astronauts don't see stars? What?
It's all over. They've seen everything. Let's put it that way. The guys that went to the moon said they didn't see stars. They didn't notice any stars. Blah blah blah.
What?
You didn't know that? They said
black velvet, the blackest black you ever seen.
You've never seen the Apollo 11 press conference when they got back?
Yeah. Then you got Don.
Oh, you gotta go watch that shit.
The other guy, Don Pennant, and the other guy, they say, "You see stars?" They're reading the mail, and they go, "Oh yeah, man, you can see everything. You see galaxies, and the Milky Way, the zodiacal light. You can see everything.
The zodiacal lights. That's right. You said that shit.
Well, it's weird that from Earth we supposedly look at the moon at night and see all the stars. So how the hell at night, or with all that blackness, would they not see the same thing? Like from the different, like no way, there's no way.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like you can look in I can go in my telescope and I look at Jupiter and it's surrounded by stars. Why is Earth not surrounded by stars? Because it's never been to space.
Because they're telling you something. There ain't no damn stars.
There's actually a video on my YouTube channel. So it's a guy. He's not a flat earther, but he's been asking NASA since the early 70s, by mail, telephone, all the way up until now, do they see stars in space? And he's gotten every possible iteration of an answer. Yes, we see stars. No, we don't see stars. Yes, there's so many stars, it's fucking blinding white. No, we don't see the stars, it's fucking completely black. Like every possible variation of an answer this guy's gotten. And because he started doing it in the 70s, he's got the paper letter that they wrote. And most of the time they would go, oh, don't ask us, ask this other department at NASA. Write them a letter.
Right. Who's got the footage they're giving us?
None of these people in the comments are talking about how he mentioned there's no lack of stars.
Because they know that. What are they going to say? You're right.
That's not what they're fascinated by. You have to actually watch the interview. But this isn't the only one. So so they had a press conference, when they quote unquote came back from the moon with all three of the astronauts, right? Collins, Armstrong, and fucking Buzz. So they look like the most depressed group of people ever to grace the earth.
Well, wait, hang on, bro. I'm going to show you this this comment, and he's explaining to you why they don't see stars. Hey, let me put it in italics for you. Let me stylize it for you. This is what he says, dude. The glare of the visor that has so much light that it drowns starlight. Even when you face away from the sun, your visor is still getting lit from the light reflected by the lit moon surface. The reason that Apollo astronauts never saw any stars is that the Apollo only landed on the lit side of the moon.
And they said they couldn't take photos of the stars because the lunar surface was so bright.
So a flashlight on Earth doesn't stop us from seeing the stars, does it? A laser, what stops
Yeah,
it?
so you get one of those disco floors, right? Remember they had the light up disco floors? So if you're standing on one of those, you can't see stars, dude. Remember that. Because the floor is really bright, you can't see shit above your head.
Right. This reflected, right. You got glasses on? You ain't seeing no stars. Because of their lenses that reflect their mirrors, and they reflect the light. It's too bright. They all just had glasses on. That's the problem, maybe, right?
Now, anyone that thinks these three people did the greatest achievement in human history, and this is their after party, I got a bridge to sell you, man.
Look at their before party, though. Have you ever watched how they wave and they're happy? And
yeah, dude. The one thing that I have heard is that they had to be quarantined when they got back, so that wasn't immediate. They were quarantined for so many days. So the all the excitement they had calmed down by then because they were in quarantine so long. Dude, freaking Armstrong looks like somebody just freaking killed his freaking dog.
Look what this guy says. Look what this guy says. He says he's scared because he's from. He says he's scared because he's from an audience, guys. He's scared. Oh, this grown ass man. He's scared of an audience. Yeah, okay.
He's already been talking in front of people for like a decade before he ever did this. This isn't like the first thing that Neil Armstrong ever did.
Yeah,
Didn't he have the record for some plane, for some test plane?
He had the record for punching out of the LEM freaking that mocked up LEM thing. Every time he tried to land it, he'd punch out and freaking come down on the little freaking parachute. You know, and then the guy that was in charge of the mission, he's like, "Okay, how many times did you land the LEM?" Oh, well, we tried to land it like freaking 36 times and failed 100% of the time. He's like, "Okay, I'm confident enough to let you guys go do it in space now that you freaking failed 100% of the time. Now go to the moon."
Yeah, it's the X-51.
Man, I haven't watched the video yet, but these people are making it sound scary.
Look, man, like you're gonna see happier press conferences after mass shootings than what these guys are.
Yeah, like they were, it was scary, because they didn't want a freaking guy die. Like, they didn't want to burn up in a freaking capsule, the same way the one guy who was it? What was his name? The 3 guys that died on Earth. Anybody who said anything about anything was against, yeah, they weren't around anymore, So I'd be scared too. They were gonna light my ass up in that freaking little pod that they kicked out of the C-130 and had me climb out of. Could have easily just caught them on fire if they're gonna talk shit. Who was it? Scott freaking whatever his name is.
Neil Armstrong started being paraded in front of the press as part of the NASA astronaut corps, as part of what the press dubbed the New Nine, starting in 1962. He was used to talking in front of people. That was not an issue. Though he had issues after this happened. Frickin' retards say, oh, they saw aliens and they're, sworn to secrecy, or they found a Nazi fucking moon base. They'll say all sorts of shit.
Well, that's how there's a 9, like German 9. 9. Like 9. Yeah. Operation Paper.
So what did they find in a second law of thermodynamics violation?
Well, they had to go to the moon to fake going to the moon.
All their press conferences, all this stuff. Yeah. Who cares? Second law of thermodynamics violation. Done. Next topic. You feel my drift?
Come on, man. Speculation Sunday for another 9 minutes.
Oh, shit. I knew I was in the wrong fucking room.
I brought it up earlier to him.
No one even brought up the Anunnaki yet.
I've got an interesting story about my brother's godfather was an Associated Press reporter named Hugh Mulligan, and he was the first guy to interview the Apollo astronauts after coming back from the moon. And I can't find that article anywhere. I've known this guy my whole life. I'll put a little thing in the side chat about him. But the thing about this guy, Hugh Mulligan, is he had the worst stutter I've ever heard on a human being. And, he was a pretty interesting guy, this Hugh Mulligan guy. But I can't find the article anywhere. He was the first guy to interview him, but I can't find the interview anywhere. So that's just a little speculation Sunday thing for you there.
You're speculating that you can't find the interview?
No, I think it should run. Should I be fair? Go ahead, sorry.
I was speculating that something weird went down. That's all I'm speculating.
Weird. You mean the second law of thermodynamics violation? That weird.
Yeah, no, that would be an absolute second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah. That would be weird.
Yeah, that's very weird. Impossible, in fact.
I know what we weird. We ran Speculation Sunday till Pacific time.
I'd have to
fucking. I'm only fucking around. It's only 11 o'clock where you live. You're getting out of an hour early.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, there's another horizon you have to add to your roster. It is,
I heard that, dude.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, dude, that's funny. Was it the True Horizon?
Natural Horizon.
The Natural Horizon.
Shit. Dude, you're gonna
as opposed to what? The Unnatural Horizon? What's that?
We're out of tech space, man. We got to see real refraction too the other day. How about that? I was like, holy shit.
Yep.
Got it.
They didn't recognize it though.
That Natural Horizon.
Yeah, you have to add that. Yeah, that's right.
I got confused with the True Horizon because there was a Bevite in here last night calling it the True Horizon.
True Horizon. He define it?
Of course not. He went into circular logic. He's like, Mickey was like, how do you find the True Horizon? It's like, well, you need an instrument. Okay, how do you find it with the instrument? Well, you set the instrument to find horizontal. Like, what the?
You set it to true.
You set it to true.
Yeah.
There's a little switch on it that says
setting.
true.
Little setting.
Truth. Yeah, it's a setting. It's called truth.
It's just like my freaking rifle. When I set it to Coriolis, it's like you got dispersed, you got single round, you got fully auto, and you got Coriolis setting.
I listened to about 4 hours of last night. It was so entertaining, dude. It was a fucking what buffoonery. I don't know how Alpha didn't have a meltdown. Quite honestly, it was just like an endless stream of freaking idiots. It was just hilarious because he was just like slicing and dicing right through them. It was kind of funny. I heard you on there last night too, but I don't usually go back and listen to like a 12-hour stream, but I listened to almost the entire thing. It was so hilarious.
I can't even remember.
Yeah. It was a little later, freaking after I think Huey left, but Flats.
Was it after? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it was after you left, dude. Oh my god, the buffoonery.
That's when it usually happens.
Four Australians came in at the same time.
Did they?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
As usual, it wasn't even, Mickey even doing much. It was just the guys just like contradicting themselves and what Mickey pointed out, which is freaking hilarious. Funny.
Paraplegic, we didn't hear where like the counselor, the psychiatrist guy. He's like, I don't think these people really like you, Alpha. They're not on your side. Some bullshit. What's saying, dude? It was so funny. Call it drive-by psychiatrist or drive-by psychologist.
Three minutes. Your ass is mine.
Here's that dumb Sabine check. Thermodynamic emergent quantum gravity. The hell is this fucking new one?
Really? What's it emerging from?
Quantum thermodynamic interactions between virtual particles.
The virtual particles don't exist. The keyword's virtual.
I don't know, man. I didn't write the thing.
Is that like virtual wave functions?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
There's a non-zero probability that you'll find a particle in some place, even though there should be nothing there, I guess.
Oh, boy.
Even though they admit that they can't make an absolute vacuum anyway, so how would they even know if they made a detection in a vacuum chamber where they presuppose there's no particles in it, that it wasn't actually just a leftover particle and it wasn't a virtual particle that sprung out of nothing.
One minute.
Okay, so tour. 1 minute. One of the people, the New Zealand people came in, said, how can the earth be flat if you don't? He goes, do you know what Agartha is? If the earth is flat, how come Agartha isn't on any of the maps? And Albus like, what the hell is Agartha? It's like, well, if you don't know what Agartha is, then the earth can't be flat.
That's a good one.
It would be if he wasn't serious.
Oh, was he serious?
He was actually serious, man. Like,
oh boy, I thought it was jokes.
I mean, on our side it is. They're being serious, but it's like,
All right, time to be serious now. It's 11 p.m. Speculation's over. Do poop. You got any scientific evidence of a globe? That's what I thought.
what the? I wasn't looking at the chat. There's a concaver in the chat. The hell? New Hope is a Glover. You probably don't want any more of you, but
Yeah, do poop. I already shouted him out.
I ain't no Glover.
Yeah, you are.
Don't fucking tell me what I am. I've been listening as just background noise. And by the way, last time I chimed in, I was because I think Indio said, "What's the cause and effect of gravity or something?" And then I chimed in and I said, "Mass."
Mass.
That doesn't mean I stand
what's the
behind
cause
it.
of a falling object? That's what I said.
But really, what's mass? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Indio. Sorry about that.
No, I just asked him what the cause of a falling object is, and I told him he can't even define mass, and which he didn't.
So wait a second. You said the cause of gravity is mass. Is that what you said? We can get away from the definition because you're fucking clueless. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 3 minutes after the hour. This is quite interesting. Martin Rees, FRS, astronomer royale with cheese. I mean, this is a hard pipe-hitting fucking astronomer. Esteemed British cosmologist and astrophysicist. What causes gravity and mass? These questions still baffle all of us. So it appears that Dude Poop actually knows what causes gravity, but Martin Rees, the astronomer royale with cheese, he says, we don't fucking know. So how doesn't he know and you know, Dude Poop? How the fuck can that be? And you not be a pretended clown fucking retard talking out your ass.
Shut the fuck up. I never said that I knew anything.
Yeah, you did. You said mass causes gravity, dumb fuck. I just heard you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just like common knowledge surrounding the subject.
Common knowledge? It's not common knowledge. You just pulled it off a Wiki or Discovery Channel, you fucking idiot.
Shut the fuck up.
You're a clown. Shit, you shut the fuck up.
I'm not trying to claim anything.
You just did, you fucking retard.
Did I say
My God,
like
shut the fucking mouth. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck
Shut
up.
the fuck up.
Here we go again.
Shut your fucking mouth.
You're retarded, dude.
Well, yeah, if I'm retarded, you're Helen Keller. I just exposed your dumb ass. Mae West is in the corner. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Fucking clown.
You read you a citation that says, these questions still baffle us, and then you say, it's common knowledge. What the fuck?
I'm just
wrong with you, bro?
Most people think.
Most people don't think.
Most people think. Oh my God. What gravity are you talking about, by the way?
Yes, I'm aware there's Newtonian and Einstein gravity.
Okay, which one are you speaking to?
I don't give a fuck about gravity, to be honest.
Oh, then why'd you bring it up?
I don't know. Am I not allowed to talk?
Yeah, you're allowed to talk. You brought it up. You made the claim that mass causes gravity, idiot.
It's just a fucking subject.
It's just a subject, dude. That's your defense counselor.
I'm not trying to defend it, though.
Oh, you would. Shut the fuck up, then.
What can you defend?
Why do I have to defend something?
Well, can you defend anything?
Like, what am I defending?
Your sister's honor?
Oh, no luck there.
I don't have a sister.
It's an idea.
If you did, she'd have no honor.
Prove it.
Prove it. Well, let me draw a diagram.
No. Prove he doesn't have a sister.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Do that. So, Duho, why are you here then? What's your state your purpose.
State your purpose. Oh boy.
Oh, you left. Damn.
He had to
One
poop.
bites the dust.
Yeah, no, he had to poop. Dude poop. That's what.
He just wanted to sniff glue and be a pretender clown. That was his purpose.
Yeah. He fucked up. I told him his ass was mine 6 minutes ago. That's what I thought.
Who's that? Somebody's snoring glue.
They do that a lot.
Dude has apnea, man. You need to get a machine.
It's allergies, man.
So, hey, inside, are you concave earther?
Sounds like me. Freaking sleep apnea.
Inside, are you a concave
Mouth hanging
earther?
wide open.
Is there any scientific evidence of a concave earth?
He's not in here, man.
He's down at the bottom.
Is he?
Under the Cyrillic letters.
Oh, he's got a little thing. Yeah, okay, I got you. Sorry.
He was muted himself, but he's unmuted now, so I thought he wanted to talk. I guess not.
I got a good one from earlier. The guy said the Earth is round because there was a hole in the ozone layer. And I asked him how you can make a hole in gas with other gas next to a vacuum, and he read me out a definition of the hole in the ozone and all the how they explained it.
the green lights. And just then, someone comes through their red light and smacks you. Be careful for the other retardos on the road, please, everybody. I just want to remind you of that. Because I've seen too many wrecks. Just today, my brother called and told me 4 or 5 wrecks, one after the other. All different people. Crazy.
You're not
I'm
winning an
talking
argument.
about those books
You're not
also tell
convincing
you the
anybody.
truth. Those books also tell you the truth, don't they? Yeah,
Yeah,
what
they
true
do.
level
They
is?
do.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They do. But all that added stuff, yeah, out of your local
All that
levels and
added
all that stuff. Yeah, how it's actually used is planar. It's called plane surveying. Yeah.
Okay, I'll get that
Yeah.
definition.
No. There's no need. There's no need. I mean, I'm not interested in your.
Okay, then why
I'm
you
not
bring it up?
interested in your. I'm just saying that it doesn't matter from
In your
what
opinion,
you
right?
have to say.
Go
No,
ahead.
what you have to say has no concern to me.
I know.
And what I'm telling you is that to the people listening, it's not a concern to them either.
Because they're flat earthers, probably.
Your efforts are weak and useless. You're just kind
You
of like
say
a
that, but you're
sounding
not
board.
reading anything. You're not
You're a
looking
sounding
at
board at
measurements.
this point. You're a
You just
sounding
snip
board at this
without looking
point
at it.
for comedy clips, the things that you have to say. That's what we're using you guys for.
I know it is comedy, but not for the
Yeah,
reason
to
you
just
think.
say the things that you have to say is comedic.
No, talking to you is comedic. I'm not gonna lie.
No, talking to me is real, brother. Yeah, it's what's real. People know the difference. Okay.
Can we look up a planar surveying
All
textbook
right,
then?
Wes, you just keep posting up here every day. All right.
Yes.
As if this is your job. You just keep doing that, and you'll just continue to be a punching bag. Yeah. Yeah.
This isn't my job. No.
You're like the court jester.
You know what's crazy, Roto? Is people like him
I
come
do.
in here every day. Like, who spends all their time in a place that they hate?
I don't hate this place. I think it's an interesting subject.
What a career choice you have.
You should talk about planar surveying. Don't talk about who measured the circumference of Earth. Get to the
I was
fucking
gonna. Yeah. You want me to post it? Or post the surveying planar textbook?
No, we don't want to talk about surveying. We want to know who measured the circumference of the Earth. Who was it, and what tool did they use?
I think. Well, I know Aristotle confirmed it. I'm not sure how. I would say there's multiple ways to.
Let's go with it. How did he do it, and why was he the last person to do it?
I don't think he was the last person. I think what he did was repeated like by a lot of people.
So he doesn't know.
I don't know like
He
the
doesn't
name
know.
of the last person who did it.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know who measured the circumference of the Earth. He didn't know when it was done, and you don't know what tool was used. But you're claiming you live on a. You're claiming you live on a globe.
Measured it, but his measurement was repeated by like college kids.
And how did he measure? How did he measure a curve? What tool did he use to measure the circumference of Earth?
I believe he
I bet
used
you
a
don't even
stick.
know what 2 cities.
Oh, he used a stick. He used a
Yeah.
stick.
What 2 cities were it?
You said Aristotle used a stick. You don't know.
No, not Aristotle. Eratosthenes. I said Aristotle confirmed it. So like before Eratosthenes.
Did you know 2 cities?
Hold
Did you
on,
know
one
2
at a
cities?
time.
Did you know
Some
2
of you are
cities were
cutting out.
not on the same
One at a
longitude?
time. Can you repeat that?
2 cities were not on the same longitude.
Hang on a minute. How does a stick measure curvature?
Yeah, because you can measure like the shadows, and then if you go south far enough or north far enough on this like
So how?
near
So how
the
does a
same
shadow?
latitude,
Is a shadow? Is a shadow
On the same,
on the same,
on the same longitude.
Hang on a
I'll
minute.
tell you. I'll tell you.
Is a shadow a curvature measurement?
No, not by itself. It's not.
So is a stick's not a curvature measurement? A shadow is not a curvature measurement. We've got no measurement
Not by
of curvature.
itself.
We've got no measurement of curvature now.
Angle is a curvature measurement, though.
No, an
And
angle
that's-
is two straight
and-
lines. No, an angle
Yeah,
is not
and then-
curvature.
Hold on.
You just saying angle is a curvature measurement?
7.2, I think 7.2 degrees was, I think, what he measured.
Yeah, that's an angle, mate, not curvature.
Yeah, and then he, the Earth being a sphere was already like regular at that time when
Oh,
Aristophanes
so who
was
measured
already
who measured the sphere in the first place then?
I'm saying, like, I think he measured the circumference of it.
Using the stick
He
and the
got
shadow?
7.2 degrees.
Yeah,
and I think
7.2
that was like
degrees.
150.
That's an angle measurement, mate. That's
And
an
then he
angle
times
measurement.
it by that
Times
you
it
measure.
by,
You can measure
yeah.
curves by degrees.
How
and
far is
angles.
500 Stadium?
No, forget that, mate. Forget that. We want to
800
know how.
kilometers,
We
I
want
think.
to know what was used to measure curvature. So far, we've
I'm
got. A
telling you,
stick.
I think he did it with sticks.
Yeah,
but now
so
we can do it with satellites.
So
did you know
I
Syene and
know.
Alexandria
Magic.
aren't even on the same longitude?
Yeah. So a stick isn't an angle.
Syene and
No, he
Alexandria
was
are not
off
even
by
on
a
the
little
same
bit.
longitude.
That's why he was off by a little bit because it wasn't
Yeah,
on the
so
same.
he was off. He was off a little bit.
By a
because
little bit.
He wasn't measuring curvature.
Did you know though? Like he wasn't off that much. I think his.
No, he didn't measure
Yeah.
any curvature whatsoever, mate. He measured an
think-
angle.
You know what's funny? I think the derivation of
It's not
nautical
funny,
miles
mate.
also
It's
comes
not funny
from
for
the
you.
curvature of the circumference.
No. When you measure
Yeah.
an angle, mate, you're measuring an angle. You're not measuring curvature.
You can measure curve in degrees that come from angles.
Yeah. So how do you measure the circumference of the Earth?
No, you don't.
I told
You
you
want to know
how
how you
he
measure
did.
curvature? You
I told you
draw
how
a
he did
straight
it.
line out, and then you measure drop over distance.
You can only
That's how
do
you
that in
measure
the
curvature,
sense.
bro.
You can only do that in the sense of a sphere, mate, not on the surface of Earth.
I mean, he probably did inference that it was. I'm not gonna lie, he probably did inference it, but nonetheless, that's where nautical miles are derived from, the circumference.
Well, nautical miles are
He presupposed that was a ball before he even did it.
Whoa, one at a time.
Yeah. So you're jumping all over the show, mate. So
no, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. So we've got no evidence of curvature measurements yet. We've got an angle measurement.
Hello?
Nothing to do. Yeah, he measured.
I thought you were still
Measured
talking.
an angle.
That angle is 7.2 degrees.
Yeah, so he got the circumference from
Yeah,
the
we know
angle
it was
measure.
an angle. Yeah, we know it was an angle on the surface of Earth.
You got two angle measurements. You got like a 0 and then 7.2. And 500
great.
stadia back then was, I think,
so
800 kilometers.
That's brilliant. So he's not measured any curvature, has he?
Yes, I think that's where he derived his circumference.
So he's not measured. Let me just get this straight into your head. He's not measured any curvature, correct?
You can calculate. Calculations can be measured.
No, calculate and measure are two different things. He's not measured any curvature, has he? Correct?
Well, if you want to play those word games, sure.
No, it's not a word game. It's written in fucking black and white when you fucking
No,
Google it.
where can I have a citation for that? That calculations aren't measurements.
You seem to know about it. That he
but you
measured
said
an angle.
calculations are not measurements. You're so adamant about it. Where did you get that from?
Well, you can just—it's obvious, mate. A calculation is not a measurement.
It could be.
So, how do you calculate a measurement?
Okay, we could do it like this. We can use celestial navigation, calculate the distance to like a star's GP or azimuth.
But you measure the angle first, mate. You measure the angle first.
Yeah, you measure the angle first, but then you measure the distance.
No, you measure the angle.
You get the distance after you get the angle.
Yeah. So what are you measuring? The angle.
The raw angle measurement first.
Yeah. So what's the calculation then?
The calculation comes in the form of corrections after you get the raw angle measurement.
So it's not a measurement then, is it?
Also,
it's a calculation. It's a calculation.
I mean, calculations can be measurements.
How do you measure?
If I'm wrong, you could say I'm wrong, but I would like a citation.
You're wrong.
Okay. No.
Calculations are not measurements.
You just said you can measure a calculation. How do you measure it? How do you measure a calculation? You just said that.
If you measure your foot,
you calculate a calculation.
You can't. How do you measure a calculation? What does a calculation look like to measure?
It could be a formula. Why? You're not measuring a calculation. You calculate.
You just said you was measuring it. You just said that. It came out of your mouth.
You just said they were the same thing.
You can calculate a measurement.
No. Measurements and calculations.
All right. So I just googled. Are calculations the same as measurements? No, calculations and measurements are not the same. Measurements are the direct termination of a quantity value, while calculations are performed using measured values or formulas to derive new values or quantity.
Yeah.
So
If a measurement was the same as a calculation,
I got something else came up for me.
Yeah. Anyway, he's measured an angle. We've measured an angle, not a curve. That's what we've measured.
Okay. So is your point that he just inferenced circumference?
My point is that you're describing angle measurements, not curvature measurements. That's my point.
Okay, so Eratosthenes inferenced curvature and the circumference. But nonetheless, that's where nautical miles came from, and we use it.
He didn't measure curvature.
He measured
curvature.
No, he didn't.
He saw a correlation between the degrees that he had, that if you multiplied it by a certain number, that it would equal 360. That's all he had.
And from that, he also had the circumference of the Earth.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
He assumed
he did. That's what he did.
No, he assumed.
He assumed it.
Okay, all right, cool. You can say he assumed, but that's what we use nonetheless to this day from nautical miles.
So, okay, he's got 7.2 degrees. He's got 5,000 stadia. He divides. He does some maths. Who measured the 360?
Who measured the 360? I don't know. Somebody he paid, probably.
Well, probably.
That's not my point. Do I have to re-point? Like, that's not my main point.
You haven't got a point. The only point you've...
The fact that you don't know and you just believe whatever you're told, that's the point.
I mean, you don't have to. So you use nautical miles in celestial navigation, correct?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but that's what's happened, right? That's what happened.
I didn't. You just put words in my... I did not claim that.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just saying that's what happened.
You did try and put words in your mouth. You
no,
said
I didn't.
You did use... That's what you just said to me.
If you're doing celestial navigation, you have to use nautical miles. Yes? No? Maybe so?
Who's talking? I didn't bring celestial navigation up.
Is that a yes? No? Maybe so, though.
I didn't bring it up.
Why are you changing the subject, dude?
Take you out of.
Are you making a claim? Are you making a claim?
It's the same. It's the same subject because it's related.
Oh,
the circumference of Earth is related to the nautical miles distance.
Excuse me. Make your new claim.
No, the nautical miles are related to the spherical observation of the sky, not the spherical observation.
No, it's the circumference of the Earth.
If you knew anything about the book longitude, the book longitude.
Citations, please.
We haven't got a measurement.
We can get both. I'll get mine and you get yours.
You're talking about circumference of the Earth again, when all you've mentioned is a stick and a shadow and an angle measurement.
Yeah, that's how we got the circumference of the Earth, from sticks and shadows.
No, that's an angle measurement. It's nothing to do with curvature measurements.
And nobody's done it since then, right?
No,
And
he
nobody's
measured
done
an
it since
angle.
then.
My point is, you could say he assumed a sphere. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. But
I didn't say that. Stop making
okay,
things
so
up to me
what are
again.
you saying?
Excuse me.
Can you
I'm
please
saying an
repeat
angle.
what you're
I'm
saying?
saying an angle measurement isn't a measurement of curvature.
All right, cool. Now, what I'm saying is that his answer is close to the answer of the circumference of the Earth, and that's what we use to this day.
Who measured the circumference
That's
of the Earth?
what I'm saying.
Who measured the circumference of the Earth?
Right now, probably satellites. Back then, probably him. And I think
No,
we
he
can
didn't.
replicate.
No, he didn't.
I think we can replicate what
No,
he
he
did
didn't. He measured an
to
angle.
this
You've already
day.
told us what he did. You've already told us what he did. He measured an angle.
And from that angle, he derived the circumference of the Earth.
No,
Are
an
you just
angle
leaving
is
that
a
part out?
right, is an angle a curved measurement?
I'm sorry, are you just leaving that part out, though?
No. Is an angle a curved measurement?
Angle by itself? No.
No. So no curvature has been measured then, correct?
Okay, so how did he get the circumference then?
Don't ask me questions. You've got a claim on
Oh,
the
so
table.
you don't know, right?
You said you've got a circumference of the Earth. I'm asking
But just
you how
to
it's
be
measured.
clear, you don't
You've got
know.
a claim on the table, mate. You've got a claim on the table about the
So
circumference.
because we don't know, you know? Because we don't know, you know?
Just to be clear, you don't have no idea. You're just harping on the fact that he got an angle.
We know it's not the way you think it is.
You know that for a fact.
Yeah, I know that for a fact.
So all right. So what was his answer then? How did he derive the Earth's circumference?
Like I told you, he found a correlation between that and multiplying by whatever number he multiplied it by would equal 360. That's the reason why he thought it was a ball.
And why do we use a number similar to that every day?
What do you mean? What? No, we don't.
We do.
The entire Earth is practically measured as flat.
We use that number that he got almost every single day.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
What's the Earth's circumference in kilometers?
We don't have a circumference of the Earth, mate.
There is no circumference.
Nobody's measured the
All right,
circumference
in
of
the celestial dome, what's the circumference?
The celestial dome. That's a perspective.
The celestial dome is the celestial dome, bro.
Okay, so
it's the way that you observe the sky.
No answer on either or.
Okay. He's talking about the equatorial.
You don't understand. Just because you don't understand doesn't mean that we're wrong.
I understand completely. I understand.
No, you don't.
Completely. So, where did nautical miles come from?
Yeah. So elevation angles, mate.
It came from tying a rope, taking a rope and tying a knot, and then driving a boat out along that rope. That's where nautical miles came from.
Okay, can you give me a citation for that, please?
Bro, right now, no, I'm at work.
Okay, cool.
You can look it up though. You can look it up because that's exactly where it came from.
But you know what an elevation angle is, don't you, mate?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's an angle of elevation. It doesn't have to be from stars. You just establish a horizontal, and then an angle, and then a vertical angle to whatever you're looking at, to the height of it.
Well, that's how latitude's measured, mate. That's how latitude's measured.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
No curves involved.
Verticals on a ball.
No curves involved, mate. Horizontal, planes, angles. No curves involved whatsoever in your life.
Can you get an elevation angle independent of Earth's surface? Yes or no?
No.
I know you're gonna. No. If it's no, why no? Why?
Because the elevation is above.
What is the elevation? Since elevation is from sea level, so where are you going to get sea level if it's not?
Because what if you're not on sea level? What if you're on a hill?
So you're still on Earth then?
Yes, but you're saying elevation, sea level. What's the correlation? You can be on a hill and get an elevation.
You want me to tell you about use a bubble section? Use that. You still have to use Earth.
All right, what if you don't have a
You
bubble?
want to know something? Yeah, you can draw a parallel to the surface of the Earth, but it's still parallel to the surface of the Earth, which is a flat baseline.
Yeah, you can use a bubble sector, mate. But if you're at sea, you're going to use sea level.
Okay, what if you have neither? What if you have neither?
Well, you're not going to be using a curve for an elevation angle, are you? Correct?
Yeah. Can I? No, you're not. Not for this instance, but you can.
Excellent.
Not for this.
Excellent. So there's no curvature involved in this conversation. There's no curvature whatsoever.
Can you get a horizontal without a bubble sextant and without looking at the horizon?
Yeah, but can you measure latitude with a curve baseline?
Did you know
Why are you
that
talking about longitude? We're talking about angle.
there's no separation in a bubble sextant versus a normal baseline
Well, a
versus
bubble
a sextant?
sextant's horizontal.
Show us where you get a
Sea
horizontal
level's
from without
horizontal.
using any material. Show us how a
No,
curve give you a
all right.
horizontal.
All we need is a plumb bob. You get perpendicular
A
to it.
string.
Yeah, but
A string is a horizontal. No.
Yeah, string of
No, it's
horizontal and
not.
perpendicular to that. That's what we need.
So you just hang one string.
Perpendicular. You find the
What are you hanging
perpendicular
your string on?
a tripod, like a
tripod, not Earth.
No, why would you hang a string on Earth? How does that work?
I'm saying so you hang a string and then what?
You hang a string from a tripod. That's what
And
surveyors
then your next
do,
string
right?
does what?
Is this
You have
measuring
to wait until it. You have to
Does
wait
your
till it
next
stops
string touch
moving,
the other
and it'll
string?
establish your vertical.
Are you establishing gravity and converging verticals that go down to the center
Well,
of the ball?
technically, it is gravity doing it, but you're establishing your
So you're
vertical.
making Z's with your plumb. You're making
You're establishing a vertical.
No, there is no vertical on a ball.
Yes, there
There's no
is.
vertical on a
There
ball,
is
mate.
only verticals, never
Yes,
ending
there is.
from a horizontal plane that all line up with each other, stupid.
And that's where
Verticals on a
you
ball do
disagree.
not line up with each other, therefore not being vertical or parallel with each other.
There is a vertical on a ball, and it's in reference to the center
Non-parallel
of the
verticals.
ball.
Non-parallel verticals, correct?
And actually, if you could pick up a basketball, you can still
Non-parallel.
establish a vertical from that.
Non-parallel
in
ones.
reference
There ain't no
to
verticals
the
on that
center.
ball. There ain't no verticals on that ball, stupid.
I mean, you say that,
Those
but
are all
there is.
horizontal. They're horizontal. Oh, and
What's
they're diagonal.
horizontal? I thought there wasn't no horizontals on a ball.
Well, they're all diagonal and vertical. They're all three the same line, retard.
So you establish a vertical, and then you get the
Consider that line a
horizontal.
horizontal,
Anyway,
a vertical, or a diagonal. Do you not comprehend?
The point is you can establish a horizontal,
out, what is that line called?
independent. Hold on.
You have no
You can
point,
establish a
retard. I'm
horizontal.
trying to figure out what your fucking point is, but you keep talking to
Here it
yourself.
is. No, you keep talking over me. That's why you like hearing the sound of yourself.
Because what I'm asking for is what you need, bitch, not what you're asking for. From
What
the
I'm
center of
asking
the
for is
ball,
you
draw
can.
only horizontal lines.
And you.
Out. No,
Can you
not
be
me.
quiet?
You and a
Can
ball.
you establish a horizontal
I don't
independent
have
of
a
her
ball to
surface
prove. You do.
and independent of the horizon?
I can't draw anything to do with the ball.
Yes,
That makes
you can.
sense.
So you can establish a horizontal.
No, not from a
independent of the
sphere, not
surface.
from the center out. No. Retard. No. Retard.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
No,
I mean,
retard.
you're gonna say no, but you never. You never
Hold
did.
on. Yeah, hold on a second. So you're going to establish a vertical on a ball?
Yes, plumb bobs.
Well, guess what? You can't do that because vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. So horizontal does not exist on a ball. So you lose.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
You want to say why? Ask me why. Because it has everything to do with the radius.
You don't have a radius, so you lost again.
If you have a radius on a ball,
is a straight line, mate.
you shoot that. Yeah, you shoot that straight line straight out of that sphere, and that's the horizontal. I mean, that's the vertical, and you can establish perpendicular to that to get the horizontal. What are you saying?
Do you know that you have not measured any radius of the Earth?
Do you know he's not mentioned the word curvature
Do
once?
you know that's just the antecedent to the circumference?
He's never
You
mentioned
still
the
have no
word
measurement of the
curvature once.
circumference. You have an assumption
Yeah,
of the
measurements
circumference,
of curvature, right?
and then you have an assumption of the radius based off the circumference.
No, we have measurements. All you guys have.
Everything was built
no,
on
you
an
keep telling us
assumption.
about all the straight lines you have, horizontals and verticals that only exist on flat Earth. Do you have any Earth curving lines? The very one thing you need to stay away from flat Earth, curving line. Do you have that Earth curve? Water.
Yes. Good.
You have water curving. Show us in what lab where.
Yeah, I point you to the Indian Ocean. That's water curving right there.
No, we need to see it up close and personal, retard.
Just the Indian Ocean, guys.
No, we're not just going to point out the oceans and imagine stuff in our brain. We're going to
I mean,
go
that's
into
what you
a
guys
room.
do when I ask where's the
No,
fucking
that's
container,
what
right?
you do. We're going to go into a room, you are, and find curving water. Somewhere one of your waters has got a curve from the next. That's what we're waiting on, retard.
Listen,
You told us you have calculations based on the measurement of a shadow.
Dimok, he doesn't like mentioning the word curvature. He's never mentioned it once in the last half hour. He only mentions horizontal, level, perpendicular, and plumb.
Yeah, because we all disagree on that. So how are we going to just go to curvature if we can't agree on what horizontal is?
And then he mentioned a stick and a shadow 2,000 years ago measuring angles, which had nothing to do with curvature anyway.
It was
where's
a
the
pretty
curvature
ingenious
measurement on?
idea. What you did, by the way.
Yeah, so who measured the curvature and the circumference of the Earth? You don't know. They measured angles. That's got nothing to do with curvature. Hey?
We can disprove a flat Earth though, very simply.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're still here.
Are you ready?
What? Yeah, go on, mate.
So, circumnavigation on a flat plane would be a circle, right?
No one's ever
You can use the dinner plate.
circumnavigated.
No, I'm
No
not
one's
saying
ever
polar.
no one's
I'm
ever
not saying
circumnavigated north to south.
I'm not saying polar circumnavigation. I'm
North or
just saying
south?
circumnavigation.
North
why
or
not?
south require a horizontal
Why not,
plane.
man?
I mean, they have, but you
Only
think it
circumnavigation
requires.
that matters is polar circumnavigation.
Yeah, but you're gonna just deny if somebody did say it. There's been multiple accounts of people saying it. They did.
Well,
Yeah,
how
they
was the
have.
circumference measured, mate? How was the Earth's circumference measured?
Hold on, I'm just saying. Back to my point real quick. Circumnavigation on a flat plane, right? Circumnavigation on a flat plane. We can use a dinner plate for that, right? Can we do that? Can you use a dinner plate for this example?
Well, if you're navigating, you're going to be using the stars and a horizontal plane to get your position.
Yes, but
no curvature.
but east and west are in reference to north. Is
East
that
and
correct?
west, you'll need a compass, and that will require a horizontal plane of reference, mate.
So what do you say about vertical
For
compasses?
anything. Why are you
Why
using
do
a dinner plate on a ball? A ball is not a dinner plate.
I'm
Repeat after
using
me.
that as an example of circumnavigation.
A
That's all I'm
ball
using.
is not a dinner plate. Repeat after me.
Again,
You are not
I'm using it as a
example is not
using it
going to
as a
work.
reference for circumnavigation on
A
a flat
fucking
plane.
flat plate cannot be used to represent a ball.
I'm
Stupid.
not talking about your ball. I'm talking about your flat Earth. That's why I'm using the dinner plate.
No, it's
Flat
your
Earth
flat
is
Earth,
not a
mate.
dinner plate.
Your
Retard.
flat
I'm
Earth.
using your flat Earth.
Throw that out. Throw that out.
So he
That's
can't
not
prove the
flat
Earth. He can't prove the ball Earth, so he's going to disprove flat Earth.
You don't have an edge
your
to the
flat
Earth.
Earth.
It's not a dinner
I mean,
plate.
if I disprove flat Earth, then why? I don't
No,
even need
you
to prove a
haven't.
sphere.
You don't know what the flat Earth is. Stop talking about it. You don't even understand it's horizontal.
You guys just
You can't
won't let me finish.
differentiate from a fucking curved ball. You think a ball is flat and not moving. Everything you test and measure is
So,
flat and not moving.
do we know where
You somehow got a
geometric,
ball in your brain.
geographic north? Do we know like that's a real place, right?
North
We know
north
water
direction will
doesn't curve.
require a horizontal plane of reference, mate. You'll need a compass. It'll need to be horizontal for your north, not curved.
Well, do you know the reason it's horizontal?
Yeah, because the Earth's flat, mate, and that's how it's
No,
measured.
that is not the reason. It needs to be horizontal. No.
Yeah, that's how latitude's measured. That's how we navigate using the stars and the horizontal plane and sea level. Nothing to do with curvature.
Okay, so what do you say about vertical compasses then? Because they exist.
Yeah, so it's not curvature compasses then?
Why would it be? You just said it has to be horizontal. So what do you say about the vertical compasses?
Yeah, the Earth is horizontal. Sea level is level. That's how we navigate, getting elevation angles.
You just said that's the reason.
Yeah,
You just
vertical is
said-
not curved.
Yeah.
Is vertical curved?
You just said it has to be horizontal.
Yeah, we do.
Apparently
we
it
do
doesn't.
navigate the horizontal
On your
plane, mate.
ball,
Yes,
it does.
Apparently it doesn't, does it?
Vertical and horizontal are the same thing on a fucking ball.
No, it isn't. You just don't know what up and down is, so that's the same thing to you.
You don't have up and down on a globe, mate. You've got in and out. We
Yes,
have
we
up
do.
and down on a horizontal plane, mate. You don't have up and down.
Yes, we do. Yes, we
No,
do.
you don't. You have in
It's
and
in
out, mate.
reference
In
to
and
the
out.
Earth's
You have
radius.
in and out to the center of a fucking core that you can't measure.
Every time I bring up circumnavigation, you say compasses got to be horizontal. No, they don't. There's vertical compasses. You have nothing to say about that.
So is it curved compasses?
I mean, it is a circular compass, so I guess you can say that's curved.
No, compasses work off the horizontal, mate.
Why?
Because that's how they're designed to work on Earth.
Yes, but why is it do you have to hold
Why?
it
Because
horizontal?
Earth is flat, mate. That's why. Earth
Nope.
is flat.
Can I have a citation, please? That's a positive claim.
They need to pivot on. The needle needs to pivot on something, and it can't just pivot. You can't just hang it sideways and expect it to pivot.
That has nothing to do with Earth being flat.
Earth is flat. That's how it's measured.
But the compasses being horizontal has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
What's it got to do with then? What's it got to do with then?
I mean, that's what you're saying, though. That's your positive.
When you're navigating,
can I have a citation?
when you're navigating the surface of Earth, the compass, what you're using to navigate the surface of Earth, has got nothing to fucking do with the surface of Earth. Give your fucking head a shake in the corner.
Oh, can I have a citation, please?
No, you can't. Fuck all, mate.
That's a positive claim. That's a
piss
positive
off with your
claim.
citation. Fuck off with your citation.
All right, then, cool. Then just retract that statement. Then
I could post a citation. I could post a citation about Suez Canal. Talking about flat Earth. Ash Moran.
And now Miguel's chiming in again.
Yeah, I could post it, okay? But you are not listening us. You are just jumping around, over talking.
No, they're over talking. There's like
you
four
are a
of these
broken
fuckers
record.
talking over me.
Waste of time.
Citation. Is that your favourite fucking... Give me a citation. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's what we do, right?
Yeah, that's what we do, right? When we use a compass for horizontal.
I mean, that's what you ask ballers to do all the time.
Well, you don't even know what... You think levels curve, pal.
That's not just me, pal. It's surveyors.
Oh, surveyors think levels curve.
Yeah, surveyors, the people who measure Earth. Yeah, them.
All right, and what do they use to measure Earth? What tool do they use?
Because they use multiple tools. They use gravimeters, theodolites.
So does a theodolite measure curvature?
They can.
No, send me a citation that a theodolite measures curvature.
I got you.
It's an angle measuring tool.
How do you measure curve in the first instance? With angles or without?
You use gravimeters to measure curve. You are a complete idiot.
I never said that. I just said they use gravimeters. You asked what tools do surveyors use?
To do what?
Surveyors use theodolites. That's an angle measuring tool. Nothing to fucking do with curves, pal.
They use gravity with the
No, they don't. You don't use something you don't know anything
Bob
about.
uses gravity.
Nope.
Okay. Well.
So how do you set the tool up? How do you set the tool up for gravity?
Set the plumb bob up?
No, the gravity button on the tool that you just mentioned. How do you set it up?
Oh, there's a gravity button. I'm new to this. I don't know where the
you
gravity
mentioned
button.
gravity, mate. You mentioned the gravity meter. What's that?
Yeah, I never said there was like a gravity button.
Oh, so is it in the fourth dimension, the gravity button?
Possibly, it's still a theory.
Yeah. So what's gravity? Define which gravity you're talking about.
I mean, they're both talking about the same thing, Einstein and Newton, but I guess we could say curvature
No,
of
they're not.
space-time.
No, they're not. Newton's was fucking debunked, mate, 110 years ago.
It's not debunked because we use Newtonian physics all the time, so it's not debunked.
Yeah, it was debunked, mate. Gravity is not a force. Brian Cox will tell you that.
It's still not debunked. It's not debunked. It's just the iterations are different.
Is gravity a force pulling gas down to the fucking ground? Then
it's a pseudo force that does that.
So does it pull gas down to the ground?
Some say that it's a pseudo force.
No, you tell me what gravity is. It's your claim now on the table again.
Yeah, the curvature of space-time. That's what I said.
The curvature of space-time. Where do you see that?
So are we really pivoting to gravity right now?
Yeah. Well, you brought it up. You said theodolite.
I said all I said was that plumb bobs use gravity. That's all I said.
So if you want to
if you want to do that,
how do they use it?
It hangs down because it hangs down, pointing at the Earth's radius.
Using gravity.
Just say it hangs down. Don't say it uses gravity because you don't even know what gravity is.
Gravity is the inherent pseudo force.
Does a helium balloon use gravity? Does a helium balloon use gravity?
Gravity is affected by helium is affected by gravity. Just it's negligible. There's other forces on the helium.
So the plumb bob's not negligible, but the fucking helium balloon is.
Yes, lighter mass. Yes.
Yeah. So the fucking helium balloon goes up. Why is that?
A buoyancy.
Buoyancy.
Yeah.
What's that?
It's another gravitational force that is equal. Yeah, that is equal to the displaced fluid, and it goes in an upward motion. That displaced fluid is the gravity. Yeah, it's equal to gravity.
So gas is coming down then to Earth to push the helium balloon up. Is that what you're saying?
Eventually gas is coming down to Earth. I never said it's pushing up.
So where's it coming down from? Is gas created up in the sky?
No, it's created on Earth.
So why is it coming down? So why is it coming down then?
It's coming down for multiple reasons. Kinetic energy, density from temperature.
Excuse me, where is it coming down from?
Listen, if you're going to ask me a question, you got to let me explain.
Look, you said it was. You've answered my question. You said gas is coming down. I've asked you the repeat question. Where's it coming down from? I asked you, was it created? You said it was created
From
on
the
Earth.
atmosphere.
So where is it created?
Here on Earth, but it still comes down.
So is it going up first or down?
First, it goes in all directions.
So it's not coming down then, it's going up.
It goes in all directions, including down.
Oh, so is it created up or down?
It's created down, it goes in all directions.
So it's going up then?
Some do.
They all do, because they created at Earth level. And they
there's some
you're
gases
suffering
that are
now like a
heavier than
fucking idiot,
air.
because you've realised what you fucking said now.
No, not really.
Oh, so where's
There are
the gas
some
station?
gases.
Is there a gas
There are
station
some
up in the clouds somewhere? Is there a gas station?
There are some gases heavier than air. Where do they go? What direction?
Well, your claim is that they're coming down.
Well, where do heavy gases go? What direction?
Your claim is they're coming down. Where they're coming down from? Your claim, not mine.
Does chlorine gas go up or down?
Your claim is gases are coming down. That's your claim. You
That
need
is
to
not my
now
claim.
tell me where they're coming down from.
That's not my claim. I said they go in all directions, including down.
So where they created?
Phytoplankton, mainly.
Say that again. Sorry. Where's gases created?
Phytoplankton, mainly.
And is that on Earth? Is that on the surface of Earth? Is that on the surface of Earth?
That's actually in the water.
Yeah. So is water on the surface of Earth?
The top of the water, yeah. It's also beneath it there.
So gases are not coming down, then they're going up.
Okay, right. So is that your claim that they only go up, not down?
Your claim was gases are coming down. Now you've just.
I said that is
you
not
said
it.
gases are coming from plankton and the sea level, which is on the surface of Earth, and they're going up. Now you're.
I don't think you know. I don't think you know what my claim is.
No, I do know what your claim is. You said gases are coming down.
You want that to be the case that I say that. I said they go in all directions.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
Okay, we'll go through it again. Where was they created?
Hold on. My claim is gases go in all directions.
We'll go through it one more time.
I already answered where they came from. My claim is they go in all directions, including down. That's my claim.
Yeah, so they created at sea level and they're going down.
Some do. They go in all directions. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, all directions from surface of Earth is up and out.
Okay, but in the water, where is that? Is that up and out still?
Yeah, it's up and out. It's not coming down from a gas factory in the sky, you muppet.
Oh, that's what you think? That's what you think
said.
that's happening?
You said gases are coming down. Gases are coming down, you said. We've all got it clipped, what you said.
I said including down.
Yeah, we know what you said. Gas comes down, go boom, boom. We said it's created on the surface of Earth. You did plankton, sea level going up in all directions. Now you're in a contradiction error.
No, you want me to be in a contradiction error. Everything I said just makes sense.
You proved it yourself, mate. We've got you.
Yeah, gases come down due to like kinetic collisions with other gas? Yes or no? Or do they only go up? Hold on, I already answered that. I answered that like 10 times. Can gases come down from kinetic collisions?
No, you debunked, mate. You debunked. Gases don't come down.
You're debunked, mate. You're debunked.
No,
Answer the question.
Gases do not come down.
Stop running. This is not 50 questions on one side. Just answer my question.
Listen, mate, I'm here for the day, mate. With you. And I'm going to beat you up. Gases do not come down.
You're not doing a good job. You're not doing a good job right now.
Yeah. So where's gas created again?
Hold on. Oh, whoa. You said gases don't come down? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, gas doesn't go down.
So when a gas has a kinetic collision with another gas molecule,
It goes in all directions.
down's not the vector it goes in, right?
Collision. Yeah, then it has another collision and goes the other way. It goes in all directions.
All directions.
You saved him, Rad, when you saved him, because he was about to get cooked right there.
No, he already told you 10 times. He already told you 10 times.
No, because he just said they don't go down, when in fact they do go down. Barometers only. Hey, by the way, barometers only measure gases that come down.
Okay. Gases go down.
By the way.
Okay. So the atmosphere. Where does the atmosphere start in your paradigm? What height above sea level does the gas come down?
I'm right at sea level.
Yeah. So what height does the gas start to come down in your atmosphere? They come down at all heights throughout the atmosphere. Okay, so where did it start to go up?
When it was created, because they go in all directions.
And that was surface level of sea level and plankton, wasn't it? Like we've already been through 10 times.
Okay, so what's your claim then? Because
I haven't got a claim, mate. I'm just debunking you. I'm just
anything.
Well, I'll tell you what my claim is, mate. That the Earth is flat, and that's how it's measured. That's my claim.
That's not the claim. That has nothing to do with the gas.
Right, well, the gas doesn't fucking fall out the sky coming down. It's created at Earth level, sea level, plankton, like you said, your claim, and it goes up and expands out in all directions.
Okay, so does gas ever come
Is that
down?
what you wanted, Hush? You just wanted to talk about anything but the shape of the Earth?
No, that's he dragged me along.
Because you're like way off in the weeds now, Hush. You went all the way down to this freaking particle of gas.
Got it. Who the hell was doing that? You got a cheerleader right now.
That's what happens. Welcome to our place.
I know.
People coming here to disrupt.
This is what when you talk about gas and gas laws, right? Where's gas created at surface level, sea level, which is level, yeah, and it goes up and expands out in all directions. You're saying gas comes down.
Some gases do come down. Do you agree or disagree with that?
So where are they coming down from?
Wait, hold on. I just want to make sure are we not on the same page on that. Does gases not come down eventually? Due to kinetic collisions or
I'll get you straight because I know what listen, I'll get it straight. So you've got an atmosphere, haven't you?
We have an atmosphere.
Do you?
Yes. What else? Next.
So you have sphere-shaped air, do you?
Yes.
So that's an oxymoron because gas cannot take the shape of a sphere without a container.
If I have a ball of gas, let's say I have a glass ball. Yeah.
How'd you get a ball?
I have a ball of gas and it's like made out of glass.
Where would you have that?
It takes the shape of a sphere, right?
Hang on a minute. Would you have the gas in a container?
Yeah, in this example, yeah.
So could you have gas not in a container?
Atmospheric pressure, yes. Because gravity is affecting.
Pressure, dummy. Don't use pressure.
Gravity is affecting the atmosphere to form.
Which gravity are you talking about now? Is it Newtonian that's been debunked, or the Einsteinian that you can't visualize?
It hasn't been debunked. Do you know the equivalence principle? Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
That's what. Man, you invoked a container to explain your gas observation, and then I want to throw something else on the table for you. No matter how much gas you put into that container, it'll never turn into a solid. You can't create a planet with gas. It's impossible, bro.
Right, so gas giants. I know. Okay, well, I guess
you don't even know what the fuck those planets are, dude. You're just assuming it because somebody told you.
Hey, fair enough. I'm not trying to argue about that.
You're in a globe retard world, mate. You're in a globe retard world, mate. You're in a globe retard world. Yes, you are.
I'm in the real world, mate. I'm in the real world, mate.
So now we've demonstrated two things with gases, right? Number one, you can't have gas pressure without a container, so you can't create a shape of gas without a container. You can't create a shape of gas without a container.
Okay, a shape of gas without a container. That's what you said. You just say gas pressure without a container.
You still need to have something. You still have to have something pressing it on. You can't have
how about
delta X without delta.
Box?
You can't have delta X without delta. It's inside of a container.
You don't have an atmosphere, mate.
That example doesn't work.
There's no sphere-shaped air around the globe Earth that you've got no measurements for in the first place.
And here's the other thing too: that open box. What they don't show you is that video is actually 20 minutes long, and as that box is left open for a long period of time, that gas is dissipated out of it. So you don't have gas pressure without a container.
I mean, yeah, actually we do because Earth constantly replenishes its gas. So all you got to do is put a hole in the bottom of the container and just constantly refill it.
And where does Earth generate the gas pressure from?
From ground. Yeah, ground level.
So,
for the
and then
fifth
it goes
time.
up. Does it go up the gas then?
It goes in all directions. It goes in all directions.
So it's not coming down then, is it?
All directions down is part of all directions.
Yeah, so it's not coming down, is it, from the
No, that's not what I said. That's what you want me to say.
Is there a gas factory in the sky somewhere?
I don't know. Is there?
No, there's not.
Oh, okay. Is there a container in this somewhere?
Yeah, there has to be a container for fucking gas pressure. That's how we know we've got fucking containment, because we've got pressure.
So it's a physical container then.
I don't know. I know they must. We have pressure requires containment. Did you go to school?
Yeah, I'm just saying, is this containment physical? Does it have to be physical?
It's contained.
Okay, we both agree it's contained.
What other form of containment would it be?
I would say gravity. If he was going to say it's not physical, I would agree it's not physical. I would say gravity.
How do you have containment without a physical barrier?
How do you have gas pressure using gravity? That was debunked 10 years ago.
It was debunked 10 years ago? I would say the kinetic energy of gas molecules overcome the force of gravity, the pseudo force of gravity, to an extent. Then they slow down. Their kinetic energy slows down through the temperature.
Does pseudo mean? What does pseudo mean?
It means
pseudo means there's no physical cause for the force.
So then what is gravity if there's no physical cause for it?
We're still trying to figure that out. Our best explanation is the curvature.
Damn, bro. You realize you're just believing what you're believing what you're told without any
form of verification. That's the theory right now. No, it's not the theory.
It's a fake theory, bro. They're feeding you this bullshit so that way you'll continue to believe in their lie, bro. It was all based off the idea that they measured the circumference of the Earth, and they never measured the circumference of the Earth. Simple.
Okay. Well, I got a question. If it's fake, right? You guys, here's my claim. You guys have no explanation for the vector of down. Do you agree or disagree? And I can demonstrate it.
Well, listen, for gravity, for your finger, you're going to need evidence of a spheric Earth and measurements of that to prove it. So have you got that?
Like what I'm saying is, do you guys have an explanation for the vector of down, the inherent bias for the vector of down?
Yeah, it's going to need.
Have an explanation, but that's irrelevant. Why does that matter? Why does the downward vector matter?
Because you guys say that you debunk gravity, but you have no explanation for
why does the downward vector matter? Why is it important?
Because all things go down.
Yeah, they go down. They don't go inwards. They go down.
All things with mass go down.
On the globe,
go down. They don't go inward.
Yeah, on a globe, things don't go down, mate. They only go down on a horizontal fucking reference plane, mate.
Yeah. So if it's not gravity, what is it?
What's what? What you claiming there is?
What the vector
of
down?
What does the word gravitas mean? What does the Latin word gravitas mean?
Attract.
Weight. That's all it means is weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, weight is a gravitational vector.
It's not an attraction. It's just weight.
Yeah.
You know the formula for weight in physics.
Anything more denser in the medium of air will go down.
Why down? Why not sideways?
I don't fucking know.
Okay, well then, there we go. Then gravity cannot still be debunked.
Well, that doesn't mean that you have a fucking idea because, like you said, it's just a theory. We don't know all the answers yet.
Yeah, we don't know the cause of it.
Do you agree that a brick will go down in air? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I 100% agree on that. Yes.
Yeah, do you agree that a stick heavier than air will go down?
Yes, you're using heavy again, but heavy has little G in it.
Do you agree that the helium gas in a balloon will go up?
Yes, to an extent, yes.
Yeah. So where does gravity come into this?
Gravity affects all three examples. Now, it's just that the kinetic energy of helium is overcoming the pseudo force of gravity.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to the helium balloon. What's sending the helium balloon up?
Buoyancy.
And what's causing that?
The displacement of fluids around the balloon.
Is that the gas coming down?
Do you know what buoyancy is?
Do you know what's causing the helium balloon to go up?
Yeah, I said buoyancy. Do you know what buoyancy is?
Yeah, buoyancy is the displacement of a medium.
Okay, great. So why do you keep saying that it has to go down? It's just displaced.
So if it's gravity, why isn't gravity pulling the helium balloon down?
Okay, all right, cool. Nice question. So I'm going to say it again. The force of buoyancy and the kinetic energy of the gas molecules overcome the force of gravity to an
So
extent.
the gas molecules coming down?
Yes, that's the helium balloon go up to infinity. Does it?
Yeah. So where's the gas molecules coming down from?
Wait. You just said yes. Gas.
No,
The helium balloon will go up forever.
You're saying the helium balloon goes up because the gas pressure's coming down.
No, that's not what buoyancy is. Your friend just explained it. It's displaced. That doesn't mean it's going down. Did you not hear what he said?
No, I didn't. Sorry, no. What did he say? Sorry.
Okay.
Repeat that. Sorry, mate.
Buoyancy is just the displacement of a medium. Whether or not it's gravity that's causing that, it's irrelevant.
What's gravity?
That's what he doesn't understand. Gravity is just weight. That's all gravity is. Has nothing to do with mass attracting mass or anything like that.
Yeah.
When I drop an egg in a glass of water and it sinks, and then I add salt and it's still water, now it's salt water and the egg floats, I change the medium. Why did the egg rise now? What's causing it to rise?
Buoyancy.
What specific gravity? Specific
gravity is like...
It's the gravity of the air. The air is making it rise.
And it's... Density is a ratio. And
okay, that's great.
Specific
gravity. We're talking about things going up and down. People have got claims that gas is coming down from a gas station in the sky, right? The main topic on the table is there's no evidence of Earth curvature.
All right, yeah. Let's go back to that because
let's go back to the Earth curve measurements because that's what gravity fucking relies on, and the Earth curve. Now, there's no evidence of Earth curve measurements, only angle measurements and elevation angle measurements. Unless somebody can tell me.
If I show you some, will you show me some?
Sorry, I'm just nearly finished. I was nearly finished because somebody said that the circumference of the Earth has been measured thousands of years ago. So I asked who it was, what year it was, and what equipment was used to measure the circumference of the Earth. Now, we went through this earlier and we got a stick and a shadow, and then that was admitted that's not a curvature measurement example. It's just a stick in the ground with a shadow measuring an angle, which is not curvature. It's an angle. So if anybody can do better than that, that'd be great.
I don't think his experiment was to measure Earth curve. I think it was to measure the circumference.
A measurement is not an experiment.
Yeah, I think it's more direct than an experiment. Yes.
Yeah. So we're talking about measurements. Yeah.
Yeah. What he did wasn't an experiment. It was.
No, it wasn't. You're correct there. Now you've corrected yourself.
Huh? I never said it was an experiment. I never.
You mentioned experiment. I didn't. So who measured Earth curvature circumference? When did they do it? Who was it? What equipment?
I think it was a group of college kids who verified what Eratosthenes did. I think it was done like multiple times. Was it not?
So how did you do it? Who did it in the first place?
I don't know the name of these college kids.
So that's a fail. That's a fail then. What equipment?
It's not a fail because I don't know their names.
Well, you said you didn't know, so you didn't know. So the answer is null. So
I don't need to know their names, though.
Oh, yeah, okay. So you don't. Okay. So what equipment did they use to measure the circumference of Earth?
I think they used rulers, if I'm not mistaken.
Rulers. So how do you measure the circumference of Earth with a ruler?
So that's a great question. So get on a line of latitude, go, and on that same latitude, go 100 miles up.
I'm going to make.
Or down.
What do you mean latitude? What do you mean latitude? What's that?
I said longitude. Longitude.
What is that?
The complement of latitude.
What is it? What is longitude?
You don't know?
Is that a measurement? No, I don't. No. Please explain.
Oh, shit. My fault. Hold on. The angular distance of a place east or west of the meridian at Greenwich.
So it's an angular distance. Is an angle a curve?
It can measure curves. It's not a curve.
An angle. So an angle. You put in this in a. So an angle can measure curves, can it?
Yes.
So how does an angle measure curves?
Great. So you're in an example of this. would be to extend like the angle itself.
So an angle is an angle a curve or not?
An angle itself is not the curve. It's used to measure.
So how does that? So an angle measures curves. How does it do that?
So we can use angles to measure curves.
So explain.
Okay. So for the Earth's circumference, I think.
No, hang on. Who's measured? Hang on a minute. Who's measured?
I thought we were. What are we talking about? Because I thought we were talking about these college kids. You didn't.
No, we're trying. I'll tell you what we're talking about, mate. Hang on. We're trying to determine who's measured the circumference of Earth, and you keep saying the circumference of Earth as if it's been measured, but we don't know who's measured it yet. Who measured it?
Hey, let's try this. Hush. Let's try this. Do you have a piece of paper nearby with a pen?
Yes, sir.
Can you pick up that pen and draw an angle, just 2 lines intersecting at any given point?
Okay. Yes.
Just 2 lines. That's it. That's all I want you to draw is 2 lines.
2 lines and an angle. Yes.
Are you done with that?
Yes.
Now that you've drawn those 2 lines, from that visual, can you explain how you get curvature from those 2 lines?
Yes. So it's really simple, actually. It's just a change in the angle. Now, what that means, you take you know what a tangent line is. I put the tangent line.
All we have are 2 sticks. All we have are 2 sticks.
Oh, okay.
Please,
so we're going to
please please explain to me how we now have a circle or an arc segment from those 2 lines. Just those 2 lines. Not drawing any other lines.
Yeah.
Not putting any other writing on the paper. Explain to me how you get 2 lines, or how you get a circle from those 2 lines.
Yeah, okay. So with the angle in this example, if we're still using the sticks, it was the angle that came from the shadow of the stick, and it was done at 2 points. Okay.
Right.
So
that's
what
why
he
we got
did
those 2
was.
lines.
So what Eratosthenes did, and I guess you can say what these college kids also done, was not measure but calculate the circumference with this. If we're using the 2 sticks,
How did they get curvature from those 2 lines?
The college kids, they probably already knew Earth was a sphere, and I'm pretty sure Eratosthenes did too.
So what we're trying to do is we're trying to determine how the Earth is a sphere without assuming it.
Right. I think it's verified. You can verify.
No. We want to measure the curvature before we assume it.
I think okay, we could do that. That's one way to go. I think another way is to just verify if it's wrong. If what they did was wrong, we can navigate those 2 points in real life and see, oh, okay, it's actually not this distance. Earth is actually not 40,000 kilometers circumference. Okay, they were wrong. That's a way to disprove that. It has not been done. It's actually used. I think that's another way to see if Earth is a sphere or not with these measurements.
I disagree. I think you need an actual measurement of curvature before you can assume that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, I think that's your epistemological standard. I'm not mad at it.
I mean, everything's practically measured as flat on the surface of the Earth. We practically use it as flat all day, every day. So if that's the case, if that's what they do for simplistic reasons, then obviously if it's that simplistic, that's because the Earth measures flat, and then to make it more complicated, they turn it into a ball.
I don't think so. I don't think that's what they do. I don't think they just turn a flat.
You don't have to think that's what they do, but that's what they do. They see it as flat, they observe it as flat, they practically use it as flat, and then they use transform equations to turn it into a ball. Right. Even you said when you're doing surveying, you throw out the observations that you don't like, and then you use transform equations to put everything onto a ball.
I don't say they throw out everything they don't like. I said in the textbooks that they learn from, it says that Earth is an ellipsoid, and you can use planar surveying to an extent. And if you use it more than that, you're going to be inaccurate. That's what they say.
even in planar survey, not geodetic.
I am at
This
work,
is
so I
planar.
can't like open my mic all the time. No, I understand what you're saying, but it's still measured and observed as flat.
Well, are you going to tell that to the people who wrote the books then?
Yeah, point them to me. Bring them in here. I want to talk to them.
Okay. I don't know like the author yet, but if I ever like run across him, I'll let him know. Because surveyors, even planar surveyors, know Earth is an ellipsoid. That's in the definition of what level is in surveying. But if you're saying they just throw all of that out, which they don't, because they use plumb lines that you can get from a sphere, it wouldn't make any sense to just throw all of that out.
What's plumb? What's plumb line or vertical? The definition of vertical, or actually, we'll even go with the definition of horizontal.
Okay.
What's the definition of horizontal?
Perpendicular to vertical.
Okay, and so by definition, what are two perpendicular lines?
90 degrees.
All right, so how do you get two lines perpendicular to each other on a ball?
Well,
you can claim tangent,
yeah.
But we don't see a tangent. We don't observe tangent. We observe flat level baseline.
Actually, no, and I'll tell you why. So when you're establishing level with the theodolite, and the theodolite is 90 degrees. When you look out through the telescope, you're actually not seeing 90 degrees perpendicular. That's like in the first distance. If you were, there'd be measurements of that. Then that's a zenith angle, by the way. There'll be multiple measurements of that. That's actually not what you're seeing. 90 degrees would always be perpendicular to the horizontal. But the theodolite is set up horizontally, but when you look out through the telescope, you're not seeing horizontal. Does that make sense?
To an extent, no. I'm not versed enough in plane surveying to go into that much detail. But I have some friends that are. I mean, I can point you in a direction where, basically, you'll be like, "Wait, do I even know what surveying is?" Because all you're doing is taking angular measurements when you do surveying, right?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
Right. So if you're just taking angular measurements when you're surveying, then you're taking a baseline, a flat baseline. You're not assuming any curvature, and then you're taking the elevation angle.
The flat, okay, yes, but the flat baseline has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth, because the horizontal comes after vertical is established. You only get horizontal after that. It's not. Let me make sure horizontal is perpendicular to the surface. It's nothing like that.
Yeah. If we were surveying the curved Earth, we wouldn't be measuring angles. We'd be measuring curves. Are we not doing that?
They do. That's why we have degrees, arc minutes, and arc seconds.
Yeah, and they're degree angle measurements. Minutes, seconds, angle measurements. Yeah. You're not measuring curvature, you're measuring angles. If the Earth was a curve, you'd be measuring curvature. We don't measure curvature
can be measured in degrees. Yes, curvature can be measured in degrees.
And how would you do that on the surface of Earth?
Are you saying how they do that?
No, how is it done on the surface of Earth? How do you measure a curved degree on the surface of Earth?
Okay, so if we're doing reciprocal measurements,
when you're surveying the surface of Earth, how are you measuring a curved degree angle?
I hear you. So you take reciprocal angles after that. Okay, whatever those measurements are, you do a coefficient for refraction reduction, and and after that you convert. So you do a rise over run formula. I don't have the formula on me, but you can turn those into radians, and the radians will give you the degrees.
Yeah. So the initial measurement is an angle measurement, yeah?
The angle measurement, yes.
Yeah, so you're not measuring curvature, are you? Correct?
I think you're just stuck in the first instance. Like there's more to it than an elevation angle.
The first instance was measuring an angle. That was the first instance.
Angle doesn't prove flat or sphere. It's an angle. Yes.
Yeah. So it's not curved. An angle isn't curved, is it?
No, and it's also independent of the surface.
Yeah. So in the first instance, we're measuring an angle which isn't curved on the surface of Earth.
But it doesn't prove flat either. So, what's your point?
Well, it proves we're measuring an angle, not a curve.
Okay, but we're not on an angle planet. So what does it prove?
It proves we're measuring an angle, not a curve. That's my point.
Nice. When you we just leave it there and call it a day.
When you measure something
an angle
level, when you measure something above sea level, it's an angle off the surface of the Earth, right?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, simple as that.
When you're measuring something above sea level, you're measuring an angle off the surface of the Earth, right?
No.
No, when you're measuring like how tall a mountain is or how tall a building is, you're not measuring off the surface of the Earth. You're not basing it all off the sea level.
No, you're basing it off the horizontal you established after vertical.
Okay, then how do they get like the elevation of like towns and cities and mountains away from the ocean?
That's great. I think they put I think it does depend on where the elevation is, but you can just add the sea level back into it. Sea level is not perpendicular with the Earth. Like sea level is also curved, so
sea level is not perpendicular. It's
not parallel. That's what I meant to say. It's not parallel with a flat Earth. It's curved.
It is, because water always finds flatness at the surface.
No. You can say that in like a water level. But even that's curved. It's immeasurable.
Wow.
And if that
you can't measure it, then it's not curving, man.
Okay, if that was the case, there wouldn't be multiple definitions on the word level. But there are.
They put those definitions in there to confuse you, man. It's all the.
All right, there it is.
Seriously.
There it is. Okay.
Level is horizontal. Horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. Perpendicular is 90 degrees. Pretty simple.
I agree, but that's not level. That's just horizontal. Yeah.
It's perpendicular to plumb. That's just what it is.
That's not the definition.
Did you know they changed the definition to level in 2017?
Yeah, that's like Merriam-Webster. I think you're talking about. Was that right?
Yeah. Do you know why they changed the definition in 2017?
No, I do not know.
Because flat Earth was starting to become a thing.
Okay, so they were like, "Oh shit, they really think the Earth is flat, so let me change that." Is that what they did?
Well, yeah, and the World Economic Forum has even said that they own the science, and so they partnered with Google to make sure that flat Earth gets buried in all the search engines, and all of their stuff gets promoted at the top. That's a thing.
Okay. Okay, well, I got a question.
The thing is, they're literally changing everything that you thought you knew in real time, and you're not. You have such short-term memory, you're not even paying attention to it.
Yeah, but I'm not looking at Merriam-Webster when I came up with those definitions.
Yeah, well, Merriam-Webster is being used in all of these other books. They're changing the print.
Well, Merriam-Webster is just using what the surveying textbooks themselves say.
No, they don't
that
say
were
that.
written in the 1800s. Yes,
your water level that you said water levels, they're not level at a certain distance. Go ahead. I posted a picture for you. What distance do those guys have to be?
It's always level.
Before the guy that's going down, before his stick starts pointing a different direction.
Yeah, so it's already doing that. Believe it or not, it's just immeasurable at that distance.
So if I take it to a mile, it would be immeasurable.
You'll probably see it more. It's over a mile.
8 inches, I should see, right?
Probably. Has anybody done this?
Probably. You said probably. No, nobody's ever measured Earth curve. There you go.
No, has anybody done this experiment? I mean, I think it'd be a really good thing. No, this is your claim. This is what you posted.
What you use water levels in construction.
Yes, water levels. Water levels is different.
I did use this one. I never found curvature in the big wall far away between two spots with the water level. But
water level is different than
water level is a water level, okay? Don't make crap.
Bro, Miguel, shut the fuck up, please.
No, I didn't found any curvature, okay?
Like Hush, I left over like an hour ago, maybe an hour and 20 minutes ago, and you were going over definitions. I came back in like 1 minute ago, and you're still going over definitions. I think you might have to or maybe all of us just have to, not appeal to the definition, but what gives us the definition? Like, what is it in the real world that gives us that definition? What is that?
Let's say the observations and measurements in the real world gives us those definitions.
Like, what is it that defines level? Like, actually, what is it actually that defines level?
The surface of Earth.
Okay, what is that?
A curved surface, which is also a level surface.
Okay, and what did we use to measure the drop from level? Or the drop of level?
I don't know if there's just one instrument that does it.
What do you imagine is the tool that we can implement to define this?
To define it. Well,
yeah,
I'm thinking
what is it that defines level to you? And then what is it that you use to obtain that definition?
Well,
besides just the books.
Yeah. So it's just a surface no higher than another part, or a point no higher than another part on that surface. And if we're talking about Earth, then it makes a sphere.
But a sphere, like a curve, would be a change in elevation, changing one part to be at a different elevation than another part.
If where you are is standing still, yes. But it's actually the same elevation because your zenith is always changing from where you are.
I don't even know if that follows, whatever you said there.
Okay, well, it follows because take a plane, for instance. You guys be like, all right, if Earth is a sphere, why don't we just
all right, in reality, where are we going to get a plane?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, to get the definition.
In reality, where we're getting a plane?
Yeah, to get the definitions. Yeah. To define it. Level.
Oh, I was talking about like an airplane.
Oh, an airplane, okay.
Yes. Because you guys would say, okay, why isn't the plane flying off? But if the plane was to fly off, it would have to just go up in elevation, up in altitude. Believe it or not, and it would not be going.
That would be a change in elevation from a straight line. Yeah, that would be a change in elevation.
Yes. So it would be the same thing here.
What tool is it that we use to establish a straight line? Points of equal elevation, so that we can get these definitions figured out.
Well, technically, there is no true straight line, but we can use water levels still. We can use rulers. We can use straight edges. It's just curvature is negligible at such a short distance.
Curvature of what?
Of Earth.
No, the Earth, like Earth. What do you mean? The dirt, the trees?
The curvature beneath them.
Okay, there's curvature beneath the trees?
Yeah, I mean, the trees are just topography. Topography can just vary in what it looks like.
It can vary in its elevation from the straight line?
Yes.
Okay, what tool do we use to establish a straight line to measure elevation change from it?
We can use a theodolite with a laser.
Laser light? Laser
total station, yes.
Okay, that's the tool that does it.
That's not the tool; it's just a tool.
Okay, all right, that's the tool that establishes the straight line on its own, or how does it do it?
I mean, the laser does establish horizontal. It does it very easier than a traditional theodolite, and it also can measure distances. So if you want to find curvature, we can set up two of those facing each other over like a 1 mile lake, and if they're pointing like right back at each other, then you can establish that the Earth is curved or flat.
Well, I guess we
theodolite over a mile. Why would you go with a mile since they're not accurate?
They are accurate. What? There's really no limit for it.
Yeah, 1,000 meters is what they suggest is the farthest that you should use that.
It's for distance. I'm not sure that's for like an angle measurement.
I'm not this last test thing that you did there. You see, because again, this is earlier when I was here. We were going over this all right, so you're saying if I shine a laser, right, I mean, I don't know how it's going to know what horizontal is somehow, but you're saying somehow it's going to know what horizontal is. And you were saying we could do this off the surface. It doesn't matter what the shape of the ground is underneath. We can just do this over the. I heard you say that, right? Was that you?
Yes.
All right, so we can do that over the surface and just have a line in a horizontal orientation.
Yes.
With a laser. Okay. Now that would. Imagine it. Which way is that pointing? A horizontal line.
So because the Earth is convex, they're going to point a little bit above each other.
They're going to point up. So horizontal lines will slope.
Horizontal lines would slope.
Mm. Yeah. What tools did you use to define that horizontal lines would slope?
To define what horizontal lines would slope.
Yeah, we got these definitions: horizontal, vertical, level. I was asking, what is it in reality that defines these? And you said, well, in reality, a horizontal line would slope.
There's no word for a sloping horizontal line. The horizontal is just still horizontal, but at that apparent location. Horizontal changes because the vertical changes, the plumb line changes. And it's
what is it in reality that establishes that fact?
Plumb lines.
But the plumb lines are perpendicular to horizontal, right?
Yes, but we don't establish horizontal in surveying without establishing plumb lines first. Plumb lines are in relation to the plumb bob, which is in relation to the gravity, which is in relation to up and down, which is in relation to the radius of the Earth. So it's a straight line from the center of the Earth outwards. That's the plumb line. And it always changes.
But wherever you say wherever you drop a plumb line, that's going to be perpendicular to the horizontal line.
No, that's just vertical, and then you establish perpendicular horizontal afterwards.
Wait, what? How do you do that? So the thing that defines horizontal is the vertical perpendicular relationship between the two. Is that not correct?
So the plumb, you know what a plumb line is. I know you're trying to get him to admit it, but a plumb line is 90 degree, or is a horizontal line is 90 degrees from a plumb line.
I agree.
And you can't get a horizontal without a plumb. So that's what he's saying.
Yes.
Right. So that's the thing that we use in reality. Then is the vertical to establish horizontal.
Yes.
Okay. And these are lines.
Yes, these are like imaginary tangent lines.
Okay. Yeah. And lines are one-dimensional.
Yes.
Okay, so they can't change in elevation. Like a horizontal can't slope and change in elevation. It's a one-dimensional line.
Why would the horizontals change in elevation?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I heard you wrong, but I heard you say it would rise over the distance.
They would both. The horizontal. If you're looking at horizontal and then you're looking at another horizontal in a distance, your horizontal is going to point up.
But it's the same line. It's one line. It's one straight line.
If it's one line, then it's just horizontal, but that's not parallel with the surface of the Earth.
How do we know that? How do we know that?
Because we can do this, like the example with the lake. If it's pointing upwards,
what's pointing?
Even though it should point right at it, should be just 90 degrees, right? Because it's perpendicular to the plumb bob, right?
Yeah, it's perpendicular to the plumb
So if
bob.
we're standing on a convex surface, it's not going to be 90 degrees. It will equal. So that means it won't
It's not
equal
going to be 90
180
degrees. It's not going to be 90 degrees to what?
But what do you mean? The angle itself won't be 90 degrees.
No, you said it would be. You said already that no matter what, it would be because the plumb bob is always going to be perpendicular to the horizontal line.
That's the horizontal line, but that's not the level line. In surveying, there's also a level line. That level line is not 90 degrees.
All right. So where did? All right. Then you're going to have to tell me what tool you use to establish this again. You have to go right back to where we started.
Okay. So the level line is when you look through the telescope of the theodolite.
Yeah, that's the horizontal straight line of sight.
No, that's the level line.
You're saying that the line of sight, the straight line of sight that aligns with the crosshairs, is not a straight line.
It's not perpendicular to the surface of Earth. That's what I'm saying. When you look through that telescope, you're pointing more upwards because you're standing on a convex surface.
I mean, you keep going to the. We're not. I thought we weren't worried about the ground beneath us. Now we're going to the ground beneath
isn't
us.
this the whole conversation? If we're standing on a convex surface, we're standing on a sphere.
It was just that's why I wanted to touch base with you, because you said, "Hey, it doesn't matter what the shape of the mountain is or the valley beneath our feet is. We can establish these things in the air above the surface. A horizontal
we can establish
Yeah, and the way we establish it is we make sure that this straight line is perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, so the horizontal is different than the level line.
Yes,
I think you're thinking those are the same thing.
No, I'm just saying we got a horizontal line in the air. That's it, and the plumb bob is perpendicular to the horizontal line. The vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal line.
Yes. Now, with that said, right there, perfect. Now, a level line is not the same as the horizontal. It deviates from it.
All right. All right. Now, where do we show that?
I could show it in a textbook, honestly.
No, that's remember the things we're doing. We're the definitions are derived from something in reality. The definitions are derived from something in reality. So the thing that defines the horizontal line is the perpendicular relationship between the horizontal and the vertical. Right. So these are the things that define it. Right. And like in reality,
I'm not sure how to really show you. Okay, maybe this diagram can show you what I'm talking about. I don't know how to really show you what I'm saying here unless we're like both have a theodolite in front of us. I have a diagram of this though. Are you able to look inside chat?
So we're still measuring angles then?
Yeah, which doesn't prove a flat Earth or a sphere. Angles themselves don't.
Yeah, so
we're not even at angles yet. We're just talking about the device first. We've got to get definitions up later.
I mean, there wasn't this 2,000 years ago, mate, when the supposed Earth circumference was measured. Huh?
Yeah, do you see this diagram I posted just really quick?
Yeah, I see it. It shows a sloping horizontal.
You see but not the dotted line. The dotted line is horizontal.
Yeah, you're saying the line of sight is bent or straight.
So this is how an angle measuring tool works. Yeah, we're not talking about the actual Earth measurement. We're just talking about how a piece of equipment that measures angle works. Is that correct?
Yeah. Would you use an angle measuring tool to measure curvature?
I would. I don't know, but one deck might not.
No. If I was going to measure curvature, I wouldn't be going to the hire shop and saying, "Have you got an angle measuring device so I can measure curvature?" I wouldn't be doing that.
What would you use then? A ruler, a meter stick, yardstick?
That's what I'm asking you.
But you said you wouldn't use that. So what would you use? Because I would use this.
Well, what curvature are you measuring?
Well, I'm saying, what tool would you use to measure Earth curvature?
There is no Earth curvature to measure.
Well, how do you know that if you never measured it? That's why I'm asking, what device would you use to confirm that?
Because there's no evidence of Earth curve measurements.
Okay, but what instrument would you use to confirm that?
Give me a minute. I'll show you some laser observations that demonstrate no Earth curvature.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no instrument to measure the circumference of Earth. Otherwise, you'd be presenting it to us right now.
I mean, I have measurements. You don't have the measurements. And I would say lasers do curve in a medium.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing I was going to touch with you on it, because I will drop out. The only last thing I would touch with you on and to maybe ask you in your mind or somehow to weigh it out would be that a straight line, right, like or a line, right? If it can't share like a location with another straight line that's not that same thing, right? So if that horizontal line is doing one thing, right? Like it's going down or up or whatever you got going on. It can't be doing something different than what it is. You know what I mean? So if you stand at a different location, it can't be deviating from itself. Again, we had this earlier in the vertical. The same thing can't be the case in the horizontal. The thing that it is can't be deviating from the thing that it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just to say, like, it sounds like you're holding this idea that the horizontal would change in elevation in one direction, but then it would change in the opposite elevation. It would be like a depression in the other direction. And then if you turned around and did a back sight in the other direction, it would rise again. It would be deviating from itself. So I would just say, think about that.
Okay, man. It was a good talk.
Anyway, I put some laser test observations in the chat. You're welcome to go look at those. There are other ways to do it: line of sight testing, radio frequencies, those kind of things.
Yes, I like radio frequency. That is good. What do you think
those battle of the beams. Those battle of the beams were pretty devastating.
What do you think about like a simple geometric way to see if the Earth is flat?
See, the guy didn't post that. You didn't post. You don't want that?
Yeah.
No curve, no ball.
Here's what I mean. So you can't explain. Not Miguel, but the other dude. You can explain to me how circumnavigation works. Not polar, just regular. East to west, right?
Yeah.
And, it would be so. We can say like that would be in a direction of a circle, right?
What?
The direction of circumnavigation on a flat plane.
The direction of circumnavigation on a flat plane. Circumnavigation is a circle east or west around a pole. That's what circumnavigation means.
Great. So it would always come out to be a circle, though, right?
If you're going to go in a circle, if you're going to travel around a pole, yes.
Okay. Are we able to put geographic north in the center of that?
Geographic north in the center. Why would it be the center? What would you mean? Where'd you get geographic north
It's in the center of the rings of latitude.
It will be in the center of those rings of latitude around that pole. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So do you agree to that extent so far then?
Yes, because that's what they are.
Okay. Now, south from that would be outwards radially, right?
South outwards when you're using north would be outwards radially, yes. But would that be travelling to geographic south?
On a sphere, yes. On a flat plane, I do not know.
That's nice. I don't care about a sphere. You're talking about celestial navigation. I hope you understand we're always going to be measuring angles, azimuthal, and elevation. So these are all angle measurements we're going to be doing, right? It's going to help you understand what fucking poles are. That's all. You asked about circumnavigation. Yeah, that's fine.
So we know that where geographic north is in reference to circum.
How?
Because of Polaris.
Okay, is Polaris the center of rotation? Or do we use Polaris like we used the magnetic pole to find the geographic celestial north? Celestial north being a rotation in the sky.
Yeah, you said, how do we find geographic north? We can find it using Polaris.
Good. And how do we do that? Is Polaris the point above geographic north? Or do we use the Polaris to find the center of
it should be the zenith of geographic north.
Yeah, I'm asking you if that's Polaris or if it's the celestial pole itself.
Polaris itself?
Yeah.
It's not the geographic pole, no. It's the zenith. It's right above it.
No, it's not the zenith right above it. Right. The celestial pole is a point of rotation that Polaris itself rotates around. The geographic position of celestial north, geographic north, is under that center of rotation that you can find by finding Polaris. Polaris isn't the geographic.
I never said it was the geographic anything.
Good. Just pointing out it's a celestial rotation, not Polaris itself.
Okay.
It's going to be important in a minute. That's why.
Okay.
Good. So we know when we've got we know when we've got north because we know what north is. It's a geographic position underneath a celestial rotation.
Now, can we do the same thing with south?
Yes. Same premise. Other stars rotate around the southern rotation axis. The stars of the Southern Cross, for example, can be used to find celestial south, much like the Big Dipper can be in the north. There's not a star that we can reference that's very close, that we can see. It's not a navigational star, Sigma Octantis. And Sigma Octantis is 7 degrees off of the celestial pole. Polaris is 1 degree off of the celestial pole, but we can see Polaris. So yeah, we find north and south by celestial poles. Axes of rotation in the sky.
Okay, nice. And do you agree that you're standing at the tip of South Africa, or at this tip of Chile, South America, or in Australia, you can all see like the cross?
Yeah.
The Southern Cross. Okay.
Yeah, much like if you stand in Europe, North Russia, and Northern Canada, you can see the Big Dipper. Yep.
Yes. Okay. Now, if south is radially out from north on a flat plane.
No, it's not.
Hush. Also, you can't see that Southern Cross at the same time in all 3 of those locations. So you know.
Yeah, my God.
It'll be daylight, right? Daylight will be blocking it.
Let Jedi. I just wanted to add that. Go ahead, Jedi.
I mean, if you want citations to show you that it does, that you can, I can post that. It's the same as the Big Dipper in the north.
Yeah. I agree.
So, no, south is not outwards radially from north. That would be forgetting about the celestial southern pole. This is why I asked you a very poignant question. Because if you've got 2 sticks in the ground, we call them poles underneath rotations in the sky, and you were to walk in any direction away from one of them, that straight line direction wouldn't always end you up in south. There's only one straight line between north and south if you've got 2 poles on the floor. So no, south isn't outwards 180 degrees from north, like north isn't 180 degrees from south.
Okay, so if we use that same stick, those 2 same sticks, right?
Mm-hmm.
We put the equator in the middle, like in the middle distance between the 2.
It's going to start getting different now, isn't it?
How would circumnavigation work using those same 2 sticks?
What do you mean? You're going to travel around one of those two sticks? What do you mean?
How would circumnavigation work? Is what I mean. I mean, these are.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You brought up the equator for some reason. What's that?
Let's just establish the center point distance between the two sticks. Let's say you were to circumnavigate around, starting at the middle point. What would that look like?
What, standing on the equator between two celestial poles that are on the horizon?
Yes, but using that same stick model that you just said, two sticks, which represent the poles.
It depends where you were going and what you were doing. If you wanted to go north or south, what you're going to reference?
Can we reference Polaris?
No, we're on the equator.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, let's go up like 40 degrees then.
Okay.
Are we able to reference? Yeah, Polaris.
Yeah. If we go north, we will see Polaris above the horizon. We can measure its angle to find our latitude.
Okay. So it would still make sense then, if circumnavigating with those two poles that are sticks in mind.
Yeah, because you're gonna go around east or west those points, because that's what the latitudes are. Circles of equal altitude around ground positions of poles, plural.
I'm so confused right now. Okay. But I'm following a little bit on that.
Okay.
But because it makes sense on a sphere, but it sounds but it doesn't.
I get what you say when it makes sense, quote unquote. It puts fingers in the air, but this is not what we measure. We do not measure a sphere in any of this. We utilize a horizontal plane, azimuthal and elevation angle measurements, vertical and horizontal. All right. This is how we chart the land and then navigate the land by measuring angles. So this, like I said right at the beginning, this is all welcome to Flat Earth.
I know.
Cool.
So if we're using nautical miles then, in the distance between the north and the equator is 5,400, right?
Yep.
Okay. So that also means like it's twice the distance to get to the south. What?
I guess.
But you said up north to south is a straight line distance. So if you're at the geographic south and you keep going in that line.
What line?
Let's say a line of longitude that you follow from North Pole to South Pole.
Okay, so there's only one line of longitude that's going to connect two poles.
Yeah. Greenwich?
I don't know.
Yeah. So you're just following a straight path line. That's the line between north and south, the poles. If you keep going in that direction, what happens?
Well, so for example, you travel from north to the South Pole with north behind you until you reach the South Pole, and then you travel past the South Pole with north and the South Pole behind you. I have no idea.
Okay. Do you acknowledge though that a 24-hour sun did exist in reality?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can see the sun above the horizon for up to 6 months of the year, 2 summers, 3 in the north, 3 in the south, where the sun's above the horizon for 24 hours. That's why the sun never sets on the flat Earth.
Yes. Now, I don't think that's like that in itself isn't the issue. I think the issue is how does that happen on a flat plane with a regular day and night cycle for almost everywhere else that's not like right by the North Pole.
I mean, think about it. All right. For example, in the north, in the summertime, when we can be inside the Arctic Circle, 60 degrees north, and we observe a sun for 24 hours for 3 months of the year, a month and a half up till the summer solstice, and then a month and a half after the summer solstice. But me in the UK and you in America, because we're closer to the Tropic of Cancer, where is the northernmost circle of the sun, we get to have day and night cycles because we can't see the entire diameter to the other side of the circle. Whereas you stand inside the circle, you can see the diameter of the circle and watch the sun rotate around the Tropic of Cancer.
Okay. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So the sunlight can reach the Tropic of Cancer. That all right?
Oh, it's the sunlight's on. The sun is traveling up to and away from the Tropic of Cancer. This is where the Tropic of Cancer being 23.4 degrees or something. That's the angular tilt of the Earth in your model, but it's a line of latitude. This is the northernmost path of the sun. When we observe a 24-hour sun in the Arctic, for example, this is where the sun is. So for us in Europe and North America and everywhere else, because we're closer to that circle of the sun, we get to see the arc of the sun, but not the full circle of the sun.
Okay. That's a pretty good explanation. Would lines of latitude always increase, though?
They will only increase until you can stop measuring the star. So you can expand on the idea, but you won't have any visual reference. You will just take the miles into account. You're just traveling miles. You won't have a measurement too. Okay. So it'd be extrapolated from the idea.
Okay. Well, let's say, all right. Well, let's say the center, if we were to circumnavigate the center point of geographic north, for argument's sake, and we circumnavigate around the equator on a flat plane, we don't even have to reference latitude, but latitude is a good reference point. Shouldn't that always increase the further you get from that center point?
Yeah, if you have a point of reference, of course your circle's always going to increase with distance.
Yes, okay. So, by that same standard, could we disprove a flat Earth if it ever decreased?
No. Because if you're gonna, because all of these are angle measurements, you'll get into circles, right, from elevation angles to Polaris, right? So this is all flat Earth angle measurements. We're not going to disprove a flat Earth here when we're making flat Earth measurements. What we're going to do though is when we get to the south is because we can't see north anymore, we're going to try and find south, and then we're going to draw circles of equal altitude around that geographical position. And because we're on the equator, as we get closer and closer to it, the circles are going to decrease in size.
Let's say we're not using celestial or geographic north, we're using magnetic north.
Magnetic north.
Yes.
Magnetic north moves.
It moves slowly, but let's say throughout the year, we can circumnavigate in 2 points on the planet.
I think it's changed. I was watching this the other day. I think in the last year it's sped up and it's travelled over 400 miles.
In a year?
I can find that for you as well. Yeah, in the last year. Because, pole flip and all of this stuff. So, yeah, the North Pole, magnetic north, it travels and it's accelerated in its speed. Yeah. It will slow down again and meander around and then pick up speed. But, yeah, that's not a true geographical position. It moves.
And here's the thing I don't get. How do you measure latitude and longitude with a compass?
I think that's a trick question.
You can't.
You can't. You need the cardinal direction of the star.
Yes. Well, you can circumnavigate without. If the Earth is a sphere, we can circumnavigate southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest. Does that make sense? We don't have to use latitude to circumnavigate on a sphere.
No,
it's just a good point of reference.
There's pockets of places where magnetic declination is involved, and there's some other kind of magnetic pull that's pulling the compass, so you have to use other means for travel.
Yeah, I mean, we could dead reckon. That's one. GPS is another. What I'm saying is, if the Earth is a sphere, there's more directions we can circumnavigate than just east to west.
Yeah. The primary one will be from north to south and then back to north again without changing direction.
Has that ever been done? Has that ever been done the regular way?
What do you mean the regular way? Is that east to west?
The regular, like not polar circumnavigation, just regular circumnavigation.
Yeah, east to west.
Yeah.
Latitude and longitude is a dual polar coordinate reference system. It's what everybody uses, man.
Yeah, so I'm saying, does the plane stay on the latitude line the whole way? Because I never seen circumnavigation with that happening.
The only polar circumnavigation I'm aware of, a guy attempted it, and when he fell asleep in his flight, right? So there's wrong number one. So he didn't observe the whole thing. Number two, when he woke up, he found that he was going in a direction different than the expected a direction different from the expected direction that his GPS was giving him. His compass had a different measurement.
Magnetic field lines are very unreliable. You have to make a correction for your true location, and that's going to be a reference to a celestial body. If you don't have the celestial body, using a compass isn't going to work. You can be, for example, because of the distortion within the magnetic field, 90 degrees. So your compass could be facing east, but you think that's north. East being 90 degrees from north. So you might have to correct. We can show you, I think there's a map around somewhere where there's magnetic field lines. There's 3 convergence points, 1 northern, 2 southern. So one in the north that's travelling across the North Pole towards Siberia from Northern America, one that's in Antarctica, and one that's off the south coast of Australia, the 2 southern ones. So depending which one your compass is, you're going to have to declinate. You're going to have to make a correction. If you can't see the thing, you're making a correction until you're fucked.
I agree. Can't you dead reckon, though, with the nautical chart?
That's, again, very hard to do if you haven't got... if your magnetic compass is unreliable and you have no points of reference, i.e. you can't see the stars. If you're out travelling on the water, you have no landmarks, right? You can only use the stars.
I agree.
Yeah. How would you dead reckon with a nautical chart when you're out at sea and your chart shows only grid lines and you can only see waves everywhere during the day?
Can't you point your bow
where?
Yeah, at a position, at a star.
What happens if a wave knocks you off course or the wind knocks you off course? How would you know?
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Because your bow's not orientated with a star?
So we can see the stars now.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm assuming you can in this example.
Okay, so then we could reference the stars. But the stars move over time, don't they? They go round in circles, don't they? So if you're going to follow a star, you're going to do what we've always done, go round in circles.
They don't move that fast, but yes.
They don't move that fast? Okay, in your model, how often does the Earth rotate?
24 hours.
Okay, so they're going to be back where they started from in approximately 24 hours.
I hear you, but that's not a... I hear what you're saying. Okay, so... And I mean, in our model, the stars move slowly, but yes, the Earth is rotating that fast, which makes the stars appear
15 degrees an hour, approximately. Depending what you're referencing, because not all of the things in the sky move at the same speed. The background of stars, we'd take the planets out of it because we don't use those. The background of stars compared to the sun and the moon all move at different speeds.
My point, though, is that their reckoning is not impossible. It's just very hard.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah, it's impossible. At sea, yes. You can try your hardest, but the water moves, tides, right? Waves, wind. You can keep trying to go in a direction, yeah?
Yeah, even sailors don't move in a straight line.
But where are we going? It's like, where are we going?
I would say just circumnavigating the South Antarctica.
Okay, so we're just going to follow the stars. We can follow the Southern Cross, for example. That will rotate around the celestial pole. We can do that.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be a problem if we could circumnavigate Antarctica?
No.
Or no?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Problem why?
Because we can circumnavigate 2 poles on a flat plane.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm guessing if you're referencing the stars, then I guess you're using the dome and not the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Just navigating around 2 celestial rotation points. One we call north, one we call south. That's all we're doing.
Okay, so here's another. It's probably my last question. How would you get a Greenwich? Like a GHA is, like the Greenwich hour angle. I'm pretty sure that started based off the Earth's rotation.
No, it's based off of the sun's movement.
Yeah. Remember, we're measuring the angle to the sun.
Greenwich hour angle.
Yeah.
Angle. Yeah.
Okay. How would you calculate that then on a flat Earth?
Equation of time is how we calculate time.
And the Greenwich hour angle is taken from the midday solar noon. Your location. You have to know what time it is in Greenwich, England, based off of your location. So you need clocks too.
So that's plus or minus east or west GMT.
Right.
This is where we get AM and PM from. Anti-meridian, if you're facing south with your back to north. Anti-meridian is the sun to the left of you. When it gets to PM, that will cross over the middle line. That will be the straight line from you north to south where the sun crosses. And then PM is when the sun is on the right-hand side of you. Anti-meridian, post-meridian.
Okay.
Isn't it interesting how all these terms and everything does not rely on the ground itself being spherical? You know what I mean?
None of them.
Yeah, these angle measurements.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a flat surface and a flat sky and an angle from your position on the surface to a location on the flat sky.
Yeah, but I would say you guys are using globe measurements in some aspects.
Sorry, what measurement of a globe have we done?
I would say there are tables of... What's the word? You subtract corrections, tables of corrections.
Yeah, dip angle corrections for height of eye. It creates another right angle with this base of the surface you're over. And,
yes,
and
but
the dip correction angle doesn't even comport to the globe. It's like 1.78 instead of 1.225. Go figure.
Yeah. I think it's still in reference to the radius, though, right? The derivation.
No. If that's the case, I mean, I'd have to work it back into the radius, but 1.75 or 1.78, whatever it is, times the square root of the observer's height in feet would not produce a globe at all. Nope.
Really? Yeah. Mm-hmm. What do you say about the...
It's got to be 1.22.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually 1.225. But go ahead.
Not only that, though, what about the derivation for the coefficient of refraction? Because I was under the impression that also that has to do with the radius, though.
No, what?
No, it's just a correction formula because they want to put a flat surface on a ball.
I mean, the only reason why we put the R in that formula is because of the curvature of the planet. If the curvature of the planet didn't exist, we wouldn't have that in the formula.
Here's Donald. Yes. Going to get confused again very quickly.
I muted Donald since we were talking to Hush.
So, what refraction when we use celestial navigation tables?
Yeah, they're coefficient of refraction. They're in in tables.
When does that have anything to do with the surface? When it's going to be the refraction of the star?
I'm just saying the derivation, the math behind those the coefficient, like the formula, derives an R. There is an R value there. And I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find the formula right now. There you go. There you go. I think it's right here. Here you go. Okay, look inside chat.
Vikings already answered that for you.
It says here R is geometric means. Okay, so this is what I was saying, and then also the derivation of nautical miles derived from the circumference. Because even on a flat or sphere Earth, the known Earth is, we haven't traveled further than 40,000 nautical miles in either direction and found new land or no land. So we can safely say that it's applicable for the known Earth.
So, Hush, you have citation that 500 years ago navigators were using this formula?
Yeah, this is like the derivation. Yeah.
I did ask a citation of that.
A what?
Are you laughing now?
No, it's hard to understand you. Can you say it again?
So I did ask to you, do you have a citation? Now you are about. I did ask, you don't want to listen.
21,000. Talking to Viking. It's like that. What did you say?
I don't know. You were over talking.
Oh, you don't know? All right then.
No, I did ask you citation that the 500 navigators were using.
Okay, here you go. Citation.
Now you're gonna Google it, right?
This is where I got it from.
Walter Bislins. Is this your best?
No, this is just with the blog.
This is not answer my question.
This is from Wabbits.
This is not my citation. My citation I did. So this Walter Bislins is not helping.
Okay. Walter Bislin is a person. This is from an author on this blog post. If it's wrong, just say I'm wrong, but I would like, the correct formula then.
Where is in that saying that old navigators were using this formula?
I mean, because it says that in nautical books too. Like American.
Yeah, that's not the citation you're talking, Anyway.
This is the citation that I got it from.
Yeah, post citation of that text. Old navigators 500 years ago were using this formula.
Yeah, that's a good point. I could just post the book.
No, don't post the book. I did ask a citation.
Well, I mean, that's where you learn to do it, is from this book.
A citation you put between quotes and the source.
I don't have to. It's right there. It's like if you're looking for the citation of the formula, it's right there. Just scroll down.
I did ask citation, old navigators 500.
You cut out. Let's see something.
So I'm pretty sure they were using the same thing before the globe was even a thing, Hush. right? Obviously, they had circumnavigation before then, right? But it does say here that mariners divided the circle of the horizon into 360 degrees and each degree into 60 nautical miles, not because of the Earth's supposed circumference, but because that's how sexagesimal system inherited from the Babylonians worked. The division is purely mathematical and does not require a sphere. It can be applied to a circular flat surface just as well.
Okay, fair enough. I'll look at that. And I'm just trying to post this. This is
Walter Bisling, he literally shows how everything works.
What's great about a sexagesimal system is the mathematical properties of it, because you increase the number of like least common multiples and denominators. So it allows for you to do a lot more mental math with more efficiency. Like, it has nothing to do with curvature or circle or globe. It has everything to do with practicality, being able to compute, right? So like, how many numbers go into 60? Like, how many ways can you divide the number 60? You can divide it by 5, by 10, by 6, by 3, by 12. I mean, there's so many numbers that go into it. Instead of something that's like, 57. Yeah, the Babylonians are pretty smart. I often wonder too, what kind of maps were lost from Babylon, that made their way into the Persian Empire and then later to the Greek and Constantinople. We know that Christopher Columbus sent his men to Constantinople, not Rome, to get ancient maps. This is documented by Christopher Hapgood. You should Google him if you're interested in maps. Like, that Christopher Columbus had a map showing the Antarctic coastline below Africa, right? I don't know how popular knowledge that is, but it's today known as Queen Maud Land. Coincidentally, it's a place where they also think the Nazis went, where the Nazis actually said they went in 1939. Come on, guys, didn't mean to invoke silence here. Like, that's not that deep of a thought, people. I'm just an information kiosk.
No, I'm at work, man. I can't open my mic every 5 seconds. Who's speaking?
Hey, Sheepdog. It's Sporadic-y, formerly known as Amish. What's up, man?
Oh, hey, what's up, dude? Long time no talk.
Yeah. Haven't seen you too active on Twitter. I don't know what's going on with all the Flat Earth Fridays and stuff. But
I'm married now, man. So my life is like dead.
Congrats! Yeah. Well, welcome to the fold. Your life is over.
Yeah. And it's funny because she's not a flat earther, but she loves wearing all my Flat Earth T-shirts all the time. Like, I got a friend on Twitter. Do you know Fit Girl Trading? You remember her?
I've heard. I've seen her around. I haven't talked. Yeah.
Yeah, she sells some truther clothes or whatever, and so I bought a few. And so my wife is always wearing it. And so when we go to like the immigration office to file paperwork, she's always wearing my Flat Earth shit. And I'm like, you realize you're wearing Flat Earth stuff, right?
That's awesome of her. Yeah, she's the one that wears that Jack Daniels shirt, right? That people like to post. No, not your wife.
No, I don't think it's Jack Daniels. She wears truther stuff.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth thing with the Jack Daniels logo on it, right?
Coca-Cola.
Yeah, that might have been it. Well, good for you, man. Yeah. I've been married over a decade now. Wouldn't trade it for the world. Got a family and everything. It's the best thing.
I wouldn't trade nothing either, man. My wife's a good woman.
Well, good for you. Like, once your life settles back down, man, you get more time. You got to figure out your new groove.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll be back flat smacking 24/7 like the rest of us.
Well, and the thing of it is too, right? Like, me and my wife married, even though she doesn't think the Earth is flat. She and I are proof that a flat earther and a globe earther can coexist together, even though globers don't think that flat earthers can. Like, it's so toxic. It's like, it's not toxic, man. Just because I know the Earth is flat, I've gone out and observed it myself, doesn't mean that, like, I don't need you to argue against me on that. You know, like, just go out there and see it for yourself.
Yeah, you know, mine isn't on board with all this either, but she also doesn't care. She's got bigger worries and cares, and we just don't really talk about it that much. I mean, it's just not an important thing for her, and I think that goes for a lot of people. Like, people like that don't have cognitive dissonance because this idea is not at the forefront of their brains producing the cognitive dissonance.
Nope.
And we have to keep that in mind when people come in and talk to us. They may not be afflicted with cog dis off the bat, folks. They just have never really thought about this. Like, they don't even know what the solar system is.
Right. No, like, I like, looking back now, I know, like, my entire conception of the solar system and the universe is based off of what my teacher slammed into my brain in 2nd and 3rd grade. Like, I have no concept beyond that because there is none. Like whenever you think of Earth, right? You don't think about going outside and looking around outside and saying, "Oh, this is Earth." When you think of Earth, you immediately have this CGI image in your brain of a ball floating in space.
Yeah, Kerbal Space Program vision. Yeah, people have that. That's the cog dis. When people do that, when you say the word Earth and they think of, like, Star Trek, like a spaceship hovering above Earth, then that's somebody's afflicted. Folks, I didn't mean to derail what was going on. I'm sorry.
You're not derailing. Ours can jump back in if he wants, but he's probably looking at some stuff. But I wanted to say, you brought up Star Trek. Funny thing, man, Star Trek, the very first Star Trek episodes, it was like 3 seasons long.
Yeah.
It ended in June of 1969? You know what happened 38 days later?
Well, the first Apollo mission, right? I mean, yeah, and
Apollo 11, not the first.
The first moon mission, right?
You mean yeah. Were you there in, like, 24/7 a couple years ago? You, me, and Indio were talking about this. A couple others were too. Like that old French movie, one of the first silent films, Trip to the Moon, where they show, like, a cannon firing a rocket or firing a ballistic. And it's got astronauts in it.
That was actually a book written in the 1800s by Jules Verne, I believe.
Yeah. So they made a movie, like, a guy made a movie out of it, like Charles Millau or whatever. And that movie was made something like exactly 66.666 years before the Apollo moon mission to the day. Trip to the moon.
Weird. It's almost like they, like, plan all these things out.
Speculation Sunday. This is where Amish gets weird, folks. Yeah, I mean, isn't that, like, that's a crazy thing? Like, you start doing the math, it is exactly like 66.6 and some trailing number of sixes after it years. We know Apollo's relationship with movie making. But I think Walt Disney died before the first Apollo mission. Anyway, what's going on, folks? We're talking about maps and coordinate reference systems. We can get back to mathematics and geometry and...
I have a speculation for Speculation Sunday.
Oh, you do? Okay, bring it.
I do. Right. So 2005, there's a show called, I think it's called Space Cadets, where they tricked about 10 people into thinking they literally went to space in a capsule and saw the globe from space. Right? They successfully tricked them, and it wasn't until they got back that they revealed that they never actually left the Earth. Okay, so that was in 2005, with 2005 technology on a TV show budget. Right? So do you think that with a $25 billion a year budget, they could have tricked Don Pettit into thinking that he went somewhere like the ISS, for example?
Dude,
bro, Don Pettit thought that he fixed a hole in the space station in the vacuum of space. But yeah, no, like $20 billion ain't that much. But like, if you break it down, it's like $68 million a day. It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, it's a lot of money considering what they actually do, right? And considering that they tricked 10 people into thinking that they went to space in 2005 on a TV show budget, like a few $1 million or something like that, right? Imagine what they could potentially do.
And think of this, like, why does NASA have like one of the largest budgets in the world for CGI?
Oh, they do?
Yeah, like they have jobs all the time for like, if you go to NASA looking for a job, computer graphics engineer.
It's true. So yeah, when I was 17 years old, I was recruited to go work for a NASA project because I was in the early. I was it's through freaking church. I lived in the DC area, and I just got into
be somebody that you're not. That's annoying.
Right. When you deal with people on this topic in person on a daily basis and you meet somebody like that, it's just not fitting the pattern. I work in an environment, right? I got people. I work in a small business. Half of my employees are flat earthers and the other half are not. It's a small firm. We got like 10 people, 12 if you count the 1099s. And we get into these discussions on Fridays. We have our own Flat Earth Fridays. We get into it. And the way we get into it is not the way that these anti-flat earthers get into it with us.
Yeah.
You know? So you have that baseline, and then you look at these people, and you're like, this is not like that. There is something different about these people that doesn't match those people. What's the difference?
Anti-flat earthers are stalkers.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, you almost have to take precautions online in Discord and chatting with these people because they're going to freaking try to, screw you over.
Slide in your DMs.
Slide in your DMs and email your employers or, friends and coworkers and spouses and stuff. Like, it's insane.
They have a very different way of doing it, like in here, which a lot of these guys in here, because it's the internet, right? They're very unaware of like the type of it's because they're not out to like provide evidence that the Earth is a globe anymore. Their mission is to like thwart the efforts of people in here to like they run interference, basically. Is what they're trying to do.
Stop being a flat earther or we'll ruin your life.
Well, that's one way to think about it, but I think most of these guys are just trying to run interference when we're having these logical discussions with people who we're making headway with. So like once somebody starts like really saying, I see what you mean, it's a trigger. It's like an alarm goes off, the fucking sirens and red flashing lights, and then you hear this guy come, about 2 or 3 of those guys come in here, and they're just like jumping in the middle of your conversation with bullshit to derail. And that's all like Pads, he's that guy. So he just wants to derail conversations, interfere. Like there's no truth coming from this guy. That to me is like the worst type. And they're in here befriending people, acting like they're here for good conversation, and they're not.
That's the behavior of stalkers, right down to the T. So they're stalkers, and they're able to get away with stalking people here online. But in real life situations, these types of that type of behavior is unacceptable and ends in a restraining order.
Yes. That's a perfect profile for those guys. Yeah, you would consider them to be stalkers.
I've been trying to tell you guys this. They're stalkers, and they get in my DMs and they try to tell. Like, it's so odd. The behavior is not normally acceptable. So, and they're getting away with it on here.
Yes, they are.
So I call them out in front of everybody.
Yes, they are.
And I just want to say real quick, like Flat Earth Fridays isn't done. They're just taking a good break. You got to realize they spend every Friday and Saturday spending time with everybody else on microphone. So I think they've earned their break or whatever. In case any of y'all are wondering about Flat Earth Fridays.
I don't think we are, dude. Well, we have our own thing going here, so 24/7.
Oh yeah. No, for sure,
guys. Plus, I'll be honest, man. There's a lot on that team that are just super esoteric, man. They're just too far out. Like, we actually talk about those guys because they're examples of like the far left esoteric group. So they're too far into the weeds with like conversations that don't need to be had. But as in here, we're talking about the physical and practical world, and so for us to have like, we actually expose people to the fact that when you talk to Flat Earth, any individual in Flat Earth, there's a myriad of people that have like different types of viewpoints on it, which could be far left leaning to like esoteric topics that cannot be answered by anyone. And they're very fruitless conversations because they're a road to nowhere. They don't lead you to the truth. They lead you to like more questions, right?
Pondering vain things.
Yeah, we think that the ether could be a possibility. So it's a road to nowhere, bro. Like, honestly, yeah, I mean, you have your thing with those guys because you befriended those guys, but they're not really what 24/7 is considered to be like. Oh, we're wondering what those guys are doing. We don't care. I hate to be blunt, brother, but like that's just the way it is.
Oh no, you just came in. Somebody had told me they hadn't seen Flat Earth Fridays in a while. And so I was just mentioning that, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's just those. We've been trying to warn people about individuals such as those that we're sticking to the practical level, man, logical. And so some of them are. I'm not gonna say that they're not, but they're mixing in that with what is esoteric, and it just gets too far into the weeds. That's why their channel's grown. They have huge popular, they have debates and stuff with people that are saying, well, it could be more land out there, and they're on about those topics. And I don't know, that's not what 24/7's representing. It's more confusion, if you ask anyone in here.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going into detail about Flat Earth Fridays. Someone had brought it up earlier, and so I was mentioning it back. I hadn't had a chance to talk a minute.
Yep. We usually use those guys as examples of how not to be when you're introduced into this topic. Not you per se, but I know of people that are in there that do that. They've got into beef with us at the very beginning, and when I called them out, they got into a little tiff with me on Twitter about it. And they sued.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just. Yeah, no,
I'm
at
just.
Work, so.
I'm kind of putting this as an example. They've used me as an example of people that are. They said that me and Quantum and the like are just believing the what was he saying? That we believe the atom theory or something. He said something like that. I don't know if it was Brian or who it was. It was like a tit for tat kind of a back and forth, and I really don't give a shit about that, to be honest. I ain't got time for that. They can believe whatever they want. So
they straw manning you, misrepresenting you.
Yeah, and me and QE and they.
Me usually, also. I got misrepresented too. It's fine.
The way it goes is they say that we're, because we call them ether believers. They call us I don't know, what is it, atom believers or some, I don't know, some bullshit. So it's a tit for tat, and I'm just, I don't give a fuck about that. I really just want to talk about the physical and natural world as explained through ways and means of testing and verifying, right, and categorizing things as it should be, because the Earth, as what it is not a science question. It's not a natural science question.
No, it's a math question.
Yeah, and I'm not into all that bickering and stuff. So if they want to bicker, they can have it. I'm not going to do that.
That's the drama bullshit, man. I don't want to get drug into that shit. We're too busy talking to people about the important topics of having discernment of the physical and natural world for what it is. Because most of the time they're in an identity violation, right? They're misappropriating what the Earth is to what it's not. So we're trying to keep everybody coherent and concise with the topic. That in and of itself is a struggle. I'm telling you. So on the quote unquote flat Earth side, that's the reason why it's difficult, because people are coming in with all kinds of ideas coming from Facebook and Twitter, and they got so isn't it like what you flat earthers think? And QE gets upset about this. He's like, no, don't come in here with the stereotype saying all flat earthers. You're talking to me when you're in here, not all flat earthers. So yeah, it's bringing them to that practical level.
Can I hear you? I'm working, so I apologize. I can't open my mic every 5 seconds.
Nah, you're fine, man. I know who you are. That's why it's different. So, but they become the reason why it's a bigger platform is because people are drawn to that type of conversation. Usually Speculation Sunday, like today, people like to be in here because they speculate. Which we have to allow for that, because that's the only way that people can get it off their chest, what they have for speculations. But usually most of us don't really get into that. It's not our bag, to be honest. We're kind of turned off by it. But there's a lot of flat earthers that really like that. They want to go into that stuff.
It's crazy. I don't even like getting into the speculations, but some Globers, you can't even have a conversation with them unless you agree to speculate.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
that's the weird thing about it.
Exactly.
That's the problem. That's the problem right there. Is that people that are willing to entertain these stalkers online, they're flocking to that type of conversation because they will use that and like weasel it into a conversation with somebody who's not doing that.
Again, not ignoring you. I just imagine that my head is nodding yes every time it's silent. That is one thing I miss. One thing I do like about X or Twitter or whatever is you can give that thumbs up without opening your mic.
Yeah,
I like the feature of being able to raise your hand. I love it.
Once I
it's a polite thing.
Once I get settled past May 14th, that's my move-in date. I want to set up my studio, and then I'm going to be doing live streams, FaceTiming. But we're going to be talking about all of this.
Sorry.
This is going to be important. It's an important topic for most people that come into, because I think all of it has relevance, and what we talk about here, having discernment, is going to be a huge topic, because there's a myriad of like what you can consider a stereotype fallacy for a flat earther, right? Because people are going to be seeing people that are talking about the earth as flat and stationary, and we're like, oh, you're like those guys that talk about the upwards moving earther, right? Flat earthers. And they're like, yeah, put you in the same category. So they don't have any discernment. And teaching people how to identify what somebody with critical thinking looks like versus somebody who's just speculating all over the place is important. We want them to realize what the difference is. It's difficult.
Can I make a quick speculation?
What's your speculation?
If that's okay. It's about the archetype of these kind of characters that are going on recently. We've got the I'm not going to put Pads into this one, but he's kind of in there in a way. But we've got the Hayaoka Indian guy. We've got the Bumbaclot guy, and to a lesser extent, we got Donald, and they all have a similar, like, inorganic kind of thing going on. And I'm wondering if it's some kind, it seems like some kind of, there's some kind of, they seem like organized in some kind of way. But, I'm getting a little conspiratorial, I know, but.
I know what you mean. There's a thread there.
That's all I wanted to say.
There's a thread there that they're all like abiding by.
Yeah.
Well, you could see they're not in here for truth. Like basically, all three of those archetypes are not in here for truth. They're not in here to like bring forth the evidence that the Earth is a globe. It's almost like an attack on critical thinking, if you put it in that sense. The way you're trying to show what their mission.
Yeah, that's and put Pads into that then too, if that's since that's what you're saying, because that's exactly what Pads does too.
It's an attack on critical thinking, and what it does
very interesting.
It's causing doubt for the listener, right? They're in here to just cause doubt. This is chaos. They want to cause doubt and chaos. So if you're doubting what I'm saying, because last night he said that I'm bipolar. Last night he was saying that I'm this and I'm that. I'm a whatever. So he's trying to make it in a passive aggressive way look like the people that are speaking about flat Earth are disingenuous. They're bipolar. That's him. And he's doing it by just attacking the character. It's a character assassination, essentially. So he's trying to do that passive aggressively and making it seem to the audience that he's the enlightened one. He's the one with the critical thinking. So it's a reverse. It's psychological, and especially if you're not equipped to have these like identifying ways about like what you. Oh, I know who this guy is, right? If you don't have that discernment, you're gonna fall for their bullshit because they're brilliant sociopaths, dude. These guys that you just mentioned. Well, some.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if what's his name, Donald is a brilliant sociopath. I think he's attempting to, but his anger or his emotions gets in the way. so it fails in that front. But like Hyoka and Pads is, I would say, a brilliant sociopath because he befriended people quickly. He's on the whole, I'm here to just have a lovely chat. And because when he first started in this room, he was, dude, we were just having a chill chat. When I would come in here, we were just having a chill. This is what he would say. We were having a chill chat, dude, until you came in here. So now it's like, it's not chill anymore, bro. And so he's making it sound like I'm the villain.
And then their mask falls off eventually.
Yeah, but he's trying to stay in character, so it makes it seem like I'm the rambunctious one. I'm coming in here, throwing my weight around. I'm the one that's doing this. And then he looks like he's just a charitable, nice guy. And what happens is, to the mind, that's the people listening, they're like, dude's right. He was just chill. And Alpha's coming in here just talking shit. Like, obviously, he's the rambunctious one and just causing chaos. So the burden is shifted onto me. Like, he's painting a picture. Dudes, I'm telling you, the kind of psychological shit that these guys are doing are on levels beyond the common person's discernment. You can't see past their bullshit. I understand these patterns because I've been talking to people like this for over 10 years. I see the fucking shit they're doing. It's so disingenuous, and I'm upset. I'm already I'm inflamed with it, dude. I have nothing but the utmost contempt for this types. So you only see that side of me when I'm talking to them, and you're just like, dude, fucking flipping out, man. Like, what the fuck? But I'm doing it on purpose.
You know, when Huey was first calling out some people that were kind of shady, and I was like, no, Huey's got to be wrong about it. But Huey has seen this all before, and you've seen this all before. It's like I've learned a lot I've been listening since like 2019, so I've learned a lot about these psychological operations in that time, and it's fascinating. But it's a war terrain, dude.
Yes, dude. This is the reason why, Slow-Mo, that I'm the one that's like, I'm really fascinated by this. I don't know if anybody else is. Like, the minds of these individuals that come in here, like, I want to understand, like,
fascinating.
Dude, like, I am blown away every day when I come in here, and I'm wondering why the mind goes there. Because, like, I don't believe this, right? Because a lot of people might say, well, these guys are paid actors, right? They're, somebody hired them. There must be J-Trig or whatever. They're some type of psychological operation. I think I categorize them a little bit different than that. I don't think they're getting checks from the government and shit like this. This is a bit different.
Spiritual.
Yeah.
Spiritual.
Exactly. It's a spiritual warfare. You don't need money for people don't need to give you like, okay, I'll pay you this much to be online. Even though that's what we'd like to say, because that makes us feel better. And like, if we're throwing around our speculations, we'd like to say that someone's getting paid to be that kind of obtuse, No.
No, man, they got the spirit.
This is like the spirit of like fuck that, I'm telling you.
Yeah, man.
And I'm not ignorant to this either, Alpha. Like, I remember our first conversations in the very beginning. You may not, but I do. And, you would yell at me, like, stop white knighting for them. And you'd mute me up or whatever. And, it wasn't something that I was used to hearing at first, because it's like, I don't understand what you understand. But now I've been around long enough. It's the same repeating patterns. Like, when y'all say, oh, this is 2015 or 2017 all over again, I'm like, God dang, man, like, I've been in this since 2020, or not 2020, 2021, and it's the same repeating patterns all over again. So for me, it's like, oh, this is 2021 all over again. But for you, it's like, this is 2015. Like, oh my gosh, it's been going on that long?
Yeah, let me tell you, this is the reason why Sporadic E was Amish. Well, I know him as Amish. That's why he's so good at doing what he does, because he can identify these patterns as well. So it's not lost on him, because it's part of what he used to do. It's part of what his job is about. So having the ability to have this type of like discernment, it doesn't come by like overnight. You have to build like the ways that people speak, their patterns. Like, you have to understand the mind of the individuals, like, intent to be here. Like, it is crazy on the level, like, you have to operate in different realms than the average Joe. The average Joe listening right now is pretty oblivious to the fact, right? They don't know what the intent of somebody is when they're coming in here, because they take every interaction for face value. So the face value interaction is a guy coming in here asking honest questions. But you see the pattern because you understand where they're coming from when they start saying, "Where's the edge, flat earther?" You're already starting to put them in a category with archetype, like what archetype they are. You're like, okay, I'm thinking this guy is only asking this question either because he's disingenuous or he's, but it's never the fact that he's coming in here being really honest. That's very far and few between, right? So you're just trying to say, okay, like, let me just see where this goes. And then you engage with them, right? You're like, okay, yeah, the edge of the earth, that conversation, even though you might think it's important, doesn't have any relevance on the evidence whether the earth is a globe or not. And depending on if they're going to let it go or not, you can start putting them in a different category, right? Like, okay, he let it go and he realizes that it's not important. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the inner workings of the conversation. Like, there's levels to conversations, bro. Like, they're not straightforward. You have to be a bit adept at identify. Like, maybe I'm talking too much into this, but this is what I do. Okay, when I'm listening to somebody, I'm operating on a different level than just hearing straightforward what they're saying. I'm figuring out why they're saying what they're saying, and in the different, whether they let the conversation go into a different avenue. I have to identify, okay, he let it go. He wanted to talk about this other thing, or he didn't let it go, and he's really holding on to like a particular topic, right? So, you guys get what I mean? And over time, everybody who's in here right now can have that discernment. All you got to do is just pay attention to what somebody's saying, and or realize that there's an agenda behind what they're saying. So it's kind of like, it's profiling in a sense, for sure.
The first person I kind of picked up on this whole weird move that they do was Matthew Learns. And when Matthew Learns, like, there was one time I heard Alpha and Matthew Learns, and Matthew Learns' mask came off once. This was like 3-4 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh my God, Matthew Learns' mask came off. And I was like, shocked. I was like, he's not who he says he is.
Nope. He still isn't, but far more than most, he has been in this particular discussion because of how good he is at playing the character that he's playing. So the character he's playing is super, super charitable, super nice, and the reason why he's still here is because of his tone. His tone never exceeds one that gets to a level where it makes somebody, like, the alarm bells go off as to automatically triggering somebody to think that he's like he's just an angry person. He's never trying to put that face, and he does the best to suppress that. And sometimes he can't contain himself, and you'll see it slip through the cracks. Like, the way he does it is a bit more passive aggressive. Like, the one interaction that he had with I can't remember who it was, but he was talking to somebody, and he said something like, well, I'm glad that I don't have to tell you about the Earth being a globe because, you got your family to do that for me. And I was like, dude, that's a low blow that he told. I forgot who he was interacting with, but he definitely told somebody that in FE. It's like, I was like, dude, that's fucked up. Who was it?
I said it was a kid, wasn't it? Like, I think I remember that conversation.
I don't know if it was a kid. I know it was somebody from our team, but yeah.
Matthew Learns once told me I told a story about how when I was very young, my grandmother told me, like, I'm an older guy, I'm in my late 50s, and
it's heresy.
My grandmother told me that when she went to school in Colorado, that she was taught the Earth was flat.
Yeah.
And I don't know what I said to her, but I remember her saying that to me. And Matthew Learns said, no, she was lying to you. It's like, damn. My grandmother's lying to me, Matthew. You maniac.
Yeah. The audacity, man. And this slips through the cracks because everybody's like, oh, yeah, grandma must have been saying to you because she was lying to you. But he makes the people in here side with him, bro. It is fucking insane. And I'm just like, dude he's on a different level, basically. I mean,
it's probably good.
Sorry, I was going to say, like, when he said that he was at Biola University, I thought he said he was at Loyola University. Loyola University is run by Roman Catholics, founded by the Jesuit order.
Yeah.
So for a while, I was on his case. I was writing Matthew Lawrence like, "You're a freaking Jesuit. You've got all."
Wait, dude, Sporadic, check this out, bro. You weren't here last night. He had an interaction with us, and we were asking about Genesis 1 and how he thinks it's poetic language. Of course, it's false. It's historical, but that's neither here nor there. So he was just talking about that, and we had mentioned. Well, he had mentioned QE kind of cornered him. He's like, how citation, QE style, right? He gets right to it. So he asked him for a citation of how he knows that it's poetic. You know who he appealed to? That you were mentioning this right now. This is gonna freak you out. He appealed to St. Augustine, bro. Who was St. Augustine? Yeah, who was St. Augustine?
I mean, yeah, he was an early church father who lived in Alexandria. And he's mostly known for the Augustinian Confessions. He wrote a book called Confessions. Within that book, he actually, which is interesting. But he's most famously known for his two kingdom doctrine. The two kingdom doctrine basically.
Losing you.
Just wars are possible. Not considered a saint by the Eastern Orthodox Church, but he's revered as a saint by the Roman Catholics and the Lutherans.
There you go. So who most appeals to him? What denomination?
That makes no sense. I mean, the Roman Catholics do.
Yes.
And Matthew Lawrence says he's a Freemason.
Yeah, dude.
Wait, he's
Freemasonical?
He's a Freemason and a Catholic?
Oh, hold on. No, I should take that back. When somebody asked him if he was, he said that he can't. He's not willing to comment on any of his extraneous affiliations.
Oh, that's heresy. You can't be a part of the Catholic
I'm so sorry.
Part of a secret
I am
society.
so sorry for accusing him of a Freemason. That was his response. I'm so sorry of that. But he said, "You read between the lines.
Yeah.
3 fingers." Okay.
It's probably good to keep them around, to be honest with you, just to get little inside scoops like that.
Yeah, this was I'd never heard him actually appeal to St. Augustine for the Genesis account being something that was poetic.
Dude, that made no sense. Like, St. Augustine's not known for writing about Genesis. Like, that was so freaking weird.
You guys know why he's here, right? He's told us why he's here. Straight out why he's here.
Go ahead, T-Dub. Tell us.
Okay, so his intention is, right, there's two main things. One, he wants to be here for people when they finally realize the Earth isn't flat, because if they've turned to Jesus because they went to flat Earth, they might reject Jesus after realizing that the Earth isn't flat, and he's there with open arms to say, "Hey, yep, that's one reason, right?" And the other reason is to make sure that the people, that the globers, the normies that come in get both sides of the story. So it's an insult to.
I've heard the latter.
So, one second, Don. It's an insult both to us, right? That we're our ability to make sure that people hear both sides of the story. One, and two, it's an insult to the people that come in, that they won't go and investigate themselves, right? So that's it's an insult to their intelligence, and it's an insult to our intelligence and our abilities to present both sides of the coin, right?
What?
Fairly.
So for him, it's become a Christian ministry.
Yeah,
to defeat us.
It's his duty.
That's right,
basically.
All right. Well, guess what? I rescind every good thing I said before, even recently.
I'm telling you, bro. He's good at what he does, bro. He's good at what he does. He's been practicing this particular character.
He may as well be a freaking Loyola University Jesuit. Jeez.
I've called these guys out individually for the things they do within the context of this room. It's psychological operations, sporadic, on epic proportions, bro.
It's unfathomable. Yeah. I've never been involved in any of this kind of stuff online. You know, I know about human psychology from my work. This is a different level.
Yes, it is.
Happening online. It's a whole crazy battlefield, the whole online battlefield of information operations. It's new to me. I was never exposed to this in my military work.
You know what I was thinking though, that people are hearing 24/7. I think maybe it was that we were enlightened with the fact that the Earth isn't what we've been told it was. I think this 24/7 far exceeds any other forum where we're actually training people on the highest levels of discernment. So your feelers are going to be extremely sensitive when somebody comes in here with, and that's what we do. So it's kind of like I want to say, if you first jumped in here, it's like a crash course into understanding human psychology, not in a standard like educational sense, but just being around people with the conversations, you can start putting people in different baskets. You're like, okay, I know what this guy is because of the way he sounds like, but I don't know yet until we have further conversations. So once we start to unfold like the real intent of the person, they leave behind like breadcrumbs as to like who they really are, right? And then you start piecing all of these things together, and then you build like a profile. Like, oh, I know who this guy is. And so like T-Dub has been listening to Matthew. I have too. And then all of our combined information put together paints a picture as to like who this individual really is.
Yeah. Yep. It makes sense. I mean, for your all's awareness, like my first foray into 24/7 was in early 2021. I wasn't deeply committed to Flat Earth back then. I'm kind of new at this, guys, in the grand scheme, even though it's been a few years.
But I think most of your training, though, has been giving you a better foothold into the minds of people that come in here. Like otherwise,
absolutely right.
I'd say this, Amish, like I can't call you Amish. I just call you sporadic.
It's okay. It's okay. Either way.
I think the individuals that come here, they listen to what we have to say, but we are having a very different take than those other flat earthers who are talking specifically about like the very multitude of questions and topics. I think we're more honed into the psychological aspect. Because think about it. QE is always asking people, where's the citation? Where is this information that puts forward any evidence? And when you find out the people that are speaking are bankrupt, they have really nowhere else to go. So he exposes them on that front, right? And then we got those who are listening to a conversation very much closely because they're not speaking. You got all the people who are just like listening to us, like the ones who are more talkative, like myself or you or somebody else that takes charge, and they're listening to the patterns that people have when they interact with us, and they can see for themselves. Like they're no dummies. They've been around these conversations, and the way we apply a conversation leads them to understand what archetype they are. Yeah. They piece it together, right? So I'm saying this is what we do in here. It's hard, man, because I'm going to say it this way. We don't know if they're getting paid for doing what they do or not, but we can most assuredly tell you a lot of them are not getting, financial backing by any government agency. They're just people that have this spirit of like, bitterness and anger, and they're just upset at the whole thing. So what that manifests into is this identity crisis that they have. So they're trying to defend a particular identity that they have with the paradigm of the Earth being a globe in the vacuum of outer space.
So you don't think some people might actually be curious as to hear your perspective and then argue against it, because that's what science is.
There are those people.
Yes, there is people like that, Neil. But what happens is during the process of the conversation, there's a transition, right? The transition happens during the course of our interactions with them. Because think about it like this, Neil. Yeah, I don't know what side you agree with. It really doesn't matter. So if you're a Glober and I'm talking to you, and all of a sudden you realize there's no way out of the conversation except for admitting that you don't know anything, what happens in your mind is that you have to find an escape. The escape.
No, I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. Here's the thing, though. So I am a Glober. DJ knows, but the thing about Globers is that they don't know how to back up their claims because they just don't have the background to back it up. You know what I mean? Because you can't just say, oh, Earth is a globe because of the two sticks. Yeah, that's one way to prove it, but there's other things to it, like the magnetic field, which we can also prove.
No, it's not globe proof, dude.
Because that's fine. We're not discussing the globe right now. We're just discussing the people who are Globers with all the background.
Yeah, your assertion's wrong. Okay.
If you want to have that conversation, we can have it later. But right now, I'm just discussing like the mentality that most Globers have. There's some who do have a background in it. You know, I do have a background in it. I'm studying Earth right now. I'm doing magnetic field research right now in my college. But like most Globers, they don't.
Oh, yeah, are you a geologist or something? Or are you studying geology? I don't mean to derail.
I'm a physics research intern at my college.
Cool. Okay.
We're doing.
I worked with people who worked at Antarctica geologists.
Yeah, So
I'm old.
Off topic, but my professor, he wanted to go to the North Pole to study the Northern Lights in January, and I'm like, dude, I'm not staying over there for 3 weeks. It's gonna be cold as shit. There's no like hotels or anything.
Yeah, were you gonna go to Svalbard or where?
I don't even remember where. He just said somewhere in Norway, but I don't even want to go there. But hopefully we don't. Hopefully we can just send some other team to go. But besides the point, it's just a lot of Globers. They don't have the background to defend their claims. So it's like,
okay,
when they argue, they just kind of
we know they don't have the background to defend their claims.
Yeah, so it's better to talk to people who do have the background. That way,
check this out. Yeah, check this out. What if you found out? What if you found out that your position was untenable? There was no evidence whatsoever. Through the course of our conversation, let's say your mind was prepared to have the conversation with me, and you were equipped, like as you say, with the information based on your specific field or your profession. You were equipped to have the conversation. What if after that conversation, you found out that the information that you thought was solidifying the fact that the Earth was a globe in this specific field that you study was actually not evidence of the case of the Earth being a globe? What if after all of your efforts, you couldn't thwart the efforts of truth being the fact that the Earth isn't what you thought it was? See, the mind, okay, what I'm saying is there's a transition, right? You have there's choices you got to make. Either you're going to be willfully giving up the position and say, you know what, I am incorrect, you are correct, and therefore I will not argue the fact that the Earth is a globe because my position is untenable based on the fact that I thought the position with what I know is true that the Earth is a globe. The thing is, when you start transitioning over to the fact that the Earth is not a globe, and you have to figure a way how to identify that it actually is, because I can't be wrong and thousands of other people can't be wrong. So now I got to find a way to make this tenable again. So you're gonna try to make it sound like you have another argument, or maybe that what you said was incorrect because you're not the top of your field. So you're not privy to information that somebody that has more expert knowledge would have. So you would then say, well, that might be true that you might be correct on this, but I am not at the top of my field. I don't have that explicit information. I'm not privy to this. I don't have the technical knowledge, such and such, so on and so forth. What happens is the mind looks for a way out. I've had conversations with people in academia before. I know how it goes. And this is more or less the type of way that it works out. So then you start to reason with yourself and say, yeah, but he's a flat earther. He doesn't know truth. I am somebody in academia. I know what's going on. I've heard from these professors, and they are correct. So immediately you dismiss the other side because you think you have the truth on your side. This is the problem with the fact that when we talk to people about this, it's an identity crisis. They break down and then start to realize they're going to come back in here and figure out a chink in the armor. They're going to try to figure out how we're saying what we're saying without any academic background. Like, this is not possible. Like, in the world that we live in, we have this hierarchy of structure where we depend on information that people that study things for years. So that information should be something sacred. That should be something that we should say, why are we going to toss out information of somebody who studied something for 20 years? That education is valuable. So what you do is you try to rationalize, you try to reason with yourself, and that the transition over from listening to
I agree with you. Here's the thing, though.
But dude,
from
it goes far beyond. Just check this out. It goes far beyond. I know I'm a bit long in the tooth, but check this out. It goes far beyond the fact that you could come in here and actually say, I know the Earth is a globe. Because I'm going to tell you, the paradigm shift that occurs, right, that transition is such a hard shift that the mind isn't, anyone's mind, right, is not able to comprehend. So what it does, it looks for a way out. The mind looks for a way out. And unbeknownst to you, you're not ready for that. Like, right now, you might think, dude, I got this, man. I can knock these flat earthers on their ass easy, dude, with what I know in my specific field.
And that bravado leads to the transition happening to be where you come in and like, oh, no, I'm coming back. But guess how I'm coming back? I'm going to look for every single way that you're going to make a fallacious reasoning, or I'm going to listen to you to not talk about the dome. I'm going to do whatever I can to thwart the efforts of you saying what you're saying, because it's bullshit. There's no way that you can, flat earther, know that the earth is indeed flat, because I know it's a globe. And this transition over from the way that you used to be to now being somebody who's anti what we're doing is almost common. So this is the mind.
Mickey.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Didn't mean to belabor the point longer. And I know our debate partner's interested in he's chomping at the bit to reply. Before he does, I want to point out that I've got 2 documents, one from Indio, one from myself, that show that from 2 different countries, 2 different papers, 2 different countries, that geologically a flat Earth approximation is just as good for modeling Earth's magnetic field.
Tell me that.
A flat Earth approximation is just as good for modeling that as a globe. You interested? I'll send you both papers.
Yes,
just DM
please.
me. DM me, and to remind me, Sporadic E, DM me, and I'll send you both papers. One I think is from USGS, and one might be from China.
Where the hell is your name? What is it?
Sporadic.
SPORA. I am very sporadic. You can't pin me down for a time that I'm online or active. I'm very sporadic.
Is that why you named yourself that? I didn't know.
I'm also a ham radio guy, and I love ham radio. Haven't been too active in probably 20 years, but the sporadic E layer is where you see meteorites.
What I was going to say, the same thing this guy was talking about, it can also apply to flat earthers. I see some flat earthers who just do not back up their claims at all, and they just regurgitate information and memes online. Like I was on 24/7 Flat Earth, and these people were just sending me memes. I gave them an actual logical argument with
sounds like you're in the lobby
and a process and everything, and they were just sending memes back and forth oh no, you're wrong because this meme says so. And it's dude, you're not even looking at my argument.
Dude, you're skanking in the lobby. You haven't talked to the ranked members who are silver, gold, and moderator and above.
They put me in the cognitive dissonance role because they asked for an experiment, and I gave it to them, and they were like, "You were trolling in one server."
We can go through it, and I think you have to, when you come into here, right? It depends who you speak to. Every individual is, I would say it this way, has their own style. But basically, the ones who have been leading the charge in 24/7, the ones who are really outspoken and so forth, they're the ones who are going to really give you the goods on whether or not your argument is valid. And you can do it logically, consistently, or you can demonstrate with any way, maybe a field test and such, of demonstrating that your point has any validity. So it's different, right? You can't you can't beat any geek off the street. You got to be handy with the steel. So it's in here. You're talking to everybody on the internet, right? And then saying, using a stereotype fallacy. Well, you guys, you flat earthers, and you can't do that.
No, I'm not saying it's a stereotype. I'm just saying from the ones that I've seen, that's what I said. And you can rewind on the stream if you want, and you see that's what I said. So the ones on there, they got mad at me when I showed them actual experiments that prove that their black swan thing is incorrect, and I showed them the geometry of it, the theory behind it.
Black swan thing is incorrect.
Yeah.
Dude.
The conclusion to it, yes. Because here's the thing, it was
wrong.
The experiment was done at sunset because of refraction, and then when I explained refraction to them, they denied its existence, and I was like, okay, well, there's no argument.
Yeah, there's no refraction in the air because you need Snell's law requires 2 different isotropic media. You've got one with the air. Snell's law doesn't apply to the air, dude. The law of refraction does not ever apply to the air. PhDs get this wrong.
Confident are you in that?
PhDs get this wrong.
Show me a sunset in the equator,
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. How much, Neil? How much do you want to engage with this? Because we will engage with you, but we were talking about something very different. So, would you like to engage with us about it?
Not at the moment. I'm currently doing my paper right now.
That's what I thought.
All right, so you need to.
I will engage with it later. I'm just
dude. You need to skip over Snell's law and look at Fermat's theorem or Huygens or Laplace theorem on atmospheric bending. Okay.
All right, send me those papers and I'll look through them. How does that sound? Send me those papers and I'll look through them. I can't right now because I got my hands tied.
That's why I asked you.
Computer right now.
Yeah, it wouldn't behoove anybody to engage with you in a discussion because you're gonna have to leave and yeah.
Oh no, I'll still stay and listen though. Just here for
I meant like you're not gonna be
noise.
engaged. You're not gonna be engaged, is what I mean.
Oh no, yeah, no, I'm just here to listen.
Yeah, a classic obfuscator is somebody who comes in here and just like blurts out things and doesn't have any point, like Smoke Demon. He's been kind of one of those, right? He's been banned I don't know how many times. He's come in here, just blabs something. He never really backs anything up, and he thinks that he's just gonna drop a gotcha and then walk away from it. No, he doesn't substantiate any of the claims he does. So he's one of those types. He's an archetype,
Miggy, I've substantiated my claims numerous times, but you just always dodge the evidence.
Which claim? Provide a claim
one that is measured over time. It's measured.
Provide a claim.
The Earth is measured to have drop over distance.
Yeah, and what is the evidence of that?
No, hang on, wait. He is wrong. Look, I'm a glober, but Earth is not measured by drop over distance. That's a misconception. That's incorrect.
What do you mean it's measured to not have drop over distance?
No, have you taken a calculus course before?
No.
Okay, well in calculus, there's these mathematical objects called tangent vectors. So what a tangent vector is that it lies at exactly one point on a curved surface. And so we say something is curved if it is 1, if it's continuous, and if it is 2, differentiable, which means you can pull a derivative out of it or a tangent vector. So when you say drop over distance, that only applies in a 1 or 2 dimensional case. But we live in a 4-dimensional world, time being our 4th dimension. So we have length, width, and height, and time.
We live in a 4-dimensional world.
Time, right? Because when you call your friend, right, you're like, "Hey, come meet me at the 5th floor of the building down the block." He'll say, "Okay, what time?" So you see, that's technically, if you want to say 3 or 4, it doesn't matter. The point is, we live in a right. The point is,
you're speaking to a smooth brain over here, Neil. So just watch out for this one. He argues with Globers too.
I'll try and explain as best I can. Hang on, let me finish. We live in a multivariable world, right? 3 dimensions or 4 dimensions, however you want to perceive it. There's still some debate on that, like philosophically, that is. But
okay. Therefore, you destroyed your own argument from the beginning, right?
I'm still describing.
Okay, so we don't know if we live in a 3 or 4-dimensional world, right?
Yeah,
so what happens when we establish a horizontal line and
whatever comes after that,
and we find out they increase their variation from this horizontal line?
Physically, it's 4 dimensions.
What comes next, right?
Philosophically, there's some philosophers who debate that time can be considered a dimension, because it's not really a measure of any length. It's just a measure of something.
It's a philosophical debate, right? Not empirical.
Yeah, but the point still stands.
Okay, yeah. So it's all philosophical, right? Just
roundness is not just drop over distance. Hang on, let me finish.
It's philosophy, right? It's just philosophy. You said
no.
So.
I'm doing the geometry part of it.
No. Stop. You said it's all philosophical.
The part about time being another dimension is.
Who gives a fuck about the 4th? We're not talking about the 4th dimension here. Look, Neil, look in chat. Alpha can look at this as well, and he can dodge it.
Sounds like he is. I mean, sounds like he is, right? Sounds like he's talking about the 4th dimension.
Let me finish talking to the Glober for a minute. Give me a minute. Hang on.
Whatever you're saying is retarded. Just look in chat, okay? We've established a horizontal. We're looking at a mountain that's 1,000 feet above us. So we can find a measurement to this mountain that is actually...
Shut up. Okay, go on, Neo.
All right, anyways. No, roundness is not drop over distance. That's incorrect. What roundness really is just it's continuous and it's differentiable out.
Right, is it geodesic, right?
That's correct.
Space-time geodesic. I get it. I understand the geometry.
That's right.
Talk Christoffel symbols.
And when you draw 2 parallel lines on a sphere or an oblate spheroid, they're going to meet at 2 points.
So
you can try this. I'm just explaining the geometry of a sphere for our Glober here.
Right. So let me ask you: is a sphere a 2-dimensional construct or not?
Is a sphere a 2-dimensional construct? Define construct for me.
Well, just an idea that you construct in your mind. Is a sphere 2-dimensional? Is the surface of a sphere 2-dimensional or not?
we're talking about math here. We're not doing the philosophy.
Yeah, I am too. I love geometry. This is geometric because a sphere, the surface of a sphere, 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional.
Is the surface of a sphere 2-dimensional? Well, you can measure it in 2 dimensions, yeah.
Yeah, flat.
Yeah, that doesn't. Well, I mean, if you want to say the Earth is flat because the Earth has a surface area, I guess you could say that. It's not technically flat.
Yeah, you can describe a sphere in X. The surface of a sphere can
Yeah,
be
you can.
described in X,
Yeah,
Y.
you can say that. Yeah, that's
you need
fine.
a Z dimensions, right? The difference between a sphere and a ball is volume. The ball gives 3 dimensions to a 2-dimensional sphere, right?
So, do you think we live in a hollow Earth? Is that it?
No. What are you talking about?
Because if there's surface, if there's only a surface area, right? If we only live in a surface
Neo's
area,
clearly engaging now.
then
you are outside of your freaking. You are beyond your britches, bro.
I'm not beyond my britches. I think you're beyond your britches.
Really, you seem to be lost in this conversation. So a sphere is a 2-dimensional construct, isn't it?
Define surface area.
Okay, XY.
A mathematical hollow sphere. Define it for me.
A mathematical what?
Go ahead. Because that's what you're describing. That's what the surface area is.
I'm not describing a hollow sphere at all. I'm not giving volume to a sphere. This is a 2-sphere. Do you know what a 2-sphere is in dimensional geometry? Where you have.
Do you know what dimensional geometry is?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, like this is geometry in 2 dimensions. You can have a 2-dimensional sphere. It's called a 2-sphere. It's a manifold. Do you know what a manifold is?
A surface. Yeah, I know what a manifold is.
Yeah. So a surface is in 2 dimensions, isn't it? X and Y, just like ECEF for satellite coordinates for GPS, 2 dimensions.
Which rely on orbits.
Yeah, Keplerian, which is just a philosophical preference based off of Copernicus. Like you can project that into any geometry you want because it's philosophical. Because the entire model for satellites is kinematic and not dynamic.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that statement?
You can model it with math, but not with physical laws. That's the difference between kinematic and dynamic. You can model it with math, but not physical laws.
You can model it with math, but not physical laws.
So the satellite orbits are only mathematical and are not physical.
So they only live in a mathematical dimension? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, ECEF and all these satellite orbital coordinate reference systems are all mathematical constructs in the mind.
It's
not physical. There are no physics involved. You don't have any actual forces at play.
So because math is a human concept.
No. There's a difference in mathematics, there's a difference between a formula and an equation. An equation is kinematic, but a formula requires physics.
An equation is kinematic, but a formula requires physics?
Yep.
Show me an example of this, a physical one. Go ahead.
Okay, a physical one is like force equals mass times acceleration. But you can model this kinematically if you have Superman crashing into the Twin Towers. Doesn't mean it actually happened. It doesn't mean it actually happened, right? You can model it with math. You can create a kinematic model. Doesn't mean Superman actually flew. You can use math to create video games of all kinds of crazy stuff. I was just going to say
that. Don't they apply these physics like in video games, like so that they can
make right.
Like,
I
can also
something that isn't real.
I can also write a book about how I'm like the king of the known universe, and I'm gonna start like a Dune style jihad and become God Emperor. But that doesn't mean it like actually happened, though.
No, I think you're arguing for our point, though. What he's saying basically is
that's fine. I mean, you can model anything. That's true.
Yeah, that's all.
I don't disagree with you there. Yeah, that's fine. I don't disagree. This is true. You can model anything.
All right. Well,
as long as it follows the laws of physics, then it's fine.
Really? But I mean, what laws of physics exist for like Jupiter's orbit?
I was just gonna say, you could throw in all the things that the heliocentric globe brings in that doesn't make sense physically, dude.
I gotta go in like 2 minutes, so I hand this off to you, bro. Yep.
So, what laws determine Jupiter's orbit? Newton's gravitation law.
Gas laws ruins Jupiter. Gas laws ruins Jupiter.
Gauss's law ruins Jupiter?
No, gas laws.
Yes.
No,
Gas
yeah,
law. Gas law? That the fact that that gases they need a container, is this what you mean?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing: forces can act as containers.
Really? Demonstrate one that actually does that.
Okay, in a nuclear reactor of plasma, that plasma is contained by a container of force.
Awesome. Is that a description of Earth's system?
He's talking about the tokamak reactor again.
Plasma, are we breathing plasma right now?
I'm just demonstrating how.
Yeah, we know, but you have to produce an analogy, right? If it's not analogous, you're just like talking crap, right?
And last time I checked, a reactor is a container.
Yeah, you need a container for a vacuum.
So there is.
Plasma is not gas; it's electrified gas.
Could you define a vacuum for me, please?
Well, the way that that's just no, it's not us. Check this out. It's not us defining it for you. What it is, it's the mainstream narrative, right? Do you know what I would ask you, do you know the mainstream narrative to where they consider what space is according to the Earth being a globe and it being a place that you can travel to logistically?
Okay.
If
space is just a vacuum, which is the absence of any forces.
Well, I mean,
and matter.
That's not true. That's not true.
It is true. That's an objective fact. You can look it up.
Okay, citation, please, for that.
Okay, very good. We can Google this. Define. No,
I'm asking
vacuum.
You made a claim.
You said just asked me for a citation. I'm giving you a citation.
I know, but you made a claim. But you're gonna have to ask. It's got to say verbatim what you said. It can't say something similar. It's got to be exactly what you're because.
Okay, like look, this is exactly what I said.
It's like you're quoting what it is.
This is hilarious, Alpha. This is hilarious. It's like only you are Googling this for the first time.
But you just asked me for a citation, and then when I look up for a citation, you guys are dismissing it. I don't understand. So then why?
No, you haven't posted, Neo. What anything of what basically what you've said was it's a wild guess at what you think it could be, but the narrative might seem.
It's not a wild guess.
Different. Okay, then
every single link says verbatim. A vacuum is entirely devoid of matter. Why are we discussing grammatics and philosophy in a scientific debate?
Mainstream narrative, post a description of that in the text chat so we can all see that you're actually quoting something from the mainstream narrative. Otherwise,
that's not what he said either. He said devoid of all forces. He said devoid of all forces.
And guess what? What is the equation of a force?
No, wait, no. That's a red herring. We're gonna stick to what you said.
No. You're not
gonna go to red herring.
Physics. No, that is not a red herring.
This chat doesn't follow red herrings, bro.
Forces we're gonna follow what you mass times acceleration. What is mass? Matter. What is a vacuum? A space devoid of all matter.
Post it what the mainstream narrative is exclaiming the vacuum of space is, Neil, and it better coincide with what you said. If it doesn't, then you're going to be left wanting with your explanation because you're just making it up. So post that you're quoting something mainstream narrative is saying. We want to know that you're saying exactly what mainstream narrative is, because we're not arguing with you per se. We are, but in this context, but in the grand scheme, we're arguing with the mainstream narrative and how people are told it's a specific thing. So if you can't quote what mainstream is saying about it, then you're incorrect in the sense of you're not saying what the narrative is saying. You're making what you think it is up. So we got to go with the narrative, bro. Like, it's got to be what it says.
Can I ask you a question, then? Is matter a force? I've never heard of this.
Yeah, but hold on.
Matter is a force.
No, wait. Time out. No, stop. Do not go off of to any tangent other than providing the evidence of what you said is exactly the mainstream narrative's point. We want to see if what you said coincides, because this is the point where you start to realize you're making up the cosmology. And it's not the narrative.
I'm not making anything up.
Then post it, sir. Post it.
I just did. Look at the chat.
No, where? No, dude. You're typing in things that are what you think it is. I want a citation from a source.
You want a citation?
From a source.
Okay. All right, I'll get to a citation. I got you.
So it's not a source. It's quoted something within the source. So what you do is you post the source, and then if you say, okay, within this source, there's a citation. I want you to go here and go look at what it says that I said exactly what this thing is saying. So you have to be in league with exactly what they say in the narrative. So we're not going anywhere else but that. We want to know that you know what they're saying. Because if you are saying something contrary to what they're saying,
I know
you're
exactly
not speaking
what
the same
saying.
language.
Look, here, we'll go to Britannica. That's a very trustworthy source.
I don't know. Go wherever you want to go. But it better say what you said. We'll examine that.
Not word for word, but it's the same thing.
Ah, well, that's what we're looking for. If it's changed in any way and it doesn't say what you said, then you're incorrect at any given time. This is the part of where you start to realize that you start to stray away from what the narrative is. You are saying something very different from what the narrative is saying. We're not going with what you're saying. We're going with the narrative. And if you don't understand the narrative, you gotta do research of your globe lore. Once you research your globe lore, you come back and say, hey, look, this is what they're saying. This is what I'm aligning myself with. Otherwise, you have a tendency to try to make up what the narrative is saying, and it's not what the narrative is. And we can't go anywhere else but examining your claim to make sure that you're in alignment with it.
Okay, that's fair. All right. Okay. I can see that.
All right.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to post
an area. No such thing as an area devoid of all matter.
What was that?
There's no such thing as an area devoid of all matter.
Yeah, there is.
But then post it. Let's see if the narrative backs you up.
Technically, there is antimatter, but that's more cosmology, and that's in deep space. But we're not concerned about that.
I want to see if what you're saying lines up with what they're saying. That's all I'm doing right now. It's comparing your idea of cosmology to what they're saying cosmology is.
Yeah, you're describing a perfect vacuum, and such a thing does not exist.
Oh, Jesus Christ, my Discord just crashed. You know what? Here, I'll just open up Google on my phone, because I'm on my phone right now.
I thought you said you had your hands busy doing something else. Look at you in the middle of a discussion.
Hey, you got me intrigued. What can I say?
Well, nature abhors a vacuum, so to claim that we are on the earth sitting in one is a wild claim, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Yeah, that would be, but right now, all I'm doing is aligning him up with the narrative. If he's in alignment with the narrative, it has to be what the narrative is saying, and then we can go to that point.
Here we go. Okay, now it's working.
Okay, let's see what you got, Britannica. Now, this is the source. Where do we look at in this source? What are we looking for?
Where it says vacuum, space in which there is no matter, in which the pressure is so low that any particles in space do not affect the processes being carried on in there. It is a condition well below normal atmospheric pressure. And when measured in units of pressure, the Pascal, a vacuum can be created by removing the air of a space using a vacuum pump or reduce. Yeah, that's just explaining how you can create a vacuum in a lab using Bernoulli's principle. But look at the first part of this. No matter in which the pressure is so low that any particles in space do not affect the processes. And you can create this in a lab too.
So, do you think there's a bit of doublespeak happening with this explanation?
Yeah.
You got it. No, you got to admit. So, no. You got Neo. Come on, bro. Everybody sees it.
Which part are we? Point it out for me.
It's simple. It says vacuum of space in which there is no matter, or in which the pressure is so low that any particles in space do not affect the process of being carried there. So it's kind of doublespeak. It's saying there could be particles, but the pressure is so low that if there is any particles, it doesn't affect the process being carried.
Of course, because this is physics. Physics has two branches: the theoretical and the experimental.
Yeah, is there or is there not particles there?
If you're doing this experimentally, yes, there are some particles. This is true.
Okay, so with it flies in the face of the first statement, the first sentence, in which there is no matter. No matter.
That's right.
Meaning
but
no particles.
They are negligible. That's the thing.
No. That's not what it's saying. Do you see?
I can find you another source.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. It's telling you there vacuum space in which there is no matter. That means no particles, none whatsoever. Or it's saying like either or, like there is no particles or there is particles. It just doesn't affect. So they don't know is the answer.
They do know. It has two definitions.
Don't. This thing is totally flying in the face of saying there is no particles, but if there is, it's inconsequential. We don't even consider it. So they don't know if there is particles or not because they would say if there is, there's no way to tell if there is or not. So they don't know.
So you don't think a vacuum exists because they don't know?
That's not the point. The definition for what it stands for, it's what you're thinking it's saying at the very first sentence, which there is no matter whatsoever. And that's why you said that, right? But in this case, they're saying, well, the pressure's so low that if there were particles, it doesn't affect the processes. Well, how do they know that there is no particles if they're saying, well, there could be, but it's just so low you can't really consider them?
Exactly. So dude, a vacuum doesn't mean that nothing exists. Okay?
No. That's what you said. That's what you said.
It means that there's no matter or negligible amount of matter. Now, I apologize for not saying negligible amount of matter. I should have said that. But it still means that there's so few particles that it doesn't interfere with the measurements that are happening, so unless you're doing something microscopic. So yeah, there is some, but it is still negligible. It doesn't matter. Well, this thing's
saying that there's no matter.
Oh, tight. You must have figured out by now that this. You must have figured out by now that this is gradiated, right? You remove, like you pointed out earlier, within the vacuum chamber, different grades of vacuum.
Yeah, but space is a near perfect vacuum. Okay. Yes, there are some particles, but they are trillions of times less dense than the air. Right. And they're spread out so apart that they barely even interact with each other. I don't want you to
talk through me, but yet you're still.
But you guys keep doing that with me as well, so you don't like it when I do it, huh?
Been listening for a while. I'm only interrupting because you're almost there, but you're just not fucking seeing the wood for the trees. You've already said the words, but you're not holding on to them, right? So a perfect vacuum that was pointed out earlier doesn't exist. There's always molecules around, but it's going to depend on the volume, right? We can say a square meter of deep space probably may have at some point in time a particle pass through it. But we're talking about the space between the particles within a volume. That's going to, as you remove the gas within the vacuum chamber, graduate over time. More and more gas is going to be removed. We can achieve up to, I think it's 10 to negative 6 vacuum here on Earth. Up in space, for example, 10 to negative 17 torr in deep space. Now, that's not a perfect vacuum by any means, but there's so few particles there that it's a long time before they fucking collide with each other because there's a lot of space between them. You understand how this is working out, right?
Right, but here's the misleading part in your guys' argument. And this is also misleading on Britannica's part because they worded it in a way that's a bit confusing.
Wait a minute. Are you questioning the source you gave us? That's interesting.
No, I'm not. I'm not questioning the source entirely. Just one part where it says no matter.
You said it's misleading, so
that's right because they should have put idealized vacuum, and I can give you the definition for an idealized vacuum.
So you're saying that Britannica's got it wrong? They should have used different wording according to
not the whole thing, not the whole thing. But yeah, I will give you that. They are wrong on that part when it says no matter. But an idealized vacuum, right? Like one that you would do on like a whiteboard for like a simple physics problem. No matter. That's
all right. Here's another problem that you haven't encountered within this argument. And now I'm going to just give it to you this way. This is going to kind of like really make you scratch your head. So if you're looking at this problem from a standpoint of trying to argue where there's little particles going on or whatever in an ideal vacuum, how did they find out any of this information to be validated? I'm going to pose this question to you and see if you can figure it out. How do they know what the pressure values are and any specific region at those levels? How did they know?
Like in space? Like how do they know that?
Yes.
We've measured it.
How?
With satellites.
Which one?
Okay, I can find these satellites for you. I know we have.
Sure.
Otherwise, how do we have the information?
Tell me the device which
you can also do
relax,
this yourself
Just
as
relax.
well.
All I need from you.
If you live by a mountain as well, you can do this experiment yourself.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the upper parts of the Atmo. I want you to figure out if there is a reading or a type of device that measures pressure values at that altitude.
Which altitude in specific? Which altitude in specific?
Where you said satellites are, and where do you think they are?
Okay.
Everything has its connection to something else, right? So you have to know the other thing that leads to the thing that you.
Well, we'll look up these satellites then. How does that sound? And I'm confident.
Start there. Yeah, I know a lot of people are.
I doubt that
you might need some time.
Mercury.
You might need some time.
Here we go. Let's see, Technical Standards Program. Okay. European Space Agency, ISS cabin pressure monitoring. Okay. So looky here. The European Space Agency, NASA, and the International Space Station, they've all measured the pressure in our upper atmospheres. Now, which kind of part of the atmosphere you want to know? Just we can consult one of the satellites and get the number for you. But there are sensors in there.
Where do you think the satellites are? What part of the atmo do you think they're a part of?
What part of the atmosphere? I would say probably like where is it? Troposphere, I believe. Let me check here.
No, incorrect. Troposphere.
They're not. They're not like in deep space, of course, because deep space means that it's a full vacuum.
It's LEO, low Earth orbit. I know, but considering where they are in the upper parts of the atmo, they should be.
Yes, the region. Thermosphere. That's what it is.
Okay. So.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So there you go. The thermosphere. That's your answer.
Yeah, I know that's the answer. But if the satellites are there, what is the device that measures air pressure at those regions?
There's a sensor on the satellite. It transmits it back through radio frequencies.
Post the information that's relevant.
Okay.
And the altitude and such.
Here you go. I got 3 sources for you. How does that sound?
I don't care.
Special pleading, one guy says. Okay.
We'll examine that as soon as you post to make sure your claim has validity alongside.
There you go.
Okay. Let's see which one of those. I think there's like 2 links there, isn't it?
There's 3.
I clicked the first. Where in the first one? We'll go one by one. I clicked the first
one. First one is ESA. The second one is NASA's satellites, and then the third one is the ISS.
Yeah, I know, but where in this thing that you just the first one? Where am I looking?
Okay, here I'll cite the ESA one. Pressure you can do Control F4, I believe, if you want to like type it in. You can find the actual source. Anyway, it says pressure transducers are used in spacecraft and satellite systems to monitor and control internal pressure conditions in sealed volumes such as propellant tanks, thermal control loops, or crew modules.
Wait.
That's the NASA one. My apologies.
Yeah, no, wait, no.
The ESA one.
Hey, Neo.
We're talking about pressure sensors here.
No, and not inside the cabin. I'm talking about the pressure values outside of the cabin. Outside?
Yeah, it just said it has to measure the external one to control the internal one. There has to be equilibrium there.
No, you need.
So then, what do they do? Do they just guess it?
I don't know. I want you to tell me. I want you to. This is what I'm trying to ask you. This is the crux of your argument, that the pressure values are known, because if we're talking about 10 to the negative 6 torr right on the Kármán line, how did they get that? Or 17 or whatever pressure value you think they're up there measuring? What tool or device are they using to measure that pressure value? The internal cabin pressure is not what I'm asking for.
Alpha, this is what happens when we raise a generation on AI and Google.
Silence. All right.
There's literally vacuum gauges, pressure sensors, and let's see, what does it say here? Mass spectrometers.
Bro, you've already said that.
It says it on the document. It says it on the document.
You said that. I understand that. I'm not talking about internal cabin pressure. This is not what I'm looking for.
So they use 3 different devices just for the internal cabin pressure. They don't care about the outside.
I know this. You've already said it, Neo. I'm not looking for that. You know what I'm looking for? Don't play games with me. You know what I'm asking.
Dude, I just read it out for you, but you keep saying,
that's
it says
internal cabin pressure. I'm not looking for that.
That's external, dude. That's to
it's not.
They have to measure the external pressure.
They don't have to do. Have to is not a part of the argument. You have to show what device is measuring the external pressure. Without delay, sir.
Oh, without delay. Okay, yeah. Let me just like read through a whole 100-page
I know you don't.
here.
So here's the easy answer to your question. Say I don't know. Takes zero effort.
Sure, then I don't know how they measure the pressure.
Thank you. So then, therefore, the premise of the pressure value argument, oh, there's a lot of matter. No, there's a very little bit of matter, would be inconsequential until you figure that out. Your whole premise on the argument of pressure values, oh, well, we got 10 to the negative 17. Really? How'd you figure that out? 10 to the negative 6. How'd you figure that out? What device is measuring this? There you go. So the whole argument is wrapped up in a fallacious reasoning. It's illogical, sir, if your premise isn't understood to be solidified with any verification means. So figure that out, and then you can have your whole pressure. Well, this is what we have with the vacuum. Well, really? How'd you figure that out? Tell me the device in which air pressure has been measured at the altitude that they say these satellites are, and then we can talk. Until then, there is no argument.
It's all right, bro. I don't know what device they use to measure the pressure. I just know it's measured. How does that sound?
No. Do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself?
I think I heard myself just fine. Yeah,
you just finished saying, I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it, bro.
So then why would they lie about it? Tell me. That's
not a part of the argument, dude. You can't go there. That's not a part of the argument, because now what you got to figure it out is like, oh shit, I don't have the evidence. That's kind of strange. I should have, but I don't. And I'm trying to look it up, but it's not where I'm scrambling now. So this is what I told you prior to this conversation with you, Neo. This is what happens to a mind because it has identified with the fact that the Earth is absolutely a globe. It is absolutely in a vacuum of space. It is absolutely in a galaxy. So your mind is scrambling right now, looking for solutions. I told you, I was prefacing the discussion with like the mind of people that come in here and do this, and you're emulating what I was saying was happening to these people. You're doing that live, sir. Isn't that interesting? You're emulating the very conversation I was having prior to you coming in here, and you heard me saying it.
I mean, dude, you're the one who brought up the pressure in the first place.
I know that, but it was to prove a point. Because a lot of people,
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't have the background for the pressure. That's true. But we can talk about something that I do have the background in, the magnetic field, for example.
Neil, just relax, bro. Like we do this all the time. But it needless to say, it is what the mind goes through. It's trying to scramble for a solution, but there isn't one. Because the globe Earth doesn't back up any information that it should to solidify these points. They leave you bankrupt. You're the one holding the bag right now. They're not. They just put out the information. Well, we got these pressure values, and you're like, well, shit, they must have figured it out. That's why the answer comes from you. Like, well, I don't know how they did it, but they've done it.
Because I don't really want to question that too. Like it's like I don't really care about the air pressure.
You should, because it's a part of the claim. It's a part of it. It's a part of the whole reason why. Listen, the whole reason why people argue, well, it's 10 to the negative 6 torr. Really? How the fuck did you figure that out? Because we're arguing from a fallacious point. Honestly, we can say all day like, well, we can't have these pressure values. Really? Fucking, you can't measure anything beyond the fucking stratosphere. Whereas the highest levels of like sending balloons up and shit, or things that can actually measure the atmo, you can't send anything beyond that, man. The mesosphere is not recorded to have any. Listen, and this is coming from, I'm going to give you a little inside scoop. This is coming from a meteorologist who comes into our room every now and again. His name is Brendan. He doesn't think the Earth is flat, but he does advocate for some of our points, right? Saying that we're critically thinking about stuff. He will say, being a meteorologist, that there has been no studies to send anything that actually measures air pressure beyond the troposphere, which of course you can equate that to being somewhere around the stratosphere as well. But to the mesosphere, there is no measurement. There's only calculations and estimated guesses and such, but there is nothing measured in those regions.
I'm sure if we measured it'd line up with the theoretical values.
Academia, sir. He's in meteorology. He would be able to give you answers about like how he knows this has been.
I'm not questioning what he's saying. I'm just adding to what he's saying.
I know, but it's not. People take these things as foregone conclusions and argue from the standpoint that they already exist, that we can have these arguments upon. They're built on faulty logic. When we talk about pressure values in those regions, we're arguing from a standpoint of saying, we're okay, we'll give you that they have the negative pressure values. How does that work? Like we're doing that whole thing. I'm pointing out to you, in this room, you're going to find out whenever a point is brought up, it's either supported or it's not. So bring the goods and say, I have the information to verify with the method, the methodology, the device, everything, that this is what is being used, and this is how it's being used in practical reality. And then you could test that device in a specific region, using, that. But it's not, no one's concerned about those regions to be even having any pressure values applied to be measured that way. Not in the, not
so
in
what
academia.
is, what does your model of the Earth look like?
I'll let.
Genuine curiosity. I want to know what you theorize the Earth could look like.
Why have we diverted from the talking about measuring of pressure to what the Earth looks like and the model of it?
I don't know. We diverted from talking about logical fallacies, talking about air pressure. So.
Okay. Well, in regards to, I'll ask you this: if you want to know the model of the Earth, what's the cause of pressure?
What's the cause of pressure? A container, a containing mass inside of a container. I'm trying to simplify it as best I can.
Yeah. So the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, so the container is the cause of gas pressure.
Yeah, that's right. That's when the gas touches a container, and that moment that it touches, that's the the pressure.
Yeah. So if you want a model, that it will be contained.
Hello?
It will be contained. The model.
The model will be contained. What does that look like? You have a visual or something?
A container.
Okay, what kind of container are we talking about here?
A container for gas.
Yeah, containers for gas can come in many shapes and sizes. They can be cylinders.
Exactly.
You just answered your question.
Okay, that's fine, but they can also be fields of force too. And really? I can give you a citation for that if you'd like.
Wait, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect.
Cite that. It'll probably be the tokamak reactor, if I had to guess at what he's going to put.
I'm going to try and find something that's not that, because you guys don't like that one. How does that
we don't like it. It's opposite to your point. It's not that we don't like it.
Okay, last time this ended up with there being non-force fields. Force fields that aren't forces.
Forces that aren't forces? What?
Yeah, that's what this ended up.
Yeah, because you said it's going to be a force that's applied to the reason why we don't have to have a container. Right? If I heard you correctly. Keep searching. Go ahead and search, Neil. Take your time, man. We're here 24/7.
Yeah, I mean the gas one I'm thinking of is the spherical Earth, but you guys say that that's false, so we're gonna avoid that one. And you guys don't also like the tokamak
Neil,
one.
Do whatever you can to provide the evidence of a force being the container instead of an actual container.
Let me ask you about the tokamak one. Now, we know if we have a container with a gas and it has a certain amount of pressure, and then we compress the volume, the pressure will go up and the temperature will go up. They do this in the tokamak reactor. Can they squeeze the gas with their forces and make the pressure go up? Yeah, no, they can't. So, yeah, it's fucking dumb.
Look, let me, before I get into it, define a force field for me. One of you. Define it. Field. A field of force. No.
Fields don't actually exist, dude. They're mathematical constructs, dude.
Yeah, they do, and you can make one in your house right now. Grab a magnet, put iron, and then you'll see the force lines. That's the field of force. That's the influence that the magnetic field has. And magnetism, it carries a force.
Oh, just a little background, Indio, if you didn't get it. Neo, do you want to tell him what you're studying right now in college? That way, because he's looking to be in a specific field of study, so. I don't know. Did you want to tell them? You want me to tell them? It's up to you.
I'll tell them. I'm studying the Earth's core right now and how it's rotating.
Okay.
What degree is that? I didn't know they had a degree on the Earth's core.
It's a physics degree with research.
Can you tell us what the evidence is for the Earth's core?
What is?
The evidence.
Okay, the magnetic field. You can measure it with a compass.
Yeah, magnetic field, therefore core. Doesn't logically follow, dude.
Okay, so where does a magnetic field come from? There must be an iron core.
Question doesn't make your no.
I'm answering the question that I just asked.
Why must there be an iron core?
Molten iron core.
Why must there be?
Okay, now we're going to get into a bit of cosmology then. When a planet forms...
No. I said, why must there be?
Because iron is the densest material at the core of our planet. When it is dense, it's going to be going towards more...
dude, you just presuppose the thing you're trying to prove, dude.
Of our planet.
You just treat.
What is so hard to understand about that? I don't understand.
Who said it's not hard? I do understand it. It's affirming the consequent. So you have to assume the core. Dude, you just assume the thing you're trying to prove already exists.
Yeah.
I said, why must there be a core? You said, because there's a core.
There's a core because there's a magnetic field caused by it. We can observe its effects. Therefore, there must be a core.
How do you know it's caused by a core?
Because what else could it be? There's no other research that points to it.
That's not an answer.
We know it's a core because there's literally no
lack of imagination is not evidence of your imagination.
That's not lack of imagination. You can look this up yourself. There's no other theories as to why we have a magnetic field besides the core.
Because there's no other theories, and it has to be the correct theory. That's idiotic, dude. So phlogiston still exists, right?
So there was thousands of years that we studied Earth's core, then we've been wrong all those thousands of years.
We've studied Earth's core. Are you high on drugs, dude? Thousands.
Yes, bro. The fucking Greeks. BC.
Studied Earth's core.
Yes, they've studied magnetism. We get electricity from the Greeks, by the way. I don't know if you know that. The word electricity is a Greek word.
That's not the core.
No, but electricity and magnetism are related.
I understand we have a magnetic field. You're saying the cause of this is your claim?
Yes, the cause of this must be the core because we can observe the effects.
Must be?
It must be, yes. Because I can model it on a computer right now.
On a computer, can you scientifically demonstrate it?
Scientifically demonstrate it? What, you want me to make my own planet now? Is that what you want?
Dude, you're going to cause a magnetic field with something. What are you trying to cause a magnetic field with?
We can make a miniaturized Earth's core if you'd like. All you need is a magnetic sphere and then put like some dirt around it. That's something you can do.
What's the core made of, and what temperature is the core?
Yeah, heated up to 4,000.
Well, as far as we know, it's iron, and there's traces of other materials in there too.
Nickel.
It was
mostly iron.
What's the temperature?
The temperature. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I can look it up. But this temperature is probably just theoretical. I doubt we've actually measured it, but we can look it up.
So, you're telling us lots of stories, and we don't really care. We want the evidence for the stories. Okay? You just saying it must be is not evidence that it must be. Okay? Just because you haven't thought of any other way it could possibly be. And the only reason you haven't thought of any way is because no one told it to you. Because if they told you some other stupid story, you'd be parroting that.
All right, sure. If you want to call my work shit, that's fine, bro.
Your work. No. Why are you straw manning what I said? I said I want you to demonstrate why this must be, and why there can't be.
I can demonstrate it all I want, but you guys are just going to keep denying like the evidence. There's no
what evidence? You haven't presented any evidence. Your story is not.
Evidence. I am not going to because last time I presented evidence to you guys,
because you can't.
I have. I literally.
You can't. You literally can't.
All right, bro. Sure.
No, you can't. Okay. You got a sample of the core.
I'm not going to prove shit to you because every time I do,
you have a sample of the core. Do you have a sample of the core?
I have a sample of the core. No, I don't have a sample of the core. What kind of question is that?
Well, you think that there's a core to the Earth and it's causing a magnetic field when you don't even have any evidence of what the core is, and you told us the stories about the composition of the core.
Let me ask you a question. Do you
have no way to know?
Do you have organs inside your body right now? Do you have a heart?
Yes, I know. Yeah, I have them. This is a false equivalence. This is a false equivalence.
No.
Other human bodies that have been dissected. That's my evidence.
That's your evidence?
Yeah, other human bodies that have been dissected.
But how do you know that you don't have a heart?
My goodness, really? Is this
okay? This is just next level.
This is literally
how many Earths? Okay, no, it isn't my argument. This is a false equivalence. Right?
It's not a false equivalence.
So I've inferred that I'm a human being and that there's a standard human physiology and biological layout, right? That all human beings share. Okay? You don't have an exemplar from which you get a core from. Do you have some other planet where you got a core?
You have to have opened up a planet and seen the insides of it and then be able to say, it's just like that thing.
But that's a ridiculous argument, though. Like, how can you open up a planet?
Dude, it's your argument, dude. It's a false equivalence, man.
He's the king of special bleeding.
My argument is based on theory and years of knowledge. That's what my argument's based off. Yours is just based off calling it ridiculous.
We're asking you what the knowledge is, dude. You're just telling the stories. We want the evidence for the stories.
All right,
you don't
want the evidence for the story.
Yeah,
okay,
so let me ask you this. Are claims evidence?
No, claims are not evidence.
Okay, is science empirical?
Yes, it is empirical.
Okay, you've told us stories. We want the empirical evidence.
Okay, great. I'll literally give you my measurements from my lab right now. How does that sound as a good source?
And they're going to show us a core.
No, they're going to show us the effects.
They're going to show us some. How do you know that? How do you know that's an effect of a core?
We're seeing the effects of it. What other explanation could there be?
That is not an argument in support of your claim.
Then this is going to become
a fallacy and an argument.
Okay, so what have I said? What have I said? It's magic three-toed gnomes, and then you said, "Well, it's the evidence of that," and I said, "Well, what else could it be?"
Oh my god, dude! If you want to get into geology, you can get it with a geologist. I'm just explaining.
Yeah, okay. Change the subject. Don't address what I just said. You know how ridiculous the argument is you're making. You know this. Okay, that's why you just tried to deflect. Okay, your argument is ridiculous. What else could it be? Is not supporting your argument. That is just asking another question.
So because there's no core sample, there isn't a core.
No.
Straw man.
No, there must be
I'm asking you what's the evidence.
There must be some methodology by which you can actually determine that the magnetic field is the result of an Earth core.
That's all we're asking for, Neil.
All right, fine. You want the explanation? I'll give it to you right now.
No, we want the data.
You want the okay? I'll give you the data too. I'll even link you the Java program. How does that sound? Here.
If there was only some sort of like demonstration of the physical and natural world that we could have this conversation.
There is.
Oh wait,
you can use a tangent galvanometer.
At the moment we've got a phenomena, and you're saying that this is the cause. First, you need to define with measurements and knowledge gathering what this is, because this is going to be your independent variable. You can't just say this causes something without the experiment that demonstrates this causes. First of all, you've got to prove what this is called.
What was the name of the device, Neil, that you said? There's a question in the text.
We used a tangent galvanometer and I think it was 180 ohm resistor, I believe. Let me check the schematics for the circuit real quick.
Okay.
So say 1,000 years ago we gave this to one of these Greeks that was examining the core. Said, here's this device. Measure the magnetic field.
No, they used the method like we did, but they didn't use the electricity to measure like the actual strength of it. So they were a little close, but not as close. But it'd be more accurate to use a resistor.
Well, your claim is basically we measure a magnetic field, therefore core.
200 ohms.
It doesn't logically follow.
then what other theory could there be, bro? Like they all
it's irrelevant.
It's all
Magic three-toed gnomes. Magic three-toed gnomes.
Why does there need to be another theory?
Why does there need to be another theory?
Yeah.
Because there must be. Like if there's no other theory,
there must.
And here's why there must be. Because if there's no other theory,
amount of
there's no other evidence to the contrary. If there's only one, if there is only one theory, then currently, as far as we know, the science is correct. But until the time comes when there's another
how do you know that
it can be something else?
How do you know it's correct?
We still don't know that. That's why we're studying it.
How do you know?
You gave the ghost right there.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. His spirit just left his body. That's it.
Bruh.
We don't know.
Well, dude, what else can we do? Did you just finish saying that that's it?
Well, let me ask it another way. Let me ask the same question another way. Is the claim the magnetic field is caused by the molten iron core falsifiable by experiment? And if so, what experiment is that?
It can be, and we can falsify it. It is likely that the core may not.
I'm not talking about probabilities. Talking about falsification.
I'm not talking probabilities. We're
said likely. When you say things like likely, it's a probability. It's a probability statement.
Okay, then maybe. How does that sound?
That's still a probability statement.
It's the same.
It's the same suggestive type of word.
Maybe, could be, possibly. I mean, you could fit a lot of stuff in.
Could have, would have, could have.
I don't understand what these debates all just come down to. Just like grammatics and philosophy. There's no actual science in this.
It comes down to the fact that
you guys don't provide any counter arguments.
Neil, the counter. Bro, listen to the argument. The counter.
We don't need a counter argument.
You don't have a supportive information to solidify your point being something substantial. You can't substantiate.
You guys have no evidence. This is another point too. You guys have no evidence that it's not.
You're the one without the evidence, bro.
Total projection.
You're the one without the evidence of the core.
There is evidence. What are you on about, dude?
What?
We can observe its effects. How many times have I said this?
You haven't demonstrated their effects of a core.
You
dumbass.
Can recreate this in a lab, dumbass.
You can recreate what?
The Earth's core. You can recreate it in a lab with just a simple magnetic ball.
We have Bliss mixed
okay, let's go down this fucking rabbit hole. Okay, tell us about this lab experiment.
Okay, you grab an iron ball that's magnetized.
And?
Okay, you take a tangent galvanometer, you measure its strength, and then you can see how an iron core creates a magnetic field. It's not that hard.
So the Earth's core is a bar. Is a static magnet.
It's a moving magnet, theoretically, right now. This is what we're doing.
So this isn't an equivalent experiment. In the existence of a magnetic field,
so it has to be
non-existence of a magnetic field. Listen,
it doesn't have to be 1-to-1. The point of the experiment is that
I wonder what the temperature is.
To prove that the only thing your experiment proves is that a galvanometer measures a magnetic field. That's it.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the physics part. If you want the geology part, ask a geologist.
What's the temperature?
I did post one. Is a flat earth.
So you're not the guy then. You're parsing this out and outsourcing it to somebody else, so therefore you don't have.
Because I'm trusting what my fellow geologists are saying.
There we have it.
Your fellow geologist. You said you're not a geologist. How are they your fellows?
He outsourced the information. Now he doesn't have the complete, information about his claim to substantiate it. Because now the geologist knows, so we have to talk to the geologist. When we talk to the geologist, he'd be like, "Well, I don't have the information. Talk to the, the guy who came up with this, like the philosophical guy." Like, dude, no one has the answers. But the point,
dude, the geologist could Uno reverse it and have us talk back to this guy again.
Yeah,
I sincerely doubt it.
Go ahead.
Is this sphere in a lab? What temperature is this sphere if it's supposed to be equivalent to the core of the Earth? What temperature was it?
Irrelevant as long as it has a magnetic field.
No, temperature's very relevant. Do you know what?
It's only relevant.
Excuse me. Do you know what the Curie point of a metal is?
Tell me what it is.
I didn't post it.
You don't know, and you're studying the Earth's core. I call bullshit, dude. I call straight bullshit.
Let me ask you this. Why do you think I've been asking about temperature the whole fucking time?
You haven't been asking about temperature. I've been debating these two.
It's the only thing I've been champing away in the background to try and get in with. The temperature.
Hey Jedi, I think a better question is what does the word or what does the
question? My question.
The term Curie point.
Not a better question. My fucking question. Thank you. So if we're talking about the temperature of a metal at a certain temperature, when that metal no longer is solid and becomes molten, after that temperature, it will not hold or create a magnetic field. Kind of a problem, really, when we're told the temperature of the inside of the Earth. That is well beyond the Curie point of the iron that you mentioned earlier, and the nickel that's also thrown into the molten iron core of the Earth. So it can't create a magnetic field if this is your claim that it's at this temperature. Your experiment, that's why I asked you if this ball that you've already got that's magnetized, what happens when you heat it up to make it equivalent to the core of the Earth and it loses its magnetic field? Oh, well, it's no longer the fucking cause then, is it?
I can't believe you didn't know that information. Oh, that's kind of surprising.
Fucking disappointed.
He left. He dipped.
He dipped. I guarantee he's not even studying what he said he's studying. He's just fucking full of shit. Another globe goofball liar.
Was speaking. The guy did said yesterday he did found a black hole in the toilet. Was the live
stream? You found a black hole in the toilet? Is that what you said?
Yeah, he did found that. Yeah.
The ironic thing about this conversation was I was having a conversation prior to him. Well, he was listening, but I was saying what happens to people who identify with the Earth as a globe. Specifically, I was saying this is what happens to them. They spiral out of control. You know, I was just describing to him like this is the archetype of people that we have to deal with.
For like 30 minutes, you were talking about this.
And he was sitting in here in the meanwhile we were doing that, and he chimes in, and it was just like, oh yeah, nah, but I study magnetism and all that. And so he's like, I have evidence, though. You know, those guys probably, you know, were having a conversation with you, and they did what they did. I was like, really? And because he said he was going to be busy, he didn't want to engage. But he became fully engaged with the conversation, and he turned out to be exactly like the archetype of person that does what I was saying they do. Weird, right?
His literal answer was, well, maybe they're just not studied like I am.
Yeah.
That dude is the king of begging the question and special pleading.
Even a single bladesmith knows, you have enough temperature, metal, magnetic properties. Even a simple bladesmith.
Well, it's a good call on Indios calling bullshit on that. He has even an inkling of knowledge, you know, especially when Jedi was questioning him. That was weird. He's probably just some guy on the internet just upset at Flat Earth. And
I mean, how can you say you're studying the core and you don't know that they say the core is an electromagnet? Right.
I was thinking that when he was talking about recreating it in the lab, I was like, he's talking about an electromagnet, you know, so he's like calling it, just misappropriating terms. Sorry.
I don't know.
Oh, that was interesting for a little bit.
It was very satisfying to hear him get whooped.
At least he admitted that pressure requires a container, so there's a victory.
Yesterday when he was on here, I was driving, so I was listening to everybody talk to this guy. He was such a pretentious, like, butthole. And then, like, trying to wave around an almost bachelor's degree in physics. And I was like, buddy, they must not teach physics students special pleading is, so...
I don't think this guy's he's not almost got a bachelor's degree in physics. I seriously doubt that, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, losing.
Because he was just like, electricity creates a magnetic field. That's so vague, right? Like if he took a physics class, it's a particular type of So a changing electric field creates a magnetic field. It has to be changing. Either it has to be accelerating or increasing or decreasing in intensity. So that's what creates, or and vice versa, right? So a increasing or decreasing or accelerating magnetic field creates an electric current. So he should know that if he's taking physics.
The part about a part having nothing in there, and then he cites it, and it says it has no effect on the particles. So there's particles there, and then you have to repeat it 6 times before he admits that there's actually particles there, and then he moves the goalpost to, and then I was like, okay, I see where this is going.
I finally got to use the argument, the pressure argument today. I was waiting for an
the mesosphere? Yeah, that's what I first started hearing. The first thing I heard was, what did they measure that with? I was like, I know what he's talking about.
Yep. I was waiting for that because, they usually have the articles of how they're measuring the inside cabin pressure of the whatever satellites, but they're not doing to measure the outside. So, and if they do have some device, then they're going to have to provide evidence of it being, something that can be used practically. So, prove it. It was great.
Yeah, just finalize my point. So if everybody's done this, right? So they've charged up their body with static electricity. They're not surrounded by a magnetic field. Okay. Static electric field has no magnetic field at all. Until you discharge the electricity, then you will temporarily create a magnetic field. It's just silly, man. There's no way that guy, he's never even took a physics class. Okay, much less just getting a bachelor's in physics.
Whoa, shots fired.
Well, I mean, serious, man. These guys think that, ChatGPT's good at physics. Maybe I can bluff, right? Maybe I can bluff my way through this. But they can't read fast enough to fucking parrot ChatGPT, right? Yeah. So it never actually ends up working.
We should call out Earth is life. He's flopping around in the chat. Tell him to come in here.
He's another stalker.
Oh, is that somebody that's an anti-flat earther? Because he looks like he's just upset in the chat.
Yeah, he's one of our fellow stalkers that stalks flat earthers all the time.
Oh, hell.
He's from the Misfit Toys land.
He said, there is curve, though. Have you ever looked? I did.
Where did he go? Did he get an out-of-body experience and astral project or some shit? Maybe he did, right? Took some ayahuasca or some shit and floated out into the unknown.
He's an astronaut.
Astronaut. That could be
very nice.
A double entendre, man, if you think about it, T-Dope.
It's literally a troll account.
He's not even in the VC, so he's just typing in the chat. Chat's caking.
Probably Professor Phil or somebody like that.
Phil Bellum?
Some wanker.
Oh, another stalker.
Stations only. Sorry, go
ahead. I've asked a couple of them, I've asked Phil Bell, Robert Utah, when they've got in my DMs, I've said, what is your obsession with this? What is so scary about this? Why are you so adamant and insistent upon making sure, people hear what you have to say about this? No answer, no response. They can't attempt to justify this obsession that they have without exposing themselves as being
Exactly.
just obsessive. Yeah.
You mean a stalker? Stalkers should be publicly shamed.
Right.
The reason why we do the public shaming is so that behavior is not tolerated.
Is that Robert Utah, Earth is Life?
Is that him?
I think it is, dude. No one can post shit that's dumb.
He's saying stupid.
It could be.
No one can post shit that's dumb, dude. It has to be Robert Utah.
Same archetype.
Yep. Bomba clock. Robert Utah.
He's not posting any data though, on the observations and a model.
Our discussions hurt them.
It does.
I just noticed that this dude is DMing before. I didn't see the DM. I'm gonna fucking post his retardation in the chat. This is an animated GIF of the TFE.
Nobody cares, right? Still here.
It's funny how you and India were typing and thinking the same thing. I'll be right back.
Where's Jim?
Good question.
Who? Jim? Or Tim?
He in CBR, I thought that's what he was talking about.
I've seen him over on a FED, sometimes in the after shows. He's around. For some reason, he can't get into this channel. Tried to teach him a few times, but he can't get in.
Can't you ask like a mod to move him?
I've done that twice, and both times he wasn't around. So they sent him the invite and got in contact with him, but they didn't reply in time.
What's up with Jam Panda's server?
It's a shithole.
The earth is not flat, prove me wrong. The earth is not flat, prove me wrong. The earth is not flat, prove me wrong. The earth is not flat, prove me wrong.
We like your repetitious prayer. Thanks, that's live streaming.
You're a psycho, dude.
I'm a psycho.
Yeah, imagine us coming in here and going, Earth is flat, Earth is flat, Earth is flat. Like a retard.
I said the earth is not flat, prove me wrong.
Yeah, I know. You just did the opposite of what I said. I said, imagine us doing that, right? We'd be psychos. You doing the opposite is also psycho.
I don't give a fuck. But
no one gives a fuck if you give a fuck or not.
That's cool and all, but like your breath stinks. Can you like back up from the microphone?
Yeah. Your sister don't mind. Your sister
like,
don't
shut
mind.
your bitch ass up. You really putting in your fucking effort trying to figure out if the earth is flat or not. Nigga, shut your dork, itchy, faggot, queer ass up.
There's nothing to figure out.
You shut your dream shoot, Linda.
There's nothing to figure out. It's already figured out, dude.
Linda.
Or it's just by this conversation.
You are so intellectually adept there, fucking Linda.
Linda just left.
I didn't know clowns worked on Sundays.
Why?
Well,
You didn't know your schedule?
Well, yeah, take it up with your boss, man. Don't fucking leave us out of it.
Nobody had to talk to him to make him spiral. He just came in spiraling.
Dude, is that Corvo from what was that other server, dude? The one we did that discussion on.
Rhetoric?
No, didn't you own a server? So what was that called?
Yeah, Rhetoric.
Rhetoric. No, it's not that. The chessboard or something. There's a different Corvo. Oh, let me check, dude.
That was a long time ago.
So it is you. You do remember.
A little bit. I still got nuked.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, yeah. The server got nuked, why? Let me guess, COVID misinformation.
Mass reports, usual shit.
Basically fucking butthurt douche nozzles on the internet.
Yeah. Actually, I wasn't the full owner there. There were some co-owners, but yeah.
Dude, I remember that. That was one of our better freaking times, man. As far as like civility and shit, you know, people go off the rails.
Yep. Discord and pandemic used to have some sometimes interesting discussions, but yeah, now it's just shit posting mainly.
You know, I still have that audio, right? I posted this in the chat, dude. So this clip is also on iTunes and Spotify. Old ass clip.
Oh, have you guys seen Autumn?
Seen what?
Have you guys seen Autumn?
Autumn, the season?
No, Autumn dicks in your fucking mouth, nigga.
Bart Simpson level fucking shit right now.
A round of applause. So you guys moved now to a permanent spot in this server, right?
This channel was created by Panto like a year ago, and it just like snowballed. We get. This is the number one channel in this server, so the number one VC channel. So it's like hard to leave. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
you don't want to give up the land that you freaking took over. And we still got our other server that's not gone.
But it's not that active anymore. You used to have all you guys there.
I mean, because we're all over here.
Yep.
Sometimes we go into the politics and religion Discord, which is always interesting. So we do. We also do move around a little bit. We're also on X, even though we haven't been in a little while. Do X space. We're internet whores, dude. We get around.
Well, I think the important thing is that we're all still together. We're just home is still there. We can always go back there, but we're all still together wherever we are.
You could call us the Gypsy Flat Earthers.
Yeah, and actually, there's still people that come in text chats. It's just the VC's not active, but the text chat's still fucking doing what it's always done.
Yep.
It's kind of how I describe my family. Don't care what roof we're under, as long as we're together, we're home.
I guess so. I remember the good old times of Jen. Oh, he was
Leave it to
amazing.
Flatsy to make everything stinking precious.
You guys watched the McToon debate with Jen? It's a couple of years ago already, but that's funny.
I haven't seen Jen in a couple months, but he does that. He like vanishes for a little while, then like reappears.
What I miss?
I have to. Your sister.
All right.
Is she flat?
No, you literally missed nothing. Literally.
Hey, yo, Indio's here. What up, y'all?
Yeah, but we listen, like you said before, we never abandoned our home server. That's the home base. It's where we have the logistics and authority to establish a body of work that we can reference back to, which can't be deleted. Like, say they kick us out of here, or whatever. Like, we still have that and all of that work and all of those connections and all that stuff, and we still do stuff there. We still do VCs there. They're more event based and show based. I picked up a lot of extra work, so we don't do some of those. But like Alpha's got some planned. I got some planned. Coming up, we're going to do a debate review from some old debates. We're going to build in a show structure. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull up old debates, and then we're going to review them with some of our members here. Talk about some of the argumentation and how it's gotten from here to there. So people, there's a lot of. I'll put it to you like this, friends. A lot of people are good at arguing, and a lot of people are good at not arguing. And so we got to hang out and iron sharpen iron, right? You know what I'm trying to say here?
You know what I love about that idea? You get to tell me where I'm weak so I can strengthen it.
Right. Plus, you're going to get introduced to a lot of new ideas and history and context that you may not otherwise be aware of. Because, some guys have been here for almost a decade, right? And so we've seen everything happen and play out and the arguments and how they twisted and turned and arrived where they're at. And a lot of people don't have that knowledge, right? So they're only aware of what's current. So it behooves us to teach people, how it's gotten to where it's arrived at. That way, all that isn't lost when, let's just call it the old guard transitions into the new people taking over. Yeah, so we're going to do debate reviews, critiques of arguments, and employments of arguments. So sometimes, we might have a really good argument go on with really good exposition, really good questions, really good points made. We'll clip that out. And then, we'll do like an after action review on it. All that kind of stuff. So the stuff that we're going to try to foster at the home service is going to be more like show-based content and more like for the flat earther edification content rather than just pure engagement with Globers per se.
I like that. Who's heading over the cord?
Yeah, no, not necessarily. Everyone's responsible for that. So it's been for a long time that we've asked people, hey, if you're listening and you want to help out, one way to help out is to say, hey, right here was a great combo. So I'm going to do a timestamp of the combo, an actual timestamp, okay? If you don't know how to actually timestamp something, I beg of you, for the love of all that is holy, please learn how to actually timestamp something. Then what you do is you say, okay, here's a great combo from this time to this time. Then you have the link, you have the timestamp, so we can pull it right up. Give a little content of like what it's about, and then we can, maybe review it. Or what we used to do, and we still do, is we clip those out. Helio will make an episode. Because like Helio's episodes are like 8 to 12 hours long. But if there's a good combo that's only an hour long, he'll clip that combo out and make it its own standalone thing. And then Indio might post it on his podcast page, et cetera, et cetera. People can then clip it out. Like, we should have a bevy of clips. Like, I do a lot of clipping. Clipcore does a lot of clipping. Everyone listening, if you want to, you can be involved in that. You can be involved in just making people aware that this content is good to clip. And then somebody else who's willing to do that other work, maybe you don't know how, or you just don't have the time, they'll come in later and do the end result.
You guys want to see something stinking precious?
You mean how to actually timestamp?
Yeah, I'm guilty. I don't know how to do it.
Best clip this year so far is Donald C's meltdown.
So I want to show you guys. You know how my husband's name is Sterling, and I may or may not have hinted that I'd like a ring that's a sterling silver ring. He got us rings made for our marriage fingers, and I was going to show you a picture of them.
Do it. While you're pulling up that picture, though, so some of the ways in which we want to do the show, we obviously want to do critiques of arguments that have been made, highlights of really good conversations, right? We also want to have like a best insult segment or the best roast segment, maybe, like where Glober's being really crazy and then they get roasted and it's just hilarious. Like, we want that. All that kind of stuff. It's going to be great. Well, I don't remember this Donald meltdown, so I'm going to have to listen to this clip right here.
I do enjoy those slow burns, those hour-long slow cooks where everything's like nice and conversational, and then all of a sudden it just explodes for no reason.
That's silly. It should explode for a good reason. Right? Don't you think so? Like, if you're having a completely rational convo and you're taking somebody down a trail of logic that's going to end in them being defeated, and then somebody comes in with a spastoid trigger, like, oh, they heard the word gravity and they have to come in and just poop all over all the work that's been done because they want to pigeonhole the guy into asking which gravity are you talking about when it has nothing to do with the logic string that's currently being developed. I mean, that's just a party foul, isn't it? I mean,
the meltdown is for a good reason. The meltdown is for a good reason. I'm just saying, it was a civil conversation until the person was like cornered into a defeated position and there was no way out.
Oh yeah, if they melt down, like the other day I turned someone gay, dude. It was crazy. Like, we're having a perfectly good combo. And I was basically pressing him into a corner where he had to provide a specific type of evidence. Then he just immediately started talking about all kinds of gay stuff and spazzed out. I'm like, bro, sorry.
That spiraled quickly.
But that happens too often with these globies. But yeah, Sheepdog, that Neo guy that was in here, right? That's the third day in a row. He's had a long conversation and slowly worked himself into a corner, right? And then had a little spaz out and ran away. right? 3 days, 3 days in a row of his ego being crushed.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that's the typical guy that comes in here thinking they know everything, finds out that they're Googling things for the first time because they don't know the answers to them, and we're waiting for them to Google the answer and read it to us so we can ask them questions.
Yeah, we call them Google Earthers.
So speaking of spazzes, who was mentioning Robert Utah earlier? I heard that name.
Indio said it.
Well, I did too. I mentioned it, and then Indio suspected that the chat skank was Robert.
Dude, he got banned, I believe, for so he has to provide us with a demonstration through a picture that he creates that demonstrates what a flat Earth with no horizon looks like. So he has to draw the Earth as if it's flat. You're looking out with the Earth taking up a portion of your view and the sky taking up a portion of your view with no horizon. That's his task.
That's hilarious.
Good luck.
That's literally like our argument. I can't say it's been our argument for forever because I've only been a part of our argument since 2021. But you guys who have been in this longer, like that's the argument that's been going on since like what 2014 or something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, just imagine it, dude. If you're looking and your field of view is entirely occupied by sky, the most rational thing to conclude is that you're looking up. And if your view is entirely occupied by ground, the most rational thing to conclude is that you're looking down. And we actually teach this to children and art students, right, to create the illusion of the vantage point of the viewer when you're creating a painting or something, right? And then if you have the horizon line or a demarcation between the sky and the ground high in the frame, that gives the illusion that you're looking down. If you have it low in the frame, it gives the illusion that you're looking up. If you put it right in the midline of the frame, it gives the illusion you're looking straight ahead. So please, for the love of God, can anybody tell me how you could draw like ground and sky in your field of view, right? If the Earth is flat with no horizon, like how could you possibly even conceptualize how to draw that?
Oh fuck! I don't want to be in here.
What? You don't want to be in here?
No, I don't want to listen to you illusional fucking retards. Sorry.
Then don't.
I picked the wrong thing. I'm gonna end it right now. Sorry. Go fuck yourself, retard.
Yeah, press leave. Yeah, there you go, brother.
You two should kiss.
I know, huh?
Well, at least he actually found the leave button. Usually they don't get that far.
Yo,
like,
Daddy Protein, are you in here? I'm sorry.
Dude, he's like a girl. He's like a girlfriend. I'm leaving you. Look at me. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plastic.
Don't try and stop me. Don't stop me.
So, Daddy Protein, question for you. What do you say this place is, brother?
I think the Earth is a square.
Nah, B. You can't do that, man. Come on. Let's be real about
squares.
this. What's your observation of this place, Daddy Protein?
One sec. Squares are flat.
He left.
So I pinched him in side chat, and he obviously failed.
No, somebody banned him.
Yeah, he posted.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he got punted.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's up, man.
Yeah, he had
Let's
to
have a
go.
bit of fun. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Fair enough. Something I didn't see.
What was that guy's problem anyway? So you got upset about AI talking about perspective drawings?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's a weird one. Is that sheepdog I hear?
Yes, I'll answer for him.
Yeah, so upcoming powwows that are going to take place on 24/7 Maine, we're going to watch one of the legends from the past, Curious Life. Mr. Curious Life himself, of a Flat Earther, one of the first guys that did a lot of good content on angular resolution and how eyes work relative to what's going on with the globe claims, et cetera, et cetera. It's got a 5-part series. They're actually quite short. It's like 20 minutes each. So we might do it. We might do it like one at a time, or if we plow through, we might just do them all at the same time. So I have to stream it though because he's got a lot of let's just say, what is it called? Music that won't let you use third parties to play it. So I might edit that music out. That way we can stream it, with the fair use, and we won't get flagged because the music gets flagged by the YouTube bot automatically.
That's good because last time I heard you talking about that. So whenever you're ready, I'm in. 100%.
Yeah, I ran into that problem where I found all 5 parts because his channel got nuked. For you guys who out there who think like Flat Earth is irrelevant, doesn't matter, it's not important. Well, it's so not important that people are obsessed with trying to get people's channels shut down, like a bunch of butthurt, zealous religiotards. Like, I can't stand that there's a Flat Earther talking about perspective, so I have to leave. Oh, didn't that just happen?
like an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you got pissed off because there's no perspective on a globe. So they couldn't understand the concept.
Yes, I found all 5 parts. What I was going to do was use the YouTube activity to share it with the room, and then the YouTube activity won't allow it because of the music. And I was like, dang it, now I got to edit these. And then one after that we're going to do is we're going to do the premier debate where 24/7 versus planar walk. That was one back in the day. We're going to do that one. And then we're going to pull out a couple others and do them over time. We already did some beta testing on the format, and it went over pretty well. I think one of them was like a couple hours to 3 hours, and the other one was about 3 to 5 hours that we all were hanging out. And we weren't broadcasting it as a show or anything, so it's not like, oh, it's a 5-hour show. No, it's like, we're hanging out. But it's presented in a show-style format. So it's not broadcast as a show, per se, but we interact with each other as if it is a show with a host, with a topic, with direction and curation, and a goal in mind. It's not just completely freeform. All right, I'm gonna take a minute and listen to that Donald clip.
Crikey, T-Dub and Ranger upset him to the point where his mic distorted out. And then raised by goats to top it off. I thought he'd calm down.
He actually he actually lost it before that too. That was the second time because he'd first come in and I can't remember what it was. We denied something, right? And he goes, no, until you accept this thing, I've got to leave. Like he sort of freaked out a bit and he left, and then he came back, and that's when that happened.
I think I was on for that. I must have been doing something, restringing a racket or something. And yeah, because I remember him having a full tilt meltdown and you're talking about Mars stuff. I don't even think
it was meteorites.
I don't think he was even listening to the conversation about what he was supposed to see through the telescope. And that's why as soon as Ranger goes, "You're a liar," he just flipped his shit.
Yeah, he lost it. No, yeah, it was meteorites. We challenged his belief in meteorites, like rocks falling from the sky, right? From outer space. And he said, no, I can't handle this. If you don't accept meteorites, I just don't know what to do. I'm out of here, and he left. Then he came back. He said, right, I've calmed down now. He hadn't.
That's why
down.
the comment from Goats, yeah, I thought you'd calm down.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. But when I get back tonight, I'll check in and see what's up. If we want to do I'll see how I'm feeling. Because I'm leaning towards we just need to do it tonight, no matter what, even if it's short, just to pop the.
That's what she
What's
said.
it called? Yeah, but what's it called, man? Pop the. What's that called, dude? Break the seal. There you go.
I was going to say cherry. Sorry.
Man, you good grief.
Yeah, pop the cherry. We refer to break the seal as that first piss after drinking beer.
Yeah. All right, I'll check you guys later.
We need somebody to start talking about the psychology of a glober again. Seems to work a lot.
Damn, where's everybody at?
It's hoverboard riding weather, so I'm outside riding my hoverboard.
Hoverboards in 2025? Are those still a thing?
It is for me. I love my hoverboard.
Oh, I see. You know, I'm gonna spit some knowledge on you people, all right, on this wonderful Speculation Sunday. You see, if you think about it, if the Earth was in flat, right? If it was flat, the air would also be thin when you reach a certain trajectory.
Why would the shape of the ground change the air's density?
Because things work in planes. Like the way if you pour oil in water, it splits.
No, you're talking about air, not water and oil mixing together.
Yeah.
How the shape of the ground being different, all of a sudden magically the air's different density.
Listen, if you look at,
I was listening. That's why I'm questioning you.
Look at the atmosphere. It is split between the stratosphere, the troposphere, the exosphere. It works in planes. All right. So the higher you go, the thinner the air becomes. That's what I said. It's a scientific fact.
So the shape of the ground causes this?
Yes. Have you ever been hiking?
Unfortunately.
All right, so you know the higher you go, the thinner the air becomes. That's why you need to bring oxygen tanks.
So you're describing a flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm saying if the Earth was flat, it would be thin.
No. What I'm saying is you're describing a flat Earth in apparently the height or the vertical gradient of air pressure or layers of air.
No, what I'm saying is that the way the Earth's air is formulated, we have levels, and those levels have different pressures and density. And so
what you're describing is a flat Earth. You're describing a flat Earth.
No, I'm describing the nature of an Earth. If the
How are you describing it? According to altitude?
Yeah.
Okay, well, altitude is measured according to a flat surface, a flat plane.
True. So what about like if I'm on top of the spike, like the peak of a mountain, how do you measure it then? It's not a flat surface.
No, it is. It's measured against sea level. Yeah.
No, we're talking about the mountain level, not sea level.
Yeah, and when you're on your mountain, it is referenced as 10,000 feet above sea level.
I don't
even
measure
level would be mountain level. You said it yourself.
I don't measure it like that. If I'm being honest.
Well, you just said mountain level. How do you measure altitude?
In meters.
Meters? Okay, so a linear distance perpendicular to sea level. So you measure a flat Earth and the height above it.
Well, it's not really perpendicular if it's not being stopped.
Right? What?
If you draw two lines, if you draw a vertical and a horizontal line, they're perpendicular because there's a point where it stops. If I have a pole and I shift it through the ocean, it's not going to stop. It's going to go through the water. So it's not perpendicular, it's parallel.
Why are you pushing it through the ocean? The ocean is sea level.
You about to get some clips here, Matrix. Just be ready, man.
The part above the water is above sea level, yes. But it's not perpendicular, so you can't measure it in sea level.
What happens when you touch the water? You go below sea level. That means you're below the water level. You know?
All right.
Depth is measured against a horizontal plane as well, below sea level.
Why can't it be above? Why can't it be parallel to the mountain's peak?
Parallel, so level again?
Yeah, but what about the angle of depression? If I were to want to measure how a hot air balloon will go down back to the Earth, why can't I measure with the angle of depression?
You can. That angle is according to a horizontal plane as well. Depression angles are against a horizontal plane. So everything so far that you've described and tried to tell us about is all flat Earth. Why are you doing that?
I'm trying to help you think here. No, I'm for a hollow Earth.
Oh, you're a hollow earther.
Yeah,
I see.
So it's hollow and flat.
Well, I mean, it could be flat, but it's not. It's not a flat disc where nothing's inside.
Who said disc?
Disc.
It's a cylinder. It's a cylinder.
Who said disc? You brought up the disc.
Flat is it. The surface of what's flat is it's compressed and it becomes a disc.
Discula.
What the hell are you even talking about?
Look, I want you to analyze this picture that I'm gonna put in chat. All right.
Oh boy.
Is it a Coke can?
No.
Space Frisbee, come on.
No. Hold up, I gotta find it. I accidentally deleted it.
Because it was that stupid. Even yourself, you went. I got.
No, because I was cleaning my thing.
Easy. It's a family show. I hope you post a cylinder.
Well, I mean, it's a cylinder, yes, because for something to be hollow, there has to be an inside. It's a container. Right?
Like this? Like this?
No. Look, all right.
Shithouse roll.
Technically, a disc is
Where's
a cylinder.
Picture?
I don't know, but I guarantee you, you're about to stupefy everybody.
Snapping. Dog shit. Google, baby. Google.
Yeah, mute your fucking shit, man.
Working so hard. You're giving me like a brain aneurysm. All right, I found it. Listen, right?
You're giving him a brain journalism.
Look at this right here. That is a cylinder with its properties. That is what the Earth truly is. It's a cylinder that contains the insides of a hollow Earth. You can see through the North Pole and the South Pole. You can see the time zones that would allot that type of curvature to form.
What the hell? Do you have the horizon curving up? You cylinder?
No, the horizon.
Hey, cylinder curve.
Yeah.
You have the horizon curving up.
Listen, this is what supports the flat Earth.
No, the problem is the outside of that curve is where we allegedly live. Us, you, me, and everyone else in this channel. Now, the problem we've got with that is when we nip on down to the beach and we do some laser tests, we ain't seen any curve. See, the outside, you're showing curve there. We ain't measuring curve.
Well, no, this is a model.
That's the problem.
This is a model.
But it's showing curve.
No, this explains how we have heat in winter. Are you slow?
It explains also that the outside's curved. The outside is the bit.
This is it's a model. A cylinder has a curve, but
is this inside your brain?
So what you're saying? We live on a cylinder.
Yes, because the flat that we live on is our Earth, but inside is the hollow.
Sorry,
Earth.
I missed that.
We live on the flat plane on top of the cylinder, but inside is the hollow Earth. All right.
Awesome.
And so that explains how we have heat and stuff. That's why we have light. All right. We don't have a moon. We have a sun. You can see in the middle there.
So outside is the cylinder. Outside is we are outside, right, of this cylinder with the horizontal.
Yes, we're on the outside.
Oh fuck!
I don't know why you're laughing. This is a serious topic.
What's on the inside of the cylinder?
It's a collection of multiple places, as you can see.
Okay.
Most famously, are Goethe.
Narnia.
I'm still looking for it, but yeah.
Narnia. This looks like an X-ray of you.
The what?
American
Defender, can you provide like mathematical evidence for your claim that graph somehow deals with a cylinder?
Can you provide mathematical claims that it's not a cylinder?
Boom.
I mean, there's nothing laid out for it to.
See, you carry the burden to go ahead and prove your claim with some sort of measurement. So don't reverse the burden, just do it.
We won't use math, we'll use logic here. Think about it.
Oh, logic. I see.
Logic.
So give me your syllogism, please.
Math is logic. So
I mean, I'm looking at the thing that you posted, right? And I'm not really seeing anything mathematical or evidential about it being related to a sphere. Oh, cylinder. My bad. Yeah, I guess I can say that because that's how unlogical you are.
Is it a top-down view? Is it looking down?
Yeah,
on top of
it's a model. Anyways, if we had this flat Earth, right, we would not have multiple time zones because the Earth is below.
Yeah, you would.
And it would just be a flat disk. We would?
Yeah, you'd have the same thing you have now, dumbass. The Earth's flat right now.
So
what do you have now?
What's under the flat
everything
Earth?
you have, there ain't nothing under it. Go dig down and show us.
There ain't nothing under
We'll take a gander once you get down there, stupid.
Listen, if you dig a hole through the Earth's core,
dig a fucking hole if you want to find out in a hole. You want to find out what's underneath you? Dig a fucking hole.
How far are you going to dig this hole?
I have.
Are you in a hole right now?
All right, let me ask you this.
How far are you going to dig this hole?
Many meters down, below sea
He's
level.
gonna dig it all the way through the planet, and then he's gonna get sucked inside, and he's gonna die.
Well, I mean,
shut up. I'll have a talk.
You need a big enough machine to go against the pressure. Let me ask you this. Let me see how intelligent.
No. How far down are you going to dig this hole?
Many meters down.
So 8 meters. Awesome.
Many meters.
Well, not
yeah.
8 meters. Maybe like 80,000. I mean, Manny's also 80,000. Manny's also 3.
Now, American Defender, I'd like you to Google the deepest hole ever dug into Earth.
It was the Soviet Union.
And how far down did it go?
12,262 meters because they stopped.
Why did they stop?
Because they were about to breach into the hollow Earth. It became too hot because if you look at my model, there's a sun inside the hollow Earth. That's why that's how they formulate their heat and their light. Because the heat from their sun burnt through the machinery. And they couldn't drill anymore.
Wow. That's a baseless assertion unless you can go ahead and provide for us the documentation that the reason that they stopped was because they were about to puncture. Excuse me, don't reverse the burden again. Why don't you give me the documentation that says the reason they stopped was because they were about to poke in to the hollow part, please?
If you look at it, they stopped because, it says the bottom of the hole reached temperatures of 180 degrees Celsius or 356 Fahrenheit. So they couldn't drill anymore because it was they couldn't
drill anymore. Oh,
it'll do that.
So
it's a cover-up. It's a conspiracy.
The reason is because they couldn't drill any farther. I see. So it wasn't anything to do with hollow. Yeah, it was too hot. So they couldn't do it anymore. The mechanical processes they were using were insufficient for the temperatures. Right? Had nothing to do with it going into the... Excuse me, you don't have a model. You have a diagram. It might as well be a fucking finger painting.
Yeah, but do you not see the sun in the middle? That's what was causing so much heat.
No.
If they breached into that, then the sun would come out of the hole, wouldn't it?
Well, they couldn't drill that far because they don't have an advanced machinery yet. But
if they did, there'd be sunlight coming out of that hole, huh?
So what's in the middle of the Earth?
You sound ridiculous. First of all,
I'm making sense out of my conclusions.
No, you're showing a picture and you.
No, you're not.
They lie to us and say there is a molten lava inside the middle of the Earth, but it's really just the sun. It's swaying from Argartha. That's what they named the sun. It's called swaying.
Oh wow! Okay.
So how do you fly?
Well, it is speculation Sunday.
How do you fly outside of that cylinder?
How do you fly outside the cylinder?
Did you come to that conclusion? How the fuck's the sun in the side of the Earth, bro, when it heats us up from above? Now, I believe in a flat Earth model and the sun is above us, but under, are you special?
Let me ask you this: how do we still?
That's a good question. That's a good question. He said.
When you are in the Arctic, why do you think they say build your base in the Earth, not above it? It's because there's heat. How do we get that heat? Because of the sun inside the hollow Earth.
I don't mean.
Holy cow, bro!
I don't. I
the
believe
soil works as ventilation.
I believe.
Okay, American Defender. This is not Special Ed Sunday.
Yeah, American Defender. I can't lie, bro. That is so stupid. First up, build above, bro. What foundation are you gonna build on in the air, bro? Tell me that.
The Arctic, not the air. Are you stupid?
No, but you said build up, bro. And then second off, why the fuck are you worrying?
Listen, you can watch Mr. Beast's video. He built his base underground so that there will be heat. You don't build it above.
Oh, okay. You know what that is though, because snow is very insulative. So if you're under it, your phone will insulate it than being on top of it.
Exactly.
That's why people
where does it get the heat?
But
where does it get the
soil,
heat insulating?
It gets the heat. It gets the heat from the people inside the building. Believe it or not, if you sit in a cold room, after a while, your body temperature starts to alter the air around you. Laws of thermodynamics, bro. Every time you move, you release
conduction. Heat. You see, you don't even know what science
If it was conduction, it would be electromagnetic, bro. If you're on the ground, you're grounded. Also, you said that. Are you stupid? You said that dirt is ventilation. Let me bury you in 6 feet of fucking soil and see how well you can breathe, bro.
You'll see the holes. It's from worms. They dig. It's ventilation.
Yeah, last time I checked, bro, in every inch of dirt, there's not a worm.
If it's from electromagnetism,
bro,
I want you to go get an ice cube and hold it.
How the fuck are you gonna believe in electromagnetism and say the Earth's flat, bro? You do realize we only have electromagnetism?
It's a cylinder. Are you stupid? It's not flat.
Oh my days, bro! It's flat, bro. It's not some stupid cylinder with the sun inside, bro.
So
how do you retard, bro?
So then what does it revolve around? How does it rotate?
The Earth doesn't revolve around anything. The sun revolves around us. The Earth... No, the sun spins clockwise. The Earth spins clockwise. We are on the Earth, we're on the discus, and it's constantly going up, bro.
So if I walk counterclockwise, can I travel back in time?
Are you an idiot?
That's how time travel works.
No. Time travel works. If you're going fast, bro, Einstein's theory of relativity, right? So the faster you go, the slower you experience the passage of time.
Have you ever read The Flash?
Just because
he went back in time because he ran fast enough backwards against the Earth's rotation.
That's not even the Flash. That's Superman, you idiot.
No,
that was
the Flash.
Superman during the Flashpoint. During the Flashpoint story arc, bro, he doesn't run backwards. It's Superman who flies backwards. I think we're both trolling here, bro.
I'm not trolling. You can look it up. Like
what is happening?
It was the Flash.
Oh God.
Can I talk to somebody actually intelligent? This guy is just trolling.
Bro, no, bro. He literally said, "Are you unintelligent? Have you not seen the Flash, motherfucker? If you put your car in reverse and start going backwards quickly, it doesn't mean that you're gonna go back through time."
It was Flash and Superman.
Okay, I might be wrong on the Flash thing. But I was bro gonna try and say he's right? With like theory, bro, and then just say, have you ever read comics, bro? Why are you basing your logic off comics? Most comics say that the Earth round, they're not a credible source.
We get fiction from non-fiction.
So you're Yeah, what is non-fiction? Non-fiction's the real world, bro.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry.
Non-fiction.
How many worlds in comics are round and not like cylindrical, bro?
Well, there's a couple cylinder worlds. You just gotta read the comics.
Right, a couple. So they're not even the status quo, bro. What sort of credibility should comics have against me, bro? Where a man can go punch through a brick wall, bro. Do me a favor, go and punch through a brick wall, bro.
I have.
with willpower. Go do it on camera, bro. I want to see this shit, bro.
I said I have. I said not like I can.
A solid brick wall.
Well, it wasn't solid. It was a thin piece of cement.
It's fucking drywall, you piece bro. Someone else.
No, I said it was a thin piece of cement.
Solid. It was liquid.
It was a.
Listen, does anybody have any actual scientific evidence against a cylinder?
I gave you scientific evidence, bro.
You don't even read Flash. You don't know how time travel works.
Read comics. Why the fuck would I read comics? I literally talk to you about thermodynamics and static conductivity, and your ass is like, I read the Flash. If you run backwards, you can run into the past, bro. The law of relativity does not affirm your statement. You're fallacious. You're intellectually dishonest.
It doesn't deny it, does it?
It does deny it, in fact. The law of relativity even goes as far as state we can travel forward through time, but not backwards through the use of inertia.
I asked ChatGPT what's more probable. They said a cylinder Earth was more probable than a flat Earth.
Bro, use your own brain cells, bro. Ask ChatGPT to run some differential equation and see what happens. It can't do it.
Wait,
it's
bro,
useless.
We're not claiming a shape. Do you think that we're claiming a shape?
He's claiming a shape. This dumb, asinine bastard is claiming a cylinder.
To know. We're not claiming to know.
What type of flat is it? Is it a frisbee? Is it a disc? Is it like?
We're not claiming to know.
They can't claim a shape because no other shape flat doesn't make sense, so they can't claim one. They're very strict.
It would be
like a particular quality. The surface.
Stupid. Just like round isn't the mountain. You fucking idiot.
Hey, bro, we're just focused on the.
Listen, if you're gonna insult, you're gonna have to get out of here, man. Sorry.
Yeah, we're just focusing on the description of the surface, right? That which we do have access to. Right?
And we have access
to know an overall
cylinder.
shape. Oh my god, man!
What's on top of a cylinder?
You're comparing.
The surface is flat.
So then your ChatGPT is using faulty logic.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, if I were to drill through the Earth, what would I end up?
You end up on a 90-minute. If the round Earth model is correct, you end up on a 90-minute fall to any point to the opposite end, bro. With a cylindrical Earth, you can do that, but then obviously, I think you'd actually reach a terminal velocity of about 120 miles an hour, and that would make like the most northern point on Earth further than the most southern, which would be correct on a spherical shape model as well. So it is valid as in it conforms to modern day science, but it's not really valid because scientists like to lie to us, and most of these images generated are renders, bro.
Well, I think you're lying.
I think you're an idiot.
Listen.
Hey, you don't hear me complaining, man.
Let me ask you this. Let me see how intelligent you are. What's beyond the ice wall?
How you gonna ask me a question about intelligence, bro?
The ice wall
and it not genuinely problem solving. It's nothing. The ice wall is simply a barrier to keep the water in.
Are you gonna answer the question?
Hold on, sir.
Yeah, nothing.
What ice wall are you talking about?
Antarctica.
What ice wall? Okay, what about it?
What's beyond it? If the Earth is flat and not a cylinder, what's beyond it?
I have no idea. That's not a claim made by flat earthers. That's the United States military.
Exactly. See, you don't know. I have personal experience.
Why would we make a claim about it? Wait, excuse me. Why would we make a claim about Antarctica or anything having to do with it? What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth or the surface of it?
It shows that it's a cylinder.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, can you measure the curvature of the sides of the Earth? Hold on a second. Give me the measurement of the curvature of the sides of the cylinder, please.
It's the circumference of pi to the power of 2.
All right, you're done.
What do you mean?
It's pi r squared, bro. Pi radius squared.
No, it's a diameter. That's what a cylinder is. It's half of a triangle.
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro, you're
I want the measurement. Give me the measurement.
You gotta find the circumference first.
You gave him the calculation.
Well, no, you do. Hold on a second. You do, because this is your claim, so you find the circumference first.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah, how'd you get the circumference? Go on.
With pi r squared.
Okay, how'd you get r?
The radius of the circle.
So how'd you get that?
The side of the cylinder is a curve.
How'd you get that? How'd you get the radius?
Listen.
Bro, I can't lie. We want answers, not other like.
How'd you get the radius?
Not the math problem.
Divided by the speed of the tunnel.
The radius, goddammit, how'd you get it? Tell me now.
Give us variables, not equations.
You draw there. You see the equator. You follow the equator across the Earth.
So that's the circumference. That's the circumference then. Okay, so well, show me who did that. Cite it.
I did it.
Okay, you're lying. Why'd you have to lie, bro? Why'd you have to lie? If this is true, what you're telling me, why'd you have to lie to support it? Why'd you do that?
No, you
didn't do it. You didn't do it. You didn't do that,
bro. Do you know Pythagorean theorem? Can I ask you? Do you know Pythagorean theorem?
Why are you diverting? Why is this guy lying to us?
A squared plus b squared equals c squared.
Yeah, nobody cares. Okay, let's put that guy on mute. Let's talk to Mr. Pythagorean theorem. So how'd you get it?
The two globers that we've got pretending not to be globers, the English glober is the smarter one, so let's talk to him, mute the dumb American one, and let's speak to him.
I'm not the English glober, bro.
Yeah, you're the English glober, so we'll speak to you. You sound like you can string a sentence together.
I can argue on the side of globe. I'm not a glober, bro.
We believe in Einstein's relativity, and you think it's a law. So yeah, that makes you pretty.
No, it's a theory, but I used it against him because he wanted it. Nah, it's technically a theory, not fully proven.
Correct.
And you know that exactly, bro. I was just debating them for the sake of debate, but I'll play devil's advocate, bro. So, when it comes to the Earth being round, right? Well, when it comes to gravity, is not necessarily a force, but it's an active constant on the human body and presence on the Earth. This is what gives us sort of our atmosphere, and this is what keeps our atmosphere confined inwards. And so, without gravity, you would find, yes, a flat Earth would be possible, but we would probably not be able to stand on ground the way we do, as well as you can't say that we're constantly rising up, as we do not experience any sort of constant wind resistance, as well as the thinner molecules would be pressed down, not ascend upwards, the lighter molecules anyways.
So, any proof of that globe?
Arguments for that. Any proof of the globe, just gravitational pull. Gravity tends to pull things towards each other.
Get clarity on
and the most even way for that would be a sphere.
Okay, can I get clarity? Can I get clarity on something? Do you think that flat earthers think that Earth is rising up at 9.8 meters per second?
No, that's a very outdated theory from like the 80s. Right, I'm pretty sure. I'm just trying to get a simple.
But you said gravity is going to form the Earth into a sphere. Blah blah blah. Okay, you've got your origin. Yeah. But can you show the sphere?
Can we show the sphere? Well, if you look out across the horizon when the sun is setting, why doesn't it get smaller?
Is that a question or a proof?
That's a question, and as well as that is in proof, because me and you have witnessed this. Me and
formulated as a proof,
know the evidence. I formulated the proof through answer by presenting you a question. Me and you both experienced the sunset many times within our lives. Can you tell me one time where the sun got smaller?
Okay, so do you have a proof of a globe or not? Because you're just asking me questions.
Yes, the curvature of the Earth. That is what I'm presenting to you. Would you like to see?
Measured how?
Measured.
Yeah, what's the measurement?
Okay, let's take a measurement for the Earth. Pythagoras theorem, right? The Pythagoras once pinned.
It's a formula.
The triangle. No, I'm going to explain it to you. I'm giving you a long-winded explanation. Whilst I search up the formula in the meantime. But essentially, Pythagoras put two stakes in the world. He hired someone to walk 7 kilometers with the other stake, right?
You don't even have the right character.
Doesn't even know his people.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
like, I don't believe in this, so why would I know, bro? I'm playing devil's advocate. If one of you guys wants to play devil's advocate, I'd do it, bro. But essentially, by calculating
shadows, on the surface, that means
exactly.
I got two pop cans sitting on a flat table right now, and they're casting different shadows, even though they're the same height.
No, yeah, that's true. But is your table perfectly manufactured level, and in comparison to the scale of the Earth, would your table be perceived as flat?
Yeah.
Even if you were to put your can 7 kilometers away, how far is 7 kilometers in comparison to the total distance of the Earth?
The what? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
How far is 7 kilometers in comparison to total distance of the Earth?
Total, I don't know the total distance of the Earth.
I think that you would.
How would you know that?
ChatGPT at least, but no, you just keep in your brain.
We'll give you globe number, then we'll ask you how you got
it. It'd be about 40. It'd be about 40,000 kilometers, bro. So
that's
40,000 kilometers.
Yeah, okay, so how
it'd
was
be
that
less
measured?
It'd be less than 0.01% If you know the experiment and how it was measured.
how was that
two
measured,
shadows passed across each other, multiplied by the angle in which they were, right? And that gave you.
Is that 40,000 actual or assumed?
It's 40,000.75 for satellite image.
Actual or assumed? Okay, measured by who?
As far as we know, it'd be assumed, but that's from.
Okay. So we can't go with it. You can't base a proof on your idea of someone's assumption of.
NASA's assumption from measurements. Currently today, the most credible.
No. But we're not here. We're not relying on unverifiable claims from NASA for our.
How is NASA unverifiable?
Well, how do you verify their claims like, here's a video from space?
When it comes to space exploration, tell me one company in which has done more in terms of space
tell me how you verify. So when NASA give you a video or an image, how do you verify that it's real?
You can't, you just have to believe and have faith.
Right, okay, so
but when you walk to the space station and watch where these rockets launch into and deposit a satellite in the stratosphere from Florida, you do, bro, by the banana lake.
Nah. You watching a rocket going up into the sky and going out of your range of sight
into the stratosphere?
No, it does a parabolic arc, doesn't it?
What is
you see it do a parabolic arc, which means you see the rocket go up, level out, and then come back to the ground. So no, not come back to the ground if it's goes back to the ground. It goes back to the ground, but they tell you that's because it's looping around a big ball. But all you see is that it's going down back to the ground. So that's not an evidence.
So when the rocket is achieving like escape velocity, right? It has to do a loop around the Earth, right?
So is that why it appears to descend back towards the Earth?
But when obviously because it
So it's actually just descending back to the Earth.
I can see. Nah, definitely not. So when the rocket's flying straight forward, bro.
Well, how do you know that it's not? That's all you observe.
Because when you actually track the rocket, right?
Track the rocket. No, this just means you're watching the video. When you watch
cameras. No. I have
that's not just the studio.
I have been to the banana
and you saw the rocket go up, and then you saw it come back down.
It loops around the globe. I wasn't watching the SpaceX, so it didn't come
around the globe.
It loops around the globe, because you see it at one point, and then flies around the other. And then after a few hours,
a man of God. You can track Santa Claus. Wake up, bro.
Yeah, you can't track Santa Claus.
Yeah, you can track Santa Claus. Let that sink in.
Santa has to cover
NORAD has a Santa tracker. NORAD has a Santa tracker.
You have to cover 4 million homes in one night, bro. Like he's
4
too
million?
fast.
Yeah, I told you were a glober.
Billion, bro. Billion homes, bro.
So you just see the rocket go up and then come back down. You don't see it go around
goes
the ball.
up and goes back around, bro.
No, it goes down, comes back to the ground, the horizon.
Nah, bro, the horizon. So if you believe in the horizon, when does the sun ever get smaller?
We don't believe in the horizon. We observe the horizon.
And then we observe the sun descending, but does the sun get smaller?
Depends on the atmospheric conditions.
How does it depend on the atmospheric conditions?
Well, because depending on how much humidity and moisture you've got in the air, you're going to see different effects in the luminaries, things like magnification, refraction.
obviously reflection of light is a counter, but in terms of temperature, it doesn't really change, right?
So to make the claim that the sun, when it's setting, is always observed to do this thing, you would be pretending that you've observed the sun setting on every occasion from every location. You don't know how it looks when it sets in Somalia, for example, do you?
Do you?
No.
Actually,
which is why I wouldn't make a claim. Which is why I wouldn't make a claim like the sun is always observed to do X, because that would be a ridiculous statement to make. Because you don't know what it looks like when it's observed from
Not
most
necessarily
locations on Earth.
Because I've been to all the continents on Earth, and every time I've observed the sun setting, it doesn't seem to appear to change in sides. And even when you gave your examples
Well, that's a cool story, bro.
refraction, even though you gave your examples of refraction of magnification, the
So
sun
you
isn't
observed
actually
it from
changing.
every continent on every in every condition.
Most conditions, obviously excluding snow for most continents.
Nah,
But your
lying,
talk of no, bro. Let's circle back
lying.
because you made the claim. You made the claim, right? You made the claim stating that it only changes due to you made the claim that it's because of magnification and refraction due to
No, I just said that there are conditions which are going to change what you observe with the sun, and that you can't make a blanket statement that it's always done this.
It does not change the actual scale and size of the sun, though.
Well, how would you know? How would you know?
Because we observe this on a term-to-term basis, and when the sun visually appears,
you've observed every sunset to know what it did every time from every location.
When the sun visually appears to have changed, we have reasons for why, like refraction as well as to magnification due to weather conditions.
Well, if it does appear to change, then your whole argument is moot. Then your argument is moot. Who's saying it doesn't appear to change?
No, it's not, bro. I'm saying it will appear to change.
So look in the text chat. Look in the text chat. 37 minutes past the hour.
In the kitchen, bro.
Yeah, people are posting you examples of the sun
right there
appearing to change size as it sets.
I'm cooking, bro.
Appearing is the operative word here.
Yeah. Appearing.
Yeah, because his argument was that it doesn't appear to change size. No, your argument was that it doesn't appear to change size.
But does it actually change size? Is the great argument.
This guy confused himself into thinking that it's actually supposed to change size?
You guys are just gaslighting them, and the intellectual dishonest is crazy.
You're just hoping because your argument's been disproven. Your argument's been disproven.
Let me then. Yeah.
No, well, hold on. We need the concession. We need the concession from King first.
Let me then concede on that point. Let me then concede on that point and open up a new point that the sun does not change in size, but may appear to because of refraction, and then that cooks you because then you're saying it only appears to, and then in that flat Earth model.
Why would the sun change actual size?
This dude confused himself. The whole point that he was trying to make is that it doesn't appear to, and then he goes, "Okay, it does appear." Yeah, it doesn't actually. It just appears to. What the fuck?
So King, you're conceding that when you said it doesn't appear to change size, and that's a proof for the globe, you're conceding that was wrong, yeah?
Yeah, I concede that point, but then you'd have to say, how do we have day and night cycles across the globe with a never-changing sun?
So are you? Well, you haven't provided any evidence. Now we don't have any evidence.
You've not provided any evidence for me. It's just been hearsay.
Well, you've got the positive claim. Remember, the globe is the positive claim.
Now you have the negative claim. You're trying to contradict.
I don't have to prove a negative. That's a logical fallacy.
That's an illogical.
You've got the burden of proof if you're arguing.
Intellectual dishonesty.
Dude, you said you were going to take up the mantle of the globe believer, even though you claimed that you weren't one. It kind of seems like you are.
You're being intellectually dishonest.
Now you're trying to be like, no, I don't want to argue for the globe.
No, I'm arguing for the globe.
Okay, well then provide some evidence, because your first one about the sunset has just been debunked. So what's your next one?
It's not been debunked. There's actually been no physical debunking.
It has, because you just said your argument was that the sunsets prove that the Earth is a globe, because if the Earth was flat, the sun would appear to shrink. It doesn't. It just stays the same size, observably, was your argument. We've just debunked that. it does appear to get smaller, like you said would happen on a flat Earth. But I'm not even going to take that as, look, it's flat Earth proof. I'm not even claiming that. Although by your words, this is what would happen on a flat Earth, you said. So you've conceded that, and now you're just trying to change it to, oh, well, it only looks like it's doing the thing I said it never looks like it's doing, but it's actually not doing what it looks like. Haha, as if that's somehow a winning argument for you. No, that's just another positive claim on your part, which you would then have to evidence, which you also can't. But we don't really need to get into that. We can just move on and say, well, your son
I would like to get into
bust.
No.
I would Who's like the other guy? We'll get. What's your name? We'll get to you after this guy.
Jack.
All right, Jack. Hang tight. 2 minutes.
Clown,
right,
bro. You made the point and you conceded by trying to ignore the
No,
previous
you just
conversation.
Remember?
You never even let me get a word in. You're a conceited man, bro. That's just intellectual dishonesty. I want to have a good, honest
Stop having a
It's okay.
meltdown, child.
And you were no. This is meant to be.
It's all right. I'll give you a free cuddle. Stop having a meltdown. You made the claim the sun doesn't change size. The boys and girls of the panel put up videos showing you that it does. If you want to cry about it, you're more than welcome to. But facts is facts, kid.
Yeah, so
he just tried to run away from that, bro. I should deserve.
No. King, there was no running away. You made your claim. It was debunked. You conceded it was debunked, and then you went to move on to another claim, which I know you're not going to have any evidence for. In terms of, I can show you that it's appearing to change size, but it's not actually changing size. Again, that's just when you flipped into Globy imagination land. We're not going to waste an hour going over the fact that you've got no evidence for that claim. It appears to be doing the thing that you said it cannot and never does. So that's it. So, okay, right. He just booted anyway.
Left, yeah.
All right, Jack, what's up?
So I just want to expand on his point and why.
Which point was that specifically? The one that's when he said
that these
appear to change size.
Yeah.
Okay, but then we posted the GIFs showing it appear to change size.
Except that's not sanitized from its interaction with the atmosphere and how light scatters through that atmosphere, giving.
Well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's sufficient to Yeah, but it's sufficient to debunk his claim, which was that it doesn't appear to change size.
Well, then we're playing.
Do you know what appear means, Yoking?
Then it's on something of a pointless level of semantics because this whole
no, it's not semantics. He made the claim that the sun does not appear to change size when it sets. He's been shown evidence that that's incorrect. He even conceded on that point. So it's not semantics. He was just debunked of a claim that he made. Do you understand that?
What does size mean? How do you measure size?
What's that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with anything?
Because it could actually.
What does that have to do with the fact that his claim? No, because his claim was that it doesn't appear to change size, and it does.
Well, it depends on your heuristic of what appearance is.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. We've posted the evidence is in the text chat. Did you see the GIFs in the text chat?
Yes, and the sun appears to change size. Anyone falling on either side of that because it is a semantic thing.
But you understand that you couldn't watch that. You couldn't then make the claim the sun never appears.
We're talking about the shape of the sun itself, not the product of the sun's rays.
If you have two objects side by side and one's bigger than the other, then that's a change in size.
Except when we talk about size in this context, what are we regarding? Are we regarding the light that hits our eyes? The position of the sun? Okay, so then you have to factor in its interaction with the atmosphere.
Well, no, because it's not our claim. It wasn't our claim. It wasn't our claim that the sun never appears to change size. That was his claim. And
okay, but it might be true.
Untrue.
It might be true. You need to unwrap.
Well, no, because you just said you saw the evidence in the text channels. You saw those videos of the sun appearing to change size. So how could you then say it never appears to change size?
Because it's how you judge what appearance is and the context and what.
Oh my gosh!
That's literally it.
No.
So, you guys have chosen the context and you've cherry-picked based on that.
You can disbelieve your eyes if you want and claim that despite you seeing that appearing to change size, you could just say to yourself, I don't think it's actually changing size. That doesn't change the fact that his argument was incorrect and debunked.
How did you
because he said it doesn't appear to change size, and it observably does in certain occasions.
But observably begs the question, because to make
because that's what he was talking about.
Supply your own presupposition to the...
That's what he was talking about, observably.
And you are arguing the other side. So if you want to falsify his claim, you need to know the parameters of his claim. You need to...
it doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter now, because he's left, so it doesn't matter now. Why don't you move on from his argument, which he conceded we debunked. You don't need to dwell on his argument that he conceded we debunked. So why don't you present your own argument, your favorite argument for Earth being a spinning ball, please?
Okay, I guess I'm going to refactor his argument in a sense.
Okay, let's see how it goes. Yeah, so you're going to claim that the Earth is a ball based on the sun as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, please. Let's hear it.
So, are there any other examples you guys can give that doesn't have this? Because
hold on. Come on, dude. Your argument can't be a question to us. That's not an argument.
But you're using evidence as a basis.
No. So far, we're just asking the globe side, you guys, for evidence. And now you're about to say the sun in some way tells you the Earth is a ball. That's what we're waiting for.
Okay. Well, if I'm not a scientist or anything, but judging from the observation,
his question's going to be. I can tell you what.
Hold on, guys. Let him do his thing. I've been pushing him to give his actual answer, so let's let him give it.
So there's the relationship between distance and scale of a thing, right?
Okay.
Do you guys believe that? Is that?
Don't worry about our beliefs. Your proof for Earth being a ball should have nothing to do with what we believe.
Is he trying to describe angular reduction of distance?
The thing is,
well, let's see. I'm trying to let him get to the conclusion of his argument. No, stop. Let him.
Okay.
Please actually formulate your position in your argument.
All right. Let me think about that.
Okay.
Because I don't really know how I couldn't.
Okay, but if you believe you live on a spinning ball, you should know off the top of your head why you believe that.
Why should anyone know?
Oh my god!
Like off the top of their head, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Because you think it's true.
That it's flat based.
If you think it's true, there must be a reason why you think it's true.
So I think what Jack is trying to come up with. Sorry, hi, my name's Tom. I think what Jack is trying to
Tom, sorry, just quickly, could you, generally, so everyone knows where everyone stands, could you introduce yourself? Hi, my name's Tom, and I am a globe believer, presumably, unless you're not.
Well, I'm open-minded. but
that doesn't change the fact that you believe you live on a globe.
If you believe you live in a globe, I agree, you're very open-minded, maybe too open-minded.
Fair enough. I wouldn't like.
He wants us to change his mind. That's what he wants us to do.
He's trying to subscribe.
Well, okay, so fine.
He's embarrassed.
That's all right, Tom. Go on.
Yeah. I wanted to just say that I think what Jack is trying to talk about is that a lot of proof that I think that is accepted when it comes to like speaking to people who do believe that flat Earth, or even people who believe that the Earth is globe, because it's very difficult to do that without raising like scientific facts that at the end of the day could just be incorrect, right?
Well, no, because what we're doing, because the difference is we're not relying on stories.
Sorry. Let me just like
okay,
bring in like
bring it home.
I think what Jack is trying to say is that he kind of wants to create some kind of like perceptional argument, right? Like what basis am I?
You don't want to make a perceptional argument for the globe because you perceive the Earth as flat and motionless.
I mean, I'm trying to get my word in, but
sorry, go on, Tom. Finish off.
Jack's mum?
Yeah, sure. I think
thinking?
He's Jack's mate.
Tom knows me well.
Yeah.
He's Jack's handler. He's like the Hollywood agent.
Yeah, he's my retard.
When Mel Gibson starts ranting about the Jays, Tom's the guy that steps in and said, "Hey, Mr. Gibson loves all people."
I think that like what Jack is trying to do is create some groundwork where both of you kind of like understand a specific thing, and you both agree on a specific thing. But then
I don't think so, because Jack didn't know how to formulate his argument. So
well, no,
that
but
doesn't make any sense.
That's why he was asking the questions. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so Jack's looking to build some common ground to understand where we are, so that he can then ask a question.
Yeah. That's why he was asking a question.
Okay. Well, Jack, in that case, let's. In that case, Jack should have said, "I don't actually know about any globe evidence, or I don't have any to present. I would rather ask questions."
No, I think he does. It's just he wants to ask questions to get that common ground.
Right, but he doesn't need to. I mean, but my position isn't going to affect his evidence for Earth being a ball.
It is, because I need to employ the same principles that you are.
My opinion.
No, you don't.
Hold on. My opinion isn't going to change the geometry. My opinion on something isn't going to change the geometry physically of the surface of the Earth that we live on, is it?
Okay, but reality is not just geometry either. When we're looking for
but it's certainly not. It's certainly not opinion based. The geometry of the surface isn't going to change with someone's opinion. Okay. We'd measure it.
But then, why would you listen to a glober if?
It's not about just listening. We're just discussing the idea that's been presented to us of the Earth being a spinning ball. We're discussing that idea, and we're going to see whether it has merit in. Yes, discussing the story that we've been told about living on a spinning ball in a vacuum.
But that's not your goal.
Exactly our intention.
You're talking about arguments here.
No.
You're talking about like having.
Well, we are, because you guys have taken us off into the meta. We were simply asking for evidence. We were asking for evidence, like empirical scientific evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball, like they tell us as children.
Okay, so it's not about talking about it. It's about searching for evidence, right? It's more of like a
it's a search. It's a search for what is in reality, not what might be, not what we've been told. What is.
That's good. I like that. So what you are trying to do is find the truth,
We've
right?
already searched for it.
That is what we're doing.
It's for you to search.
And that's important. Yeah. That I think is important.
Yeah, I'm framing it like this is ongoing. This is actually this question's already answered, but you guys are new, so you don't know that yet.
That's okay. To find the truth, I think it's important to I guess be open-minded, even because if I bring up like an argument and say, well, actually, geometry proves that actually all of what you're saying is wrong, and that geometry will never
discuss geometry. We love that.
Me too. I'm a 3D artist like Jack. So.
Okay. Yeah, this is a good point. This is a good point for us to start on. Then let us here take you through a point about the Earth's surface that you can try to visualize and understand and wrap your head around, so that you can understand where we're coming from. Okay, so you've heard the argument that boats go over the horizon.
Yes.
What do you understand by that argument?
Oh, I thought we weren't asking questions to each other.
Well, I'm going to ask some leading questions just so that I can confirm you understand what's being spoken about, so that we can proceed.
That's what Jack was doing at the beginning.
Yes, but you came to us. We all know what Jack thinks because we were taught the same thing. But you came to us to learn what we think, and I'm going to talk you through it. This is how we're going to introduce you to what we're talking about here. The reason you're in this room right now is because you want to understand what we are saying. We didn't seek you out to tell us about your globe. We already know all about the globe. But when you come here, this is an opportunity for you to understand what we're saying. So follow along. And don't worry, if I ask you questions along the way, just answer honestly. It's not a gotcha. It's just to see that you understand what we're talking about. So the ships go over the horizon argument. Your understanding of that would be presumably the boat is going over a curve on the water, and that's why we see the bottom of it seem to disappear. Yeah?
I don't have an argument on that.
Well, you've heard that argument. You understand that argument.
I've heard the argument. Yeah, same as you have.
Right. Okay. So the argument there would be saying that the horizon that we observe these ships appear to sink into, bottom up, is a physical curve of water, a geometric curve of the Earth. Yeah? Because it's a ball of a certain size. That's the claim in the argument that they're telling the children in school, and me and you, and everyone else.
I wasn't.
That's what they're telling us.
But...
Well, I can assure you that is the argument that's been made, and they've said it's been the case for thousands of years. Aristotle observed boats going over the horizon, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I'm hearing bullshit because he's a 3D artist and he would have done this rendering stuff in art class. So
no.
Either way,
we didn't do the rendering stuff in the art classes. We didn't have any 3D art classes.
The point is understood by pretty much everyone, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, no, I understand, and I've heard the argument before, so I understand what you're saying.
Right. So that claim, although it's made to us when we're young in vague terms, actually has some very specific requirements to it in terms of the horizon distance from the observer, because it's a geometric curve of a ball of a certain size. So, for example, if you're a 6 foot tall observer, you're just standing at the beach and you're looking out to sea and you're watching a boat go away. According to the math, based on the size of the ball that they tell us we're on, a 39, 59 mile radius ball, how far out do you think that boat is supposed to be before it starts disappearing bottom up? Just have a guess. I don't expect you to know.
Sorry, I was just looking at the chat. I just opened the chat.
Don't get distracted by the chat until I say get distracted by the chat.
Wait, you're going to say that at some point?
Potentially,
I didn't even know the actual existence of this chat until now.
Because we have visual imagery.
Sorry, go ahead.
Video
ask your question again.
So the point that the boat is supposed to start sinking bottom up is a geometrically calculable distance based on the size of the ball they tell us we're on. You understand that?
Yep. Yeah.
So you're a 6 foot tall observer on the beach. How far away do you think it's going to be before you start seeing that boat sinking bottom up over the curve? Just roughly. And I don't expect you to know.
I actually have no idea of the numbers. I was with my science classes.
5 miles, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles. What do you think?
I wouldn't know. I'm not very good with these kind of.
Does he even know how big the balls claim to be?
What about?
No, I don't.
No. Okay.
Because I wouldn't.
Okay, so I'll just tell you then.
I'm more of an observer, so
well, this is it. You're an observer, exactly.
If I were to get like a measuring tape and
you should be an observer. Well, we're observers too.
Can I ask a quick question? Does the Glober think that the ball is too big?
Well, no, this is what I'm explaining to him. He hasn't made that argument
yet. Way, but yeah.
Well, Tom doesn't know. He's just said he isn't sure.
Yeah.
There is an answer to that claim.
Right, so
happily provide it.
We've understood this so far.
I like kind of like critically thinking and finding logic in things rather than
right. So you can go along with this. Go on to well. Listen, I'm not telling you just to accept what I'm telling you. This everything
I'm saying like this is the reason why I don't know the numbers is because I don't choose to just.
Well, it's because they don't encourage you to learn the numbers really when they teach you about the globe. They don't tell you in school this is the size, this is who measured it, this is how you can measure it. They just give you this vague notion of you being on a ball. So anyway, this 6 foot observer, according to the numbers they give us, should start to see that horizon and that boat disappearing bottom up at 3 miles, 2.5 to 3 miles. Okay?
Yep. Okay.
Right, and you can go onto Google and you can type in distance to horizon calculator or curve calculator, and you can play around with these numbers and you can see how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, I mean, I'll only believe it if I see it with my eyes.
Well, yeah, exactly. And so you should, right? And now we're observers too, like you said. So this is why we're here. So if you go to the beach one day and you're 6 foot and you start to see the boat going over the horizon at 10 miles or 15 miles or 20 miles,
Sure.
Or 30 miles. What does that mean?
That means that I'm guessing the ball is smaller than we originally thought, right?
Well, how would that work? It would be bigger, wouldn't it? Because the horizon is supposed to be 3 miles away for the current size that they claim. So if it's further
yeah,
than that,
yeah. If it was
smaller.
further, yeah. If it's like 30 miles, or it would be bigger then.
Right. Okay. Well, your options would be there is no curve because there's no curve obstructing it. There's no horizon at 3 miles.
Well, no,
or you could say maybe just a
that
much
wouldn't be
bigger
my. That wouldn't be.
No, I'm saying that would be an option. Because
No, it wouldn't be an option to me, because as an observer, if I did see it disappear, then I would think that the curvature was just bigger, right?
Oh, but at that point, would you not consider that there's other possible reasons for that occurring, since the curvature claim?
Because if you had said like that the boat never disappears, then I would have actually understood and said, well, actually, then.
Well, no, because then. Sorry, Jedi, you want to jump in?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I appreciate what we're speaking about, what we should see on a sphere. And the gentleman interrupted because, he wanted to say, logically, I think we'd have to take this into account. No one's mentioned perspective. But I don't want to digress the conversation too much, but we understand that things are going to reduce in angular size with distance. This is where the whole conversation started with fucking sun 20 minutes ago. So again, we're back to, taking all things into account. So we're going to have to take perspective into account when we're observing the thing at distance disappear and when it should do so. With this in mind,
unfortunately, it's the only reference I have. So,
well, this is
okay. No, that's fine. But with this in mind, if the claim is also that the curvature of the Earth is also making things disappear because of the curved nature of its surface and its obstruction, then that should also be taken into account, logically speaking, right? If there's two effects that we must take account for, the angle of adduction of things with distance, like the boat, that makes a prediction based on the human eye's resolution of 0.02 of how far away it should be before it disappears
0.02
to us
in what
with the
unit?
human eye,
Sorry.
and the curvature angle.
Right. You said 0.02. That means nothing to me. What unit of measurement is it?
So that's an angle. So, for example, you have
that's
the
an
line
angle.
from the top.
Is it in radians or degrees?
Degrees.
0.02 degrees.
Yeah.
That's a very small angle. Do you mean like the perception of human beings is at 0.02 degrees?
Yeah, we're making this observation based on the angular resolution limit of the eye.
No, that's the angular resolution limit.
Right, it's the angular resolution limit. And what makes you say that's the angular resolution limit?
Because
that's how we measure it in optics. That's the maximum angular resolution.
It's an interesting idea, right? Like the idea that you're bringing up.
That's how they measure it, man. That's what they measure.
We're getting off into the weeds. We can get more into that broadly. But I would like to finish off my point. Yeah, we'll get to this. We'll get to this. So, I don't know if someone in the chat has posted the Black Swan. I'm not looking at the chat right now, but if someone could post it, we can just show you a simple example of what we're talking about, which is basically this observation with some oil rigs that are a known distance away from the shoreline. So we can observe those oil rigs and observe where the horizon is in relation to them to see if it's at the right distance claimed by those calculators, or whether it's not at the right distance.
Unfortunately, as a CG person, I can't really believe images that are sent to me. I believe that.
Well, and I guess that makes you a flat earther, because the only images you've seen of a globe would be one that you
exactly.
Can't ever
That's exactly right. That's what I'm saying.
That's fine. That's fine.
And that's why I don't have a side, right? Because I've only
if you don't have a side, you're a flat earther, because we're not making any claims beyond what we experience, which is flat and motionless. So you're left with the same thing we have. which is flat and motionless.
Why was it so important for you to interject into a conversation about the way things appear?
Oh, I wasn't interjecting. I was.
No, you did. That's exactly what happened.
Someone asked me
for the baton from joking.
No. Someone asked me for my side of my perspective.
Yeah, we were talking about.
You might have missed that, but yeah, I was.
No, we were talking about it. You started talking about a specific image, but here you don't believe anything you see on a screen. So
no, what you're
unfortunately, I don't because
that's not unfortunate. That's good. You can make your own long distance observations.
Yeah,
that's fine. That's fine because what we're doing here, all we're doing here, is discussing these in principle and showing you some examples that have been done. But of course, you shouldn't just accept anything that people are showing you online. That would be our entire point. You can go and replicate this once you understand it yourself wherever you live. You're in Britain, so presumably. So
that's
it's all coastline basically.
Tonight
so you've got plenty
a big moon, so we can kind of like have a good look at it right now.
The long distance observation, you're turning into a lunatic.
Well, hold on. We're not talking about observing the moon.
The guy's obsessed with the moon.
Well, first of all, I never insulted you. I'd love to actually like understand why.
Lunacy. How about lunacy? You're pointing at the moon when we're trying to talk about long distance observations. Why don't you just learn about?
I didn't talk about long distance observations.
This is the point we're making.
I think you're pinning me up.
So let me just get it back on track. I just want to, once I've just like actually put the point home, we can go up into whatever else. But
sure.
So basically, we can look at these observations. I don't know if you've seen the one in the chat with the oil rigs. Can you see one with the oil rigs in there?
Yeah. I saw the image with the oil rigs.
Yeah. So you see the horizon. Where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the rigs or behind them?
This isn't going to be a good point for me though, because
that's fine. But you can just say, listen, So the image is pulled from a video. It's a still from a video, so we can post the video as well. It's just a guy with a camera going down to the beach and zooming in.
That's not enough for me either.
Listen, dude, I'm not saying this is enough. You should do whatever. I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm just saying this is the observation.
Yeah.
It's unless you're saying, look, it's CGI, I can show you the pixels and the glitches, whatever. Just listen.
It can be, yeah.
Use it for what it's worth here. You can go and do this yourself. I want to see if you understand.
I wouldn't be able to
admit to what you're observing. So do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the rigs or is it behind them?
You'll have to ask me a question. That
I've asked you the question.
Are you blind?
Sorry.
No, you can just say. I'm not saying you have to believe it. I'm not saying you're saying it's true. I'm saying where in the image do you see the horizon? Is it appearing in front of them or behind them?
Instead of doing this, tell me how I am now.
Why are you trying to really avoid this, dude? I thought you were going to have an honest conversation.
Because it's difficult to judge.
It's not difficult.
From
just this. Is it? Do you see it in front of the rigs or behind them? Do you know what the horizon is?
It's difficult to judge an answer from something that you might think is fake.
No, it doesn't matter.
If I were to
it doesn't matter if you think it's fake.
Hold on, Cyclone. Hold on.
If I were to show you an image of a globe, and I were to ask you.
When I say hold on, that means wait a second, please.
Jesus.
At 7 minutes past the hour, the accompanying video is there for said image. Okay?
I can't believe that.
You can go, oh my god, I don't believe it, but there's the video. Oh fuck.
Well, I mean, I could,
What? Yeah, good. So
dude, why are you pretending? Why, dude? You are pretending. You are pretending that you hold this level of scrutiny in your day-to-day life. I guarantee you, every time you're getting NASA images and videos, you have not been saying, "Well, I don't believe any of this." Family and friends.
Well, no, I have actually. Wait, I have actually said that.
Any of this.
You told me about like not like seeing images of like the globe and not believing that, and I said
you do trust NASA.
I don't believe that.
You do. So you don't trust NASA.
I don't believe in images that were given.
So you don't believe. So you don't believe the images that NASA have given you of Earth being a ball.
Not at all. The same way I don't believe.
So you're not a globe earther. So you're not a globe earther. You don't believe in the globe, but you are arguing like you believe in the globe.
I'm arguing.
You can't identify a horizon, but you don't believe in the globe.
I believe in what you see with your eyes, right? So if you
so where do you see with your eyes that horizon? Is it in front of the rigs or behind them?
I'm looking outside my window right now.
No, could you look at the image that we asked you to look at and discuss?
What? Yeah.
Could you look at that image? Because if you can't look at the image and just have an honest answer, if you can't give us an honest answer of what's observable in that image to everybody, how are we going to have an honest conversation?
I mean, an honest conversation would be actually like face to face.
It would be you answering the bloody question. That's what an honest conversation would be.
Maybe not shouting with an honest question.
Unless you're face to face, you're going to have a dishonest conversation about your argument.
Huh? Who got muted?
Yeah, he's being that's bullshit anyway.
He said don't shout, and he got muted.
Oh, no. Right. Well, either way, I mean, it's clearly not honest to just say, I can't look at that image and tell you where I observe the horizon. That's dishonesty.
No, it's not dishonesty. It's just choosing not to answer a question.
Okay. So, Jack, let's speak to Jack then. Let's see if Jack can have a conversation about the image that's been posted. Jack, where do you see the horizon in that image? Is it in front of them or behind them?
I see the horizon. I think I can make out seeing the horizon behind them.
Yes,
okay. Line where you see the atmosphere and it's very faded, but the boundary between the sea.
The sea and the sky, that would be the horizon, yes, and it's observed beyond the rigs. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? See? All good. Now we can progress. So one of you, we'll speak to the one who can observe the obvious and state the obvious. So Jack, why do we see the horizon? Yeah, assuming it's true, right? Because you can go and do this yourself, which is what we've been saying to you. We've not been saying, believe this one image and change your entire mind. Obviously, we're not saying that. So in this instance, we see the horizon beyond the rigs. Now, that furthest rig is 10 miles away. Yeah?
We need to lock that.
Right? Okay, so that's 10 miles away. But for a 1 foot observer, I'm assuming it's the 1 foot observer height. If it's the 8 foot one, then it's a bit further. For the observer height, that horizon should be in front of the rigs if it's a globe. So the globe's curvature is supposed to be showing a horizon in front of those rigs. So do you see the problem?
Yes, if you're not accounting for other things.
Well, we're not observing the curvature, regardless of what other things regardless of what we're considering, that curvature isn't there. Because it's not 3 miles.
The curvature
99 problems, but a curve ain't one.
The curvature has an effect on things that appear in front of you.
Well, no, but the curvature...
In the
if there was curvature... Hold on, Demok. If there was curvature, that horizon would be in front of the rigs, though, according to the globe model.
No, because then there's other things in our visual perception that get in the way.
So why does the curve? Why do the curve calculators and why does the claim geometry put a horizon in front of those rigs?
Because when we look at light, there's an artifact of light passing through dense medium called refraction.
But refraction and light isn't the problem. It's the lack of curvature.
Right, you're in the same medium as the oil rig. So you're in the same medium as the oil rig.
No, don't indulge his refraction thing just yet. He doesn't.
Can I just talk to this guy? Okay, so what do you expect?
I'm at work. I'm just helping you with the obvious because you obviously don't.
You're not helping me at all.
Yeah, he's talking about.
Okay. Yeah. So, what do you expect to see if the Earth was?
If the Earth is a globe, we see the horizon where the globe geometry would put it, which would be at 3 miles. See, those oil rigs are supposed to have a curve blocking the bottoms of them. There's supposed to be physical curve blocking it. You understand that?
But then you're ignoring other principles in the way that light works.
Do you understand that the physical curvature of the Earth is supposed to be blocking the bottom of those rigs? Yes or no?
If we saw things from a perfectly geometric representation, yes.
So, geometrically, it would be. Geometrically, yes. Geometrically.
If there were no effects of light being transmitted.
No, you don't need to add anything else. Geometrically,
well, I am adding that because it's very necessary.
Well, no, because it doesn't matter. But your claim has to be that there's a physical curvature obstructing the bottom of those platforms.
Yeah, but it wouldn't appear like that to us because our eyes are.
Well, it wouldn't appear like that to us
upon light that.
So we don't see things blocking other things
to our eyes.
Well, what's your evidence for that? Because so far you just have no evidence of any curvature.
I mean, I think we can. I can't.
Actually,
I don't
I
really have
agree with him.
evidence.
Hold on. Let him answer. Hold on. Let him answer. I want to know why he's claiming
cite
that.
any exact sources.
Right. So we can just dismiss that. We can just dismiss that. Then we can just dismiss that. You haven't modeled anything,
and
you've modeled your intuition. No, we're not doing nonsense, sophistry, and word games, mate. We're not doing that.
Okay,
right. So we'll take it that you actually don't.
Hear me out.
We can move on. Well, no, because you just said I wouldn't have any evidence for that claim, which means
but
we
I can just tell you to look it up on Google, and there are so many sources that would confirm what I'm saying.
We would say, why would we have to look up your evidence for your claim?
Why is whether I possess the exact evidence necessary to make it?
When you make a claim,
Pause 1 moment. So I've posted something in the side chat from the University of Washington Department of Mathematics. So for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.22459 times the square.
But this is true. I know this. This is a fact.
Perhaps even more simply as 1.2.
It's not though.
Because if it was the distance in miles when h is in feet, there's the citation.
Yeah, so it's not true though, and it's not a fact, because if it was, the horizon would be seen in front of the oil rigs, and it's not. That's the whole point. So, yeah, that's not a fact.
You guys are conflating pure geometry with reality.
No, we're pointing out that your geometry that you would claim does not exist. You don't have the geometry. And then you come back and say, oh, well, the geometry does exist. I just have no evidence for it. It's all an illusion that it just looks flat. And then we would say, what's your evidence for that? And you say, I don't have evidence for my everything's an illusion claim. So we dismiss it because it's nonsense schizophrenia.
Why would... Okay,
you can't trust where anything's at, not even you or your neighbor, refractor. So just shut up.
So you're saying, wait, let me just clarify. Let me just clarify.
When someone asks you what happens
let me just clarify.
You bring up an event from memory. Do you? What's your evidence that a thing has happened?
Hold on, dude. Let me just clarify. So are you saying that everything's seen beyond 1.2 miles there? All that water going up to the rigs, going past the rigs, going up to 10 miles. That's the water, yeah?
I believe so, yes.
Right, that's the physical surface of the Earth.
Yes. It's
okay. So not curved then. That's a flat surface.
No, because it's going up to 10 miles. If you ignore what refraction does.
No. Yes, that 10 mile of water that you're observing, that 10 mile of water is flat, yeah? Going up to the horizon.
Yeah, it looks flat.
Yeah. So that's flat water. Yeah. So the water looks flat. Why does it look flat? Because that's what water is. Flat. Up to 10 miles that you can observe there. Yeah. So that's the physical surface. No. Don't deflect. So that's the physical surface of the water. Flat water up to 10 miles. That debunks the globe.
How do you know it's flat? You're looking at something from an angle.
You just agreed.
From sheer angles. No, but
you just agreed. It's that water going up to the horizon.
Don't play semantics.
I'm not playing semantics. I'm not playing semantics. That's exactly what you observed. That's exactly what you observed. Dude, look at the video. Look at the picture again. Look at the image of the water going up to the oil rigs. Where's the curve of that water?
It's not.
Can I ask him a question? So
absolute.
Yeah, go on, T-Dub. He's tapped out now anyway.
I've not.
Right, so
I'm still in.
You have. Hold on, just sorry. Because I'm going to go off for a sec. But just quickly, you have tapped out because you've now tapped out to everything's an illusion. You're not taking into consideration all variables. That everything's an illusion. The horizon at 3 miles isn't there because it's an illusion that it's beyond 10 miles. All that water is illusion water. That's your claim. So you've tapped out of reality. So yes, you have.
Yeah.
So T-Dub,
Go on. You're saying that water's not there, right? That's right. You're saying that water isn't there.
In a sense of the word, yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Like,
yeah, that's
yes
delusional.
and no.
Anyway.
No, okay, so how does light travel? How do you think light works?
Bro, I'm going to ask you another question. Given all your considering all these other things that you want to take into account for, right? What is the maximum distance of the surface that we should be able to see from 1 foot observer height?
I've no idea. I don't know the math behind that.
Then you don't know. Then you can't make the claim.
Why are you fucking arguing then?
Because I don't need the
You're
math.
just arguing from ignorance, dude. It's annoying to listen to you argue from ignorance.
It's not ignorance. You guys are.
It is ignorance. You just said I don't know.
You just said you don't know.
You just said you don't know. That is the definition of ignorance. You fool.
That's an ignorance of a certain regard.
Yes, the thing we're talking about. The very thing we're talking about.
Me from saying you're being ignorant of certain principles to make your argument in a post hoc rationalizing way.
Dude. Because just saying
so
no
what principles is he
bullshit.
being ignorant of?
No, don't even. We're not even getting into that. That's nonsense. That's obvious. Just a quote. No, you. We're not doing that shit. Why can't I just say no, you? Because we're the ones explaining the topic to you. We're the ones that've shown you the observation. We've shown you the math for the globe. Just you're still ignorant of it. I told you Google distance to horizon calculator. Actually, do it now so that we can actually educate you on the thing you're trying to argue.
You guys have already done this with me yesterday, actually. So I know it's like 3 miles or something if you're 1 foot.
Okay, so you already know that there's no curve then, and you're just being a retard for some reason.
No. How is that? How is that? How do
so
you
then
there's no curve?
Why does it say? So why does it say the horizon will be at 3 miles, and then when you check, it's not? It's at 10 miles.
Because of refraction.
All right, so the horizon isn't a geometric.
Refraction is.
So horizon, the horizon isn't a geometric. Dude. So the horizon isn't a geometric curve of a ball Earth then.
The horizon is that's because it doesn't look like a curve.
So
is that what you guys are confused about? I can explain that to you.
No. Nice deflection, nice attempt, dude. Your fucking rhetoric is not going to work here.
Okay, I'm not trying to employ rhetoric. I'm trying to.
You are employing rhetoric. You're trying to avoid answering the question. So that horizon is not a geometric curve. The horizon is not a geometric curve of a ball Earth, then, is it? If you're saying it's refracted.
Okay, how you walk me to that logic? Walk me to that conclusion. How you
the geometric curve of a ball Earth.
Or it's physical or refracted. You've got a 50-50 chance of guessing it right now.
Well, electromagnetic rays.
No. It's either physical or it's refracted. Which one is it? That's the two options you've left yourself with. So
we got another
both.
We got another globe believer in the chat.
Okay. Can I change the question because you guys don't agree on this?
You can answer this one.
Okay, what do you want me to say?
The horizon is not. You're just confirm, and then we can move on. The horizon isn't a geometric curve of a ball Earth, right? That's why it's not at 3 miles.
Can you wait? What?
The horizon that we see is not the geometric curve of a ball Earth with a radius of 3959 miles, since it's not observed at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. Correct?
Well, the horizon isn't meant to look like a curve.
Okay,
that's the point.
Shut the fuck up. That is not what you were asked. This is your rhetoric again, your tactics.
Okay, sure.
And it's
maybe
fucking
I got something wrong.
Everyone sees through
tactics.
It is. Everyone sees through it.
If it's not tactics, I misunderstand what you're saying, or we have a semantic.
If it's not actual conscious tactics
within the nomenclature.
If it's not conscious tactics, it's your subconscious trying to protect you because you're too fragile to deal with this. So
and how did you rationalize that? How did you reach that conclusion?
Because you're obviously using
experience,
avoiding the question. You're avoiding the question. Saying,
can you prove that to me? Can you prove to me that I'm subconsciously?
So the geometric horizon is 3 miles away for a 6-foot observer, but the horizon isn't observed to be 3 miles away for a 6-foot observer, so it's not the geometric horizon, is it?
Didn't you say earlier geometric horizon curve?
Is it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's 3 miles. Like
right.
You said.
So the horizon that we observe is not the geometric. Just I need you to say it. I need you to be brave and concede what you've already conceded.
No,
so
because you guys are
the horizon that's not at 3 miles. The horizon that's not at 3 miles. That's not the geometric globe horizon, is it? Is it?
Sorry, say that again. I was trying to figure that one out.
Geometric horizon is at 3 miles. The horizon's seen at 10 miles, so it's not the geometric horizon, is it?
In a sense, it would be, and it wouldn't be at the same time. Depends on which context you employ.
It would be, and it wouldn't be at the same time.
Okay,
so
that's a violation of the law of non-contradiction.
So when a boat goes over,
no, because context is the same.
How about the law of identity, dude? You're feeling that too.
Yeah. So when the boat appears to sink bottom up, is it going over the curve and not going over the curve at the same time?
Sorry, say that again. What?
When the boat disappears bottom up, is it going over the curve and not going over the curve at the same time? Like you just said, the horizon is and isn't geometric.
Well, this boundary that you've drawn at 3 miles.
No, we didn't draw a boundary. That's the globe model prediction, which isn't evident in reality. Doesn't exist.
Sure. So then there is an explanation for that, which might not just be exclusive to the Earth being flat, but rather how.
Would your explanation have any evidence to go along with it?
There's so much evidence to go with it.
Okay.
I just don't have any specific
explanation and what's the evidence?
Okay, I'll type something up on Google.
No, don't type it. Just say it. Okay, now we'll just put you on mute.
Dude, he's being coached in his DMs, dude. That's why he keeps going, "Oh, I didn't hear you."
Yeah, he's
when they start doing that repeatedly, and like he was actively engaging in the conversation, but somehow didn't hear you like 2 times because he's reading a DM. He has to read the DM before he can respond. So Phil.
Yesterday he was totally virgin to this topic, and then he came up with refraction out of nowhere. So he's definitely being coached. He was coached yesterday.
Well, it could just be that he's just Googling and then finding the first Reddit post he can find and just frantically sweating his way through it.
Can I ask a question?
I'm really curious. Why would they lie about this?
Ooh, why would they lie? Why would they lie to me? Don't they love me?
And also tell me, who are they?
Why for all our tax money and for all our...
Hey, if you knew if we had an answer, if we had 100% rock solid proof, we had signed confessions, we had fucking police reports, everything. Yeah, they're lying about the shape of the earth. Would you just become a flat earther that day? Yeah, okay, so stop asking stupid questions.
Well, let me ask this as well.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't even matter to you.
Shut the fuck up. Listen.
Don't tell me to shut the fuck up.
No, I will.
Dude, why are you going to start out?
Because I
Put him on mute. Put him on mute.
No, I come here and ask a simple question.
Nah, you're going to be retarded. You can...
At least.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Dude, these are like fucking 18-year-old kids, dude. I'd slap your face off.
I love it. Indians calling shots from the side saying, put him on mute. Put him on mute.
No, that was me telling him put him on mute. But I do want to ask him this, actually, because this is always a funny one to get their perspective on. Who's that guy? What's his name?
It was Wilhelm.
Who? Wilhelm. All right, Wilhelm. Do you think that the authority are under any obligation to tell you the truth about where you live? Wilhelm?
Another one of these things where somehow he's not listening because he's in some other chat.
What did someone else was jumping in there? What you saying?
I just said that was such a good question. This is Sheepdog. I haven't seen you in a while, Cyclone. Sorry, you probably don't remember my voice.
Oh, what's up, Sheepdog? Shit, yeah, that's been a while.
Okay, what's up, Sheeps, dude?
Sheepdog.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask that one guy that you put on mute when he was spiraling. I wanted to ask him the question. You know, I can prove that your mind is trying to protect yourself just by one simple question. All I got to do is ask you: if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what? Your answer will determine whether or not you are trying to protect your mind.
Well, that guy, he couldn't even answer the question about the horizon. I mean, he was just desperately dodging everything. But Wilhelm's obviously at the point. Wilhelm's obviously at the point where he's been listening, and he's like, "Shit, that's a good point. The horizon is obviously not the geometric curve of this cartoon ball they've been telling me about. But why would they lie?" So Wilhelm's trying to figure it out. But Wilhelm, are you still there?
I am still here, but you
okay, so could you answer my question?
Me. But listen, you muted me and you got.
Oh no, not you as well. Come on.
No, I'm really curious.
He unmuted you, and
I'm open to understanding this.
Well, listen, just answer my question, and then we'll help you understand it.
Because I'm open to understand it, and
Jesus,
many other people probably are. But you're there just completely throwing them out if they ask a question. It's crazy.
No, I'm not throwing it out. I'm asking you a question in response to the question of why would they lie, which might be instructive to you. So my question to you was, do you think the authorities are under any obligation to tell you the truth about where you live?
Well, why wouldn't they be? I don't understand. I don't understand why.
Well, the question was
an answer. Why are you asking? Hold on. Why are you answering a question with a question?
Close-ended, bro. It's a yes or no. Yeah.
Oh shit.
No, I don't think they would.
Answer the goddamn question. Are they under an obligation though?
Yeah, I do think they are. I don't know why they lie about that.
So if they don't tell you the truth, you can sue them or something, right?
Sure thing.
Right, where do you live, bro? It sounds like you're in the UK. You can't be from the UK and thinking that. Are you serious?
I am serious, yeah.
So I really don't. What obligation do you think they're under? What obligation is it that you think they're under to tell you the truth?
I'm not sure, but I think.
Is it a moral obligation? Is it a legal obligation? A moral obligation? What's the obligation that you think exists here?
See, you've made a good point now.
Well, that's why. That. Right. Well, that's why I just said.
To me, though, listen, you're here ridiculing me, but
I'm not ridiculing you, dude.
Elaborate.
I'm not ridiculing, dude. Trust me, I'm not ridiculing you. You're obviously not an unintelligent guy, so you can have a discussion, but you need to be less like. I mean, you're saying we're defensive, but we're just walking you through some ideas. So just follow along and ask questions and be chill. But yeah, obviously. They're under no obligation to tell us the truth about where we live. So asking any kind of idea about, well, we can just trust whatever these fucking idiots are telling us. No, that's not evidence. We're looking for measurements, observations, some science for the ball, but it doesn't exist. It measures flat, etc., etc.
Here's the other problem, Wilhelm, is that like your question has a false premise. You're assuming that there's a bunch of people lying. Now, they would have to know the truth and then be intentionally trying to deceive you. Now, who in the government would know the absolute truth about what the Earth is and then start telling people different? Think the Prime Minister knows?
Yeah, I'm sure he probably does.
How would he know? What would hold on. What would his source of knowledge be? How would he know?
So when he becomes Prime Minister, he'd probably like gets a little book.
He wouldn't know anything, right? He still wouldn't know anything. He'd go to one of his aides, and his aides would say, "Hey, it's XYZ." He wouldn't know anything.
So what is it?
Did I hear this?
Instead of a globe, what is it?
He's subscribed to our YouTube. That's how Keir Starmer knows.
Yeah, right. If it's not a globe, if the surface isn't curved, then it's flat. Horizontal in orientation, perpendicular to vertical at 90 degrees. The Earth is a horizontal plane. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where we observe the surface of the Earth. The water appear to meet the sky at distance based on the angular resolution of the eye. It's observed and measured.
So flat. What Wolfgang was trying to get out of the other guy, Wilhelm, is about the horizon. Now, you can go out, you don't even have to go out different days. Even on the same day, if you go out, where the horizon appears to be, changes. And because it changes, it can't possibly be the geometric fall edge of the Earth that ships go over, because it's just optical, right? 6 miles, frickin' 1 minute. 4 hours later, you go out, it's 4 miles away. Go out a little bit later, it's 10 miles away. Obviously, the Earth isn't inflating and deflating, right? So it has to it can only be optical. Right? Well, how does it move around?
Yeah, look
Could
into,
they not,
look
like,
into it, Wilhelm.
crowdfund into some sort of spaceship?
We've done lots of tests, dude. Like, you're like late to the party. We've been around a decade.
It's not
We've done
about-
lots
yeah,
of
but-
tests.
Wilhelm, it's not about us looking into it more with rockets. It's about you investigating the claim that it's a geometric shape, bro. That's what we're telling you. You're turning it around like we're not looking into it deeper with rocket tests. We're telling you, you haven't considered the geometric consequence. You haven't figured out if it's an actual oblate spheroid, bro. Have you? Because it seems like you're struggling right now to figure out how it's a globe. And then you're telling us about, well, you just haven't gotten a rocket. Yeah?
No, I'm curious. I'm very curious about this.
We're curious about how you don't understand it's not a ball, bro. That's what we're curious about. And you flip it onto us, man. Like, you get what I mean?
Can you tell us how you would know what we would experience if we got in a rocket?
I don't feel like you'd be able to look out the window and see if it's...
Well, how do you know what we would... And that's the only way to tell?
Oh, the only way to see it with your own eyes.
How did they see it? So seeing it is the way you can tell, is just looking at it.
Well, I'm assuming so, yeah. If you go up fucking far enough...
Well, how did they figure it out before that? Well, then how did they figure it out before that? Before rockets?
I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, that's an honest answer, right?
Isn't it strange that they didn't teach you that in school?
Interesting. He's thinking about it. That's good. I mean, it's progress.
Yeah, Wilhelm sounds like he could have a decent conversation.
Can I ask a question?
Oh,
Yeah,
who's
maybe
this?
Jesus, I don't know if we want to let him interject, but go ahead.
It's Master Chief here. Hello.
Hello, Master Chief. Wow. What an honor.
Master Chef?
I have a question.
You sound a bit different than I remember. All right. Anyway, carry on, Master Chief.
I'm wondering. I just want to kindly ask a question. That's all. I just want to inquire.
A lot of English guys in tonight. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. It's very boring in England. But I would like to ask a question, and basically it is because I've grappled with the concepts that you're sort of like talking about, where you talk about refraction, you talk about the horizon and stuff like that. But there's an illusion which happens when I put a straw in a cup with water in it, and it sort of looks bent, right?
Snell's law of refraction. Yes.
So I'm wondering what that means in the whole sort of understanding.
What's the difference? What's the difference when you put a straw into a glass filled with water and you observe that glass that's filled with water? When you look through the atmosphere, I'll give you the term atmosphere. What's the difference here?
Well, the difference is that one's a liquid and one's a gas.
Oh, God.
The difference here is the boundary between the medium that the straw is in, the water, and the glass. And then the glass and the gas that is between you, the observer, with the human eye. So Snell's law, this type of refraction, is because of the boundary layer, where the light hits that boundary layer and deviates. It has to be a physical boundary.
Right.
It's different from when we're just looking through one medium, right?
Yeah.
And the main difference is why this is completely a false equivalence is the relative refractive index of air and water is something like 30%. Whereas in air, it's in like the frickin' 6 decimal place.
Right. I'm not very mathematical.
So we're talking like millions of literally millions of a difference between one segment of air and some other segment, where this is like 30%, right? So it's not even close to each other. There's differences of like 8 digits, dude.
Yeah, I personally, when I see the horizon, I see it with my eyes, and I think it is very strange. I think it is very strange how it doesn't align.
Doesn't match the globe.
It doesn't match the globe theory.
Not strange. Not strange because the Earth isn't a globe.
Yeah. So yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm open to that idea. But obviously, like, you know, I've got sort of years and years worth of like just.
Yeah, it takes time to work through. I get it.
Yeah. I think I would say that is like what. So I've heard a lot about the refraction thing, and I'm kind of like that's kind of like the introduction one. But like, is there a kind of like an approachable, non-mathematical person like me, a second one that I can hear about?
Yeah, the simplest one you can actually do is a demonstration of water being level on surface. Understanding a little bit more of the physics of water, and just knowing how it adheres to principles such as hydrostatic equilibrium. You could detail how water on a surface will spread out and keep surface tension, which gives it that flat surface that it needs as it spreads out. And this is a very simple way to demonstrate that water adheres to the plane of the horizon. So it gives you a demonstration of why the horizon would be a straight line in your view.
And what I find, yeah, that's interesting because I've only been in a plane, right? I haven't been to space. Because if I had been to space, I think if we had been to space, I think we would, you know, we would probably talk about it all the time.
You're in good company, bro, with every other person on Earth.
Yeah. But like my question is kind of like, you know, I've been told that like even things like space is what we think it is, you know, and I have wondered about kind of like whether space really is, like, because I've never been to space.
Well, lucky for you, we can put that question to bed for you. It doesn't exist.
Because really?
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Because that's really hard to swallow. That's like, but I know. Like, really.
Can I say something? Well, before we get in the weeds even further, like I just want to bring something up. Now, so the funny thing is you said yes. I've been told it's a sphere my entire life. Have you ever thought about what was the evidence they gave you? So you just brought up space.
That's exactly what I think about every day.
Yeah. So like there you just talked about space. And you said, well, I'm starting to question it. Why'd you ever believe it in the first place? Because they never really gave you evidence. They said,
exactly.
Hey,
I just completely believed it.
It's just a bunch of TV shows, right?
Exactly.
That's all it is.
Like Doctor Who. It's like Star Wars. It's like we've been told it like for so long that we think it's normal. So
you couldn't tell the difference. You couldn't tell the difference if they said, oh, here's our evidence of space. Here's Apollo video. And say that never happened. And they were like, here's the evidence of space. Here's a Star Wars video. You wouldn't be able to say, oh, this is the fake one. This is the real one. You'd have no ability to even do that.
Exactly.
Well, it's a good point to be on, though, because this goes to really the heart of this globe idea, which is your situation, like where you think you are. So I understand your concern about, well, I've been told I'm here in this place, even though it's a horrifying idea. You're flying at millions of miles an hour through an empty void with no known destination, with other things flying around that could smash in at any moment. But either way, yeah, we know that that's not true, and we've got a good argument for it, which maybe India or Jedi can take, but I want to ask the chat at the same time, post some of the NASA GIFs of their footage whilst we explain the gas pressure, because I think those two together is very instructive, right? So we're going to show you clips of NASA fakery, so all the shit they're showing us about space, quote unquote, obvious Hollywood special effects. And at the same time, we're going to give you the argument for why we do not believe, and it cannot be the case, that we're existing within a vacuum as a ball of water and gas. India or Jedi? You just want to take it? Or someone else? Sheepdog, you're about.
I have a question as well. It's like, is that because you said space doesn't exist? Because I've always kind of felt that like, you know, it's such a ludicrous concept.
It's your intuition, bro. That's amazing to hear. That's amazing to hear, because when you watch the footage, and I had the same thing. When you believe in the globe, you watch the space videos and you're like, something just looks fucking weird about this. Like, I don't know, just something isn't resonating with you. So I think that's your intuition telling you this is fake as shit, bro. But yeah, Jedi said he would take you through the argument, and it's a good one. So listen, pay attention, and yeah, let's go through that.
Okay.
So you say that you don't think space exists.
Well, I've always felt like the Earth is kind of like, I've never seen anything else, but also at the same time, it's like if space exists, then why am I not suffocating?
Okay. So why are you not suffocating?
Because there physically can't be. I think there physically has to be a barrier. Because the Earth would have to have a physical barrier.
Well done. Right. So what you're speaking about, your intuition is correct. Your intuition into a law of nature, something that you observe always, gas expanding into available spaces.
Exactly, it would expand off into space.
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. So that's the argument. Gas would expand like Jupiter, a giant ball of gas, or the Earth with an atmosphere around it. Knowing that gases don't take shapes, they form the shapes of that container. So
exactly.
Yeah. So this is entropy, right? Gas expanding into a volume. So this is a law of nature that would take place if this situation was true. It can't be true, the vacuum of space, because the second law of thermodynamics is valid in all systems in all space and time, open and closed. This is an open system, then the gas would expand. So your intuition's correct. So no vacuum.
And I think I've just kind of felt like all my life that like I've been, it's like you've been told something and you kind of go, yeah, I believe it, and then you go on for this long and you think, well, if it is real, then we should know a lot more. We should be able to fix a lot more. If we can go off into the moon, then we would be some.
Why can't they get clean drinking water to all the states in America? Why have we got all the issues we have?
That has to be a lie. It has to be completely, because that's
not what makes it an obvious lie. It's the geometry, the gas pressure, the natural laws that we experience confirm to us that the story they've given us cannot be true. But the additional part to that, beyond the fact that we cannot be in a vacuum, is that we must be contained. Right? We have to be contained for us to have gas pressure.
I feel kind of anxious about it all, because I lie in bed sort of thinking about, the idea of me on a massive ball. It's just
you've got like globe anxiety, dude. You better be trolling, or I'm going to smack the shit out of you.
No, because I'm on the top of the globe apparently, because I'm in the UK, so I don't feel as bad. But I can't.
You're spinning, bro. You're spinning at thousands of miles an hour, aren't you? Flying around the sun, flying through a vacuum.
Yeah. But why aren't I being flung off?
No, you can feel it all, right? You can detect all that motion. Surely.
I feel like that's just made to make me feel anxious and powerless.
Well. Either way, natural law tells us that we have to be in a contained system, not an open one. So you don't have to worry about any of those asteroids or flying through a vacuum.
Is it because my question is, it would make more sense if it was going up. Because that's what I've heard. I've heard that like if it's going up, then that means that's why
it's not moving.
This mask is falling off.
Yeah. Come on, dude.
Well, that makes sense to me. I don't know.
Oh, you're so clever, isn't it?
Yeah, don't take the piss, dude. I mean, so far you've just agreed to everything that's been said, which is logical, and you couldn't disagree with anyway. So if you are trolling, it's pretty pointless, because we're only saying things that you can't possibly deny. No, I'm saying if you are.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just trying to like.
Yeah, you just repeated it. So upward disk Earth, is that what you've heard about?
Well, I've heard of all kinds of stuff, because you know how flat Earth gets made fun of all the time. There's so many different
jealousy is a terrible thing, Timmy.
Not really. I mean, the people that try and make fun of flat Earth are like the people who tell us that all the water is just an illusion. So we don't really need to listen to that.
What I'm saying is that like it's quite obviously, because if you've been told something your whole life and you're open to sort of hearing it.
Yeah, but this is the point. It's not about what you've been told. This is the whole point. Yeah. It's not about what you've been told. It's about what reality is.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Is that
you've been told that you were clever.
Exactly, but I consider myself like a practical person, and I try to use my eyes at all times.
Well, stop trolling then.
Okay, well, from now on, you just go out into reality and accept what your eyes and your body experiences and your senses detect, which is only a flat, motionless Earth with the sun, moon, and stars moving above you in repeated patterns. That's what you've got.
I'm not trolling. I'm trying to understand. Because I don't want to come across like I'm trolling or anything. I don't see the point if I was doing that. I just want to be. I don't know. I just feel kind of
fine. Let me ask you this question: Do you feel the Earth moving?
No.
When you look up at the sky, do you see the sky moving, or do you see the Earth moving?
I see the sky move.
So, what would give you any idea that the Earth is in motion in any direction?
Gravity.
Gravity has nothing to do.
Down.
So
I
are you observing the thing falling down?
Things don't go to the back. Yeah, you're right.
If you pick something up and drop it, is the thing falling or is the Earth moving?
You're right. Yeah, you're right. The thing's falling. That's literally what it's doing.
There you go. So the Earth is motionless.
I've never thought of it like that.
You know,
yeah, no, you're right.
Timmy, I got something to say real quick. When you go through a bunch of wild claims that are impossible, and you dismantle them, the first knee-jerk reaction shouldn't be to find another wild claim to put out there.
Yeah. I've never thought of it like this. That's amazing. Because honestly, it's like you're right. Because it's just coming up with another bullshit explanation when it's literally just going against what I'm seeing. Yeah, it's falling. It's falling. Just like how the sky is. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I've never thought of it like that. But that's the thing, isn't it? That's the kind of thinking that I have to.
You just have to examine.
Yeah, I just have to go in more into my intuition. You're right.
Well,
that makes sense.
Examine the story that they've told you, compare it with reality, and realize that reality is telling you something different.
Right.
And then it's up to you. Do you choose reality or do you choose
with what they've been told? Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Your intuition's that you can't even tell whether or not you're trolling.
But like my question is, okay, so I guess like I just have to kind of what is it called? What is it called? I don't know. I like to problem solve in my life, and I think about things all the time, and I try to like think myself to death a lot of the time, and I'm just like thinking like, well, yeah. So you're right. Okay, so I have to think like if I drop something, it falls. That's what's happening. The Earth isn't moving up or anything like that. It's like it's falling. How?
Well, let go of.
I feel anxious not understanding because I don't really understand how it works. So I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can live.
Someone send him a link. Someone send him a link to the server. We've got a home server with like terabytes of information on all these topics, so you can research in your own time. If you're as curious as you claim, you will enjoy the server. Someone will send that to you in your DMs.
Yeah, there's a lot out there to learn. You're not going to be able to understand everything. No one is. You're going to just like join the club on that. Like there's some things that we'll never know. But that's okay. You can learn a lot of things, and as long as you have the right mindset and to sift through the BS, you just learn your logical fallacies. And the point of this is to make you critically think about any claims that are put forth to you. You're going to be able to take information and go through it, see what's correct, what's incorrect, and disseminate that information. So,
yeah, I did want to ask actually about like something falling down, because that's something definitely concrete that I can see. Like I don't feel like I'm. Sometimes I do feel like I'm moving around.
We're not making a claim about why things fall. Our claim is that the Earth is not.
I know. I was wondering, like, if we were to get to like the edge of the world, and I would.
We're also not making a claim about an edge.
No, I know. There's no claim about an edge, dude. It's just.
I know. I'm just curious myself, right? Like,
well, if you find one, you can try it and let us know.
But is there a way of getting to it?
If you find one, let us know.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I'm not as knowledgeable, right? But like, in terms of like getting into a boat and trying to find an edge, has anyone tried to do that? You have.
Trying to no.
No one's
trying to find an edge. No one's trying to find an edge of the Earth.
Why not?
Try and find out. See how you get on. You know, it's not as simple as you can just sail wherever you want, drive wherever you want, fly wherever you want. No, a lot of the world is off limits to you for many reasons.
Don't be coming to my backyard.
One of the reasons.
Whoa. That just blew my mind.
One reason is you don't have the resources to go looking.
Yeah, you're gonna.
There's one reason.
You know,
There's one reason we can start there.
You know much about sailing, dude?
Unfortunately, not. No. Do you?
Well, then I guess it's kind of out of your wheelhouse.
Well, no. What I'm asking is
private.
Why has no
private property?
Tried?
Well, yeah, but like, why don't you get into a boat, Tom? And
don't need to. Don't need to, because I'm not claiming an edge of the Earth. I'm simply observing, measuring, and using the Earth as flat and motionless.
And why are you trying?
Right, but then you're saying that
we don't even care to go out and do those
get to the edge of the Earth.
No, I didn't say. I didn't make a claim about the possibility of an edge. I simply said we're not claiming one.
Right. So, but it would still be impossible to get to the edge of the Earth if there was one.
No, I mean, I'm not saying it's possible or impossible. This is your imagination now.
But
you brought up the edge.
About what is.
You brought up the edge. You brought up the edge, right? We didn't bring it up, right?
Yeah. No, I brought it up because of falling, like a falling.
So this is all your construct. This is all your idea. This is all you, bro.
Well, no, this is
see, you're already. See, what's happening is you're falling back into your original mode of thinking when it comes to the Earth, because this is the way you were taught to think about the Earth as a child. You were shown images of all Earth.
Let's say, for example, I think that the Earth is a cube, right?
No. Because see, when you're talking about an edge, you're imagining like a disc floating somewhere or being somewhere.
No, this could be a cube, for example, or.
Well, either way, you're imagining a shape. You're imagining a shape in a place.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
That's the wrong way. That's the wrong way for you to think about the Earth. But that is the way you've been taught. That's the way you've been taught to think about it.
Oh my god,
dude,
sorry.
I shouldn't think of the Earth as a shape. I should think of it as a plane.
You were literally just saying. You were literally just saying that space was fake to you, and now you're invoking space all over again.
No, listen. You're thinking about the Earth as a shape in a place when you should be thinking about the Earth as how you experience it. Dude, shut the fuck up. You think about it in terms of how you experience it from your perspective, and go from there. Otherwise, you're lost.
We do know that the Earth is a shape, right? Because we're standing on it.
What shape? What shape is it?
The shape I'm standing on right now is flat, right?
Is flat a shape?
I'm standing in a room.
Is flat
a shape? Yeah. I'm standing in a room.
No. Right? Flat is not a shape. It's
I don't believe it's a. Well, I don't believe that flat.
So this is not a shape claim. So you claiming the Earth has a shape is you don't know what it is.
I understand
you don't know what
it has. Yeah.
So that's nonsense. So we're going to move on.
I understand.
We're going to move on from this. We're not making a claim to a shape. We didn't make a claim about.
Let me just.
Let me straw man you more. Come on, please. Let me straw.
I'm not.
You need to find out. You need to find out.
I don't think you understand what straw man means.
But Tom, you need to find out.
You're claiming there's an edge, or there should be an edge, or there must be an edge, and we're claiming we're not claiming that.
A question about it, and I think you've
asking a question about something we don't think exists.
So you don't believe there is an edge?
We're not making a claim about it. You're asking us questions about something we're not even talking about.
I'm hearing like people say there is an edge and there isn't.
Okay, so Tom, let me take you back. Okay, since you brought up Euclidean bullshit, right? So you have an object. Okay, are you going to talk over me? Are you going to let me respond to what you said?
Something.
Are you going to talk over me? You're going to let me respond? Like I'm trying to give you a foundation here. Okay, so there's ideas of discrete objects embedded in a space. Okay. In that space would be called the embedding space, right? This is in geometry, mathematics, whatever. You can think of it as we have a piece of paper, we draw a square on the piece of paper. The paper is the embedding space. The square is the discrete object. Now, why you would think of Earth like that, I don't know. Because Earth doesn't like those things. If I said, hey, universe, what's the universe and what space is that embedded in? That question would be nonsensical, right? What is the universe inside?
What is the universe inside?
Yeah. Where's its edge?
I have no
idea. What's its shape?
Oh, right.
What's its
edge
shape?
Of the universe.
What's its shape?
Well, I wouldn't know because I might not believe that the universe exists.
Oh God, go on mute, dude. Fuck.
The universe is flat. I'll help him out. The universe is flat.
He thinks the universe. He's not even sure the universe exists. Like, why are we going to talk to somebody?
He's at 99%.
Dude, he might not even be at 99% sheepdog.
Can I say?
He might be at like 50%.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Are you sure you're
51%? 51%.
right now?
50.0000001%.
I would like to ask a question.
Yeah, go.
You were talking about how sort of like, because you were saying we're not claiming that there's an edge or anything like that, and I think I'm starting to sort of understand more intuitively, just like feeling like I understand like what, because you're kind of I feel like you're kind of like just letting me come to my own conclusion, which is good. Well, I'm scared to say what the conclusion. I feel like one of the ideas I've come to is that we live in
YOLO, bro. YOLO.
It's like Minecraft. It's like Minecraft. It's just
not like Minecraft.
It's just flat.
Did you take a conclusion?
It's just flat.
Did you take a conclusion about some guy who said something, let's say flat earthers, and then you take a conclusion about that? Because some flat earthers why is some flat earther flat earther?
Well, Minecraft isn't flat because it's got hills and valleys.
Why flat earthers calling themselves flat earthers? Why? What is the main reason?
Because Earth is because the realm that we live in is on a flat plane or something.
Yeah,
that's what we experience, bro.
Surface. Yeah. That means that surface is measured curved or measured flat. Two options.
Flat. Because the ground is flat. Because it's level.
How we will test that?
What about a hill? Is a hill flat? Is a hill flat?
Yeah, but no. I'm asking you how you will test that.
Well, I'm saying that like, you know, if we zoom out enough, you would see that it's it's kind of flat.
It's always a zoom out shit. It's like Wolfgang brought up a good point. You guys just keep reverting back to this external view of the world that you've never had, and that you don't know anybody that's ever had it. That they're outside the world. That they're outside the world, looking back at it. What makes you think that you can do that?
You're right. I can't imagine it. You're right.
No, that's all. No. That's all you can ever do is imagine it. That's the thing. Right. The third person point of view of the world.
Honestly, India. Right. I think you've said like the most thought-provoking stuff of the entire like time I've talked to you. I think your claims are really, they're quite hard to grasp.
You're saying the same thing I am.
Yeah, but I'm trying. I guess I'm trying. Yeah. But like what I'm saying is I'm trying to grasp what you're. I'm trying to grasp it. Do you understand? Do you understand? It's quite hard to grasp.
Yeah, I know that, but that's indoctrination, right? So you're presented to Earth. When I say, what do you think the Earth is like? The mind of modern people immediately goes to an external viewpoint. Oh, I look at the Earth and I see it as an object from some external viewpoint. But that's not how you experience reality.
Right. Yeah, I have to view it from my own perspective.
It's like the difference between I'm in a first-person shooter. I've never experienced a third-person shooter, but I'm going to imagine that what my experience would be like if I was in a third-person shooter. But that's only ever going to be imagination. It's never going to be anything real.
I just have this feeling.
No, that's not true. That's not true. All you have to do is videotape yourself doing some first-person shooting stuff, and then watch the video, and there's your third person.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, Castle King. Thanks for that. I mean, that's not the context we're talking about, but thanks. Videotape yourself from fucking space, bro.
I think Castle King's probably done that in like a VR headset or something.
I've been in the video game. I've seen myself in the video game. That's me playing myself in the third person.
Yo, next time they send something to the moon, Castle King, wave at the camera and let's see if we can see you.
Cyclone. How if you could describe to me in your own words, like what the world is, in your own words, in the way that but like sort of like more deep in, not into like sort of like factually like trying to describe it, but what you feel is, what is that? Yeah.
It's kind of a weird
Tell us
question.
how you feel, Cyclone.
Yeah, no, like, come on.
Not feelings, not
Therapy?
feelings. I mean,
What is this, a therapy
not
session?
therapy. I mean, conceptually,
Yeah, it's okay,
I guess.
dude. No, well,
I'm trying
what you
to
experience,
grasp it.
do you understand?
It's
Do you
a big
understand
lake.
the experience the Earth is flat and motionless?
Flat and motionless. Yeah.
So when
That's
you
what
go to
I
the beach,
experience.
that's what you experience, right?
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
Yeah.
What you see is what you get. So what do I think the world is like? When you go outside, that's what it's like.
Yeah, that's really good. That's really good, actually. That's to the point. Yeah, I like
But
that.
why don't you ask yourself, why don't people think about it that way? Why, when I say, what's the Earth like? Okay, what's the Earth look like? They don't think about, hey, when I go outside, it looks like this. Or when I go to the top of a mountain, it looks like that. They go, well, the 1970 Blue Marble fucking image, that's what the Earth looks like.
Freeze
right?
up.
They think of a photograph that they saw on TV or on screen somewhere, even though they on Earth, and they've been on Earth their entire life, right? They don't think about their own experience. They outsource what they think the Earth is to some image that was presented to them. That's mental illness.
Absolutely. No, it's I think
that's
I
the
feel
same thing. The same thing can be said about, like, for example,
Dude, could you not interrupt me, please?
Underground. Sorry, but like
underground.
Well, I've only been given images of what is underground, right? And I mean like deep underground. But I've never been underground.
Yeah, but use your brain, dude. Like that can be taken pictures of.
Dude.
That's different.
How?
I'm talking about the Earth as a whole, right?
Yeah, because you can't go up that high, but you could dig that down. You can get a spade and you can dig right now.
9 miles.
Now the globies are going to start confusing each other.
You can dig 9 miles only.
What do you mean
Well, either way,
underground? Like in a cave or something?
9 miles up?
There are loads of salt mines. You can go down a salt mine today.
That's the biggest hole in the world, 9 miles.
9 miles? Is that the biggest hole in the world?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Other than your mum.
Yeah, other than your mom, he visits your mom's.
You can find out. It's in Russia.
Boys, no more trolling. I'll let that one. I'll let that one slip because it's valid, but no more trolling.
I did want to ask. There was something someone talked about with like the perception of people and where it's like at 0.
The Earth isn't flat.
Degrees. And I was wondering if someone could revisit that. I can't
that sounds
like
a familiar, upset voice.
I can't remember who said it is exactly, but someone said that human perception.
The Earth isn't flat.
Is that 0.02?
You sound desperate again.
That's a compelling globe argument, bro.
Hello?
Yeah, I don't know if you're the idiot interjecting, joining and running away repeatedly. So what did somebody say to you?
Yeah, someone said in this voice chat. Someone said that the human perception.
The Earth isn't flat.
Okay, right.
Oh my god!
Who was that?
Is that Joe?
Yeah, it's like fucking retard.
That sounds like Joe, and he's here to troll.
So someone told me in this VC that at 0.02 degrees is the perception of man, right? And I was wondering if
no, the angular resolution.
The angle of resolution.
Yeah, so I'll explain to you very quickly. It's very simple to understand.
Yeah, sure.
So say you had two headlights on a car, right?
Yep.
And it was very far away. So far away that those two headlights that are separated look like one headlight.
Okay.
So they will look like one headlight until they're separated by a certain angle. And that angle is 0.02 degrees, at which you're going to detect them as two distinct headlights.
I see. Right. So it's kind of like looking at the resolution of the eye, right, of the human eye.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The angular resolution.
Once it gets to
the minimum angular separation that you can resolve. Now, obviously, this 0.02 degrees is kind of a rule of thumb. There has to be optimal conditions.
I was going to ask that because, like, when you're talking about degrees, you're talking about relative measurements, right?
Well, it depends on so the resolving power of an optic depends on the diameter of the opening. So let's say you did it during the daytime. Well, when you're in a bright light, your pupils dilate, right? So now the opening's smaller. And at nighttime, they'll open up all the way, but then it's dark, so then you have that problem. So we're talking about the optimal, perfect condition, 0.02 degrees. But there's other factors that will change what that
That will
value
change
is.
that.
It'll always be worse than that value. It'll never be better than that value.
Okay, I see. And is there a way that has there been like a study on this?
Yeah, because they've been studying human vision for fucking goddamn hundreds of years.
I mean that value.
You ever seen an eye chart?
Exactly. Sorry, so that value exactly that you've brought up. Is there like something that I could like look at that could prove that?
I mean, an eye chart. When they test your eyes?
Oh, an eye chart. I've got glasses on, so yeah, they do.
Yeah, so they got like lines and letters, and they got, you look at the bottom line. Like, hey, look at the bottom line, right? And then like the bottom line, even though it's made up of individual letters, it'll just look like a line across it, right?
That's correct.
You can't resolve the individual letters as separate.
But it does help with glasses, right? What I'm saying is
because glasses are gigantic, and then, like I said, it's the diameter of the lens, right?
So
people, hold on. People think it's zoom. Zoom will not help you. Okay, zoom will blow the image up, right? But that's just like rescaling an image. You're not going to get any more information out of it, right? So if I take a 128 by 128 pixel image and rescale it to 1,000 by 1,000. There isn't more pixel information that's going to come out of there. I'm just going to have a big blown up blurred image.
Right, but glasses help that, right? So so the human eye can like be enhanced with glasses, for example, right?
Yeah, the glasses are large, right? So the surface area of that glass, I think eyeglasses, they're probably 5 times larger than your pupil, right?
Okay,
so that surface area gets focused down into your eye.
Yeah, and for example, a telescope as well, right? Would be able to do this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this wouldn't be a zoom.
No, it wouldn't be zoom.
It wouldn't be a
It'd
zoom.
be a larger diameter optic. So like when they make telescopes, right? So they'll be like, okay, the largest telescope in the world is a 10-meter telescope. That's the diameter. That's the width of it.
Well, it would be a smaller. Wouldn't it be a smaller resolution then? With a telescope, because you're making that small 0.02 degrees even smaller by having like a glass between it, right?
I mean, those are factors as far as like the brightness of the image and shit, but that's so.
Oh no! I'm not talking about brightness of the image. I'm talking about you brought up.
That's an effect of like using a lens. You get this thing called vignetting, so that the outer extremities of the image get darker, right? They get like a darker, and you're only kind of focused in the center. That's kind of because the
but I'm not talking about light
is,
here. I'm talking about the resolution of the eye. You mentioned the resolution of the eye.
Yeah.
The lens itself is making it smaller, right? Because that degree you're making it smaller.
But the lens has a larger surface area to collect light.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
So you're grabbing a lot of light, right? So I have the opening of my eye, say it's 10 millimeters.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just look at an object. Only thing I can see is the light that comes through that 10 millimeter freaking opening. Well, if I take a telescope that's 10 meters, that whole 10-meter telescope, all that light it collects gets focused into the 10 millimeter hole. So I've collected more light, right?
Yeah.
So now, obviously, I probably couldn't resolve it because of the compactness of the freaking epithelial cells in my eyeball. But that's a whole nother thing.
Right. So can we both agree that?
So I guess you're the thing about the diffraction limit is this: it's called because there's constructive and destructive interference caused by light. Right. So if that that is an actual spatial separation, right? So you can constructively and destructively interfere two points of light, right? And they'll make like a ring. Like you'll have a bright ring and then a dark ring and then a bright ring, then a dark ring, then a bright.
Sure.
Now say you have 2 of these, right? And those rings are overlapping. if the separation between the center points of that is too close, right? And when I say too close, I mean it's smaller than the wavelength of the light itself, right? When it's being projected, that angle, they'll interfere with each other. And that's why these two dots of light, these two headlights, they're interfering with each other. Their waveforms are overlapping.
Right, I see.
So you just get a set. I can actually post a video about it from an MIT lecture.
Mm-hmm.
It's short. It's a clip, dude. It's from an optics class. So MIT has a YouTube channel called OpenCourseWare where they actually have.
I try to base it off of my own perception, right? So that's why I'm on the fence, and that's why I get muted all the time. it's because I keep saying that I like getting the resolution through my own perception of life.
Yeah, but you know, it's like these are like simplified. When we're talking about
it's a very difficult thing to do. Trust me, it's a very difficult thing to do. But I have spoken to a lot of flat earthers who have been able to prove flat Earth to me through my own eyes. Right? They've been able to point exactly where I need to look at to be persuaded that actually, in fact, that the Earth is not a sphere. Right? I think that it's important to be able to do that for someone like me, for example. It's important to have that ability to do that, to be educated enough to be able to direct someone's vision, someone's perception, to understand what actually is, right?
Right, whatever, dude. We need to move on from this guy because I don't know what this fucking weird thing is.
I have a question.
They came in here thinking, I'm very educated. I'm going to go and troll the flat earthers. Meanwhile, you've just agreed to everything, and everything you've agreed to debunks the globe. So, whatever.
But are you guys not open for conversation?
You know what the fallacy of the single cause is?
What? Go ahead.
It's like when you try to attribute. So, say we go out to the beach and we make an observation and saying, hey, I see this, and this is what's caused it, this single causal thing. Yeah. That's a fallacy. Okay. When we make observations in reality, it's complex.
Yes,
it's the eye, it's the lighting, it's the ability to perceive different freaking wavelengths. It's like, it's a multi-causal. There's no one particular thing, right? It's the land, there's like all these factors that come into play. And you could try to go do an observation and eliminate many of these variables.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So I go, okay, the horizon, it moves from here and there, and we see too far, and they're like refraction. Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because there's multi-causal variables, right? So you have your angle to the surface, your angular resolution, the fucking what wavelength of light is it? Because if I fucking use a red filter as opposed to a blue filter, we're like to see more.
Like, I also have to understand that it's relative as well, right? It's the only thing I have, and I think that I think everyone can relate to that. That like vision is kind of.
Aren't you in UK?
Yeah. I'm in the UK.
Yeah, why don't you just like go down to Dover and look at France or something?
I have, yeah. I'm actually French, so.
Go to France and look at Dover. I mean, either way, you shouldn't be able to see the other side.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I've had like a flat, like I said before, I've had a flat earther come up to me and say this. But like what I found what was really interesting was the challenge of, in a Discord call anyway, be able to disprove the Earth is spherical, or to be able to prove that the Earth is flat through just a Discord call. Right, which is what
I have to disprove the Earth Discord.
Other people who you even know you're on Discord right now? Are you sure that you're on Discord right now?
Well, I see the logo. Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's a very good.
It's true.
Point,
you don't know. You don't know if you're on Discord, do you?
I mean, I do.
Why would you have to?
How would I know?
I can see with my eyes, and I guess I know.
Tom,
so you're 100% sure. Sorry, India.
Well, I was just going to say, Tom, why would we have to disprove the globe in a Discord call?
Sure, or something, but yeah. Sorry, say that again?
Yeah, why would we have to disprove the globe in a Discord call when they don't have any evidence it's a globe? Literally, their evidence is somebody told me something. That's their evidence. Because they'll say, they'll tell us a whole story, some crazy explanation, like Castle King, and then we go, hey, okay, cool. What's the evidence for all those claims?
Mm-hmm.
Here, I'll Google it. And then they Google, and they don't find it. They find someone else whose claim they just parroted. I'm like, okay, what's their evidence? No evidence. So this is really simple. This is a simple feat for us. This isn't even a difficult situation. They make a claim. We ask for the evidence of the claim, and they go down in flames. It happens minute after minute, day after day, time after time. It's nonstop. And if they go, what's your evidence the earth is flat? That's a fucking breeze. Fucking go outside, observe the ocean, observe a fucking lake, observe reality, go on top of a mountain, fly a fucking airplane. All these things. All they can do is go, well, some human beings I never met claim they went to space and took a picture of a fucking ball. Or, I have all these explanations from fucking school, which I don't know what the evidence for them is.
India, I have a question.
Hold on. You did say it there, though, didn't you? That you can't be 100% sure that you're on Discord.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't know that you're on Discord.
As human beings, I don't believe that.
So this guy's just full of shit, and it's his whole. Well, I can't even know that I'm on Discord.
No. That's not my point. You're kind of like you're squeezing it out of me in a way, right? Because
I'm just predicting that you are pointless conversation because you are just here to talk shit and pontificate and do rhetoric.
You could be talking yourself,
do nothing at all, and you don't know that you're on Discord, and that's how.
Or that we're people and now figment to your imagination.
Well, no, you've asked me the question of do I know 100% if I am in something, and
you're on Discord.
I can say that human beings in general have no idea, can't be 100% sure of the cardinal truth of things.
You don't know that you're on Discord.
Are they 100%
I'm not
sure
saying
of that?
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. Are we?
What if
your whole inane worldview is just debunked by a simple question and made to be the foolish nonsense that it is?
So if you're not 100% sure that you can never be 100% sure, that means you're 100% sure you are 100% sure.
So first of all, I have never insulted any of you, right?
You're insulting us with your general bullshit behavior.
With your stupidity.
You need to have a good conversation in good faith. Stop your bullshit. You're not fooling anyone.
You can't create a good conversation in good faith because you don't allow people to actually speak out
you
their
have
mind.
to be smarter than them. So that's not going to happen.
Cyclone.
All right. So
let's move on, dude. I agree with Cyclone. We need to move on. This is just in the weeds. In the weeds bullshit.
So where was his boyfriend? Timmy, there you go.
Oh yeah. No, I got a question.
Right. So now the boyfriends are muted. I'm sure they're holding hands with their heads.
He insta left, dude. You fucking found him, dude. Seriously.
Yeah.
Not Timmy, the other guy. He fucking left immediately. And I'd rather go back to Wilhelm because that was the only honest conversation happening, and these other two threw their body in the fucking gears, so that honest conversation wouldn't happen. That's what I find annoying, to say the least.
Yeah, it's pathetic. It's like the most cringe beta behavior you could ever observe. Wilhelm, you still around? You listen to that embarrassment of the globe?
I am still around. I was just listening to it while doing some other things.
Well, what the fuck were they doing? Is that what happens if you believe in a globe? You behave like that? Anyway, Wilhelm, let's continue our conversation. You got any questions you want to put to the room? You got some evidence for the globe you want to discuss?
I feel like I want to do my own research. I've learned it.
Into what?
Into flat Earth.
How are you going to do that? What are you going to research?
I don't know.
That's probably a good place to start. Yeah, right. I'm going to go on mute, guys, but it was nice to hear you all. This is a good point to take off. Where do I start? I'm going to research flat Earth. What is that? I don't know. All right. You have a good night, guys.
All right.
I mean, can I get some of this information that you have in a Discord server that you mentioned before?
Discord.gg/flat Earth. We got our Discord has 28,000, 29,000 people or whatever. But the reason I'm giving you the Discord invite link is because there's information channels A through Z. When you join the Discord, got all the channels near towards the bottom. There's an information section. It's in alphabetical order of different things, right? So, Coriolis effect, NASA curvature, laser test, long distance observation, you name it, dude. It's fucking on there. All the information you could ever want. But there's a limitation of that shit like that. So the limitation is you have to rely on other people to a degree, right?
Yeah.
So no matter what it is, if it's from us, it's from a Glober, dude, you should take it with a grain of salt, because the only way to actually prove anything to anybody is a practical demonstration. So I would say you're on a big ass fucking island. So, there's plenty of people in the UK that have done observations.
I mean, listen, I'm going on a cruise in 2 weeks' time in the Mediterranean. I'm sure I'd be able to do my own observation then.
A cruise ship? Like a giant cruise ship?
Yeah.
I just found out today, or a couple of days ago, that at night, if you look over the edge of a cruise ship, that's fucking absolutely pitch black.
Well, I've never been on one, so I'm interested to see what it's like.
And neither have I. But the dude took videos of it, and I mean, it was the blackest black I ever saw, man. He's looking, because you're 300 feet or 200 feet off the water, right? So when he pointed the camera over the edge of the fucking boat, it's like, holy shit, that's black, dude. It was dark. So I'm just saying, it's just a weird thing. On a cruise ship. Well, what I would say is they have lots of globe calculators, and that's all you can do. Is they claim it's a globe of a certain radius, and all you can do is test that, right? Does this math out what they predict? So, if you're on a cruise, right? What one thing you could do is, right, before you get to whatever port destination you're going to, sure you'll have some way of tracking where the boat is.
Oh yeah, of course.
So there's a website too called Marine Traffic. So I would go in, get the height of the boat, punch in the curve calculator, and make a prediction of how far away from land you can be until you should see the land, right? So 50 miles away, 100 miles away, right? Because if it's a ball, you'll be behind the curb and you shouldn't be able to see it, right? Right? Yeah. You understand that? If the Earth is curving, then you're under the curve and you shouldn't be able to see this island. Now, people have said they've seen the Statue of Liberty from 50 miles away. 50 miles away, that would put the Statue of Liberty something 700 feet under the curve of the Earth. That's what people don't realize. They think, Earth is really big and things shouldn't be over the curve that easy, or from these distances, you got to be way, way farther. And it's actually not the case. Curve of the Earth is supposed to drop 8 inches per mile squared, roughly. So you got to think at 10 miles, that's 66 feet. So that's a 6-story building, 10 miles away. So if you're looking out, at the ocean, you're looking at something 10 miles away. If it's not taller than 66 feet, you shouldn't see it.
Yeah.
Okay? At 30 miles, if it's not taller than 42 stories, you can't see it. 42 stories. So on a ship, you're going to be from an elevated position. So all these curve calculators are on the internet, right? So you can just Earth curve calculator. That's all you got to type in. You'll get one. And you just that's one way you can test it, right? See how far away you can see boats, right? Because like I said, there's a website called marinetraffic.com, and you can zoom in. All these boats got freaking trackers on them. So you can hey, dude, I see that boat. Let me fire up marinetraffic.com, see how far away that boat is. Oh, the boat's freaking 60 miles away. Supposed to be fucking way under the curve of the Earth. That's how you can test it. You want to know? That's one way. Test their claim.
No, I definitely.
There's a claim on the table. Yeah, there's a claim. There's a geometric claim on the table. You can test whether that claim is actually out there in reality. It's literally that simple. It doesn't take a bunch of equations on a fucking chalkboard. It's literally like freaking 7th grade freaking algebra. Not even algebra, barely algebra. The only reason it's algebra is because it has variables in it. Simple. I've done my own tests. I live by the ocean, so I've done my own test. Right? I didn't watch a YouTube video. It was oh damn, the Earth is flat because of this YouTube video. The only way to really prove it to yourself is to go test it.
Yep.
And then What are you gonna do? Go? Well, I don't trust myself. I trust NASA. Fucking like I don't fucking. Good luck to you. I don't trust myself. I trust NASA. Well, why do you trust yourself to trust NASA? Like fuck.
You know, the wild thing is, Indio, it starts that way. Like, oh, I saw a YouTube video. This is stupid. Let me go see for myself and figure it all out. And when you go and find out for yourself, you're like, oh shit, you're right.
Well, yeah, like I saw some videos like Chicago Skyline and all that, but then I like this can't be right? So I went off of YouTube and just started combing through Google Images, right? That had nothing to do with flat Earth, especially back then. Combing through Google Images, looking for long distance observations and just random people posted on the internet. And I found one from Washington State. They have like a bird sanctuary, and a dude was just there like photographing birds. In one of the photographs, he captured like a meteorological tower they had that's off in the ocean. And it's supposed to be 11 miles away from him, and the tower's only 28 feet tall. And you could see the waves smacking against the rocks. Right? 11 miles away. This dude wasn't trying to, the guy was photographing birds. He wasn't trying to, like, flat Earth, globe Earth, right? Then I was like, damn, something not right? He's fucking, something wrong here. Then I went and tested it myself. Not immediately, but, you know. But then you also have to, at the same time.
It goes to the back of your brain and you forget about it. And then something comes up again. You're like, oh, yeah, I'm supposed to go do that.
Yeah, it's exactly what I did, dude. It's exactly. I literally left it alone for like 6 months, dude. Just like, that's interesting. I got other shit to do with my life, other shit I'm interested in. But it was like a splinter, dude. There was a splinter stuck in my brain, dude, to tell me, dude. Especially like, you start noticing all the globe propaganda. That's the thing. You're like, damn, man, they're really trying to shove this down my throat, man. Like, I was looking at that flat Earth shit, and like, why are they trying to shove this shit down my throat?
You know, one of the first things that brought me to flat Earth, somebody mentioned it, obviously. Of course, I'm going through my truther phase, and I'm not trusting what I read online. So I'm like, let me see what a flat earther has to say. So I Google flat Earth. I can't find one single flat earther, right? I'm like, why are they suppressing what a flat earther has to say? Like, I know flat Earth is stupid. I'm not going to. I don't need to know how to debunk it. I know how to debunk it. It's stupid. Let me see what a flat earther has to say. That's all I want. I just want a regular flat earther. Can't get it, bro. So you come into a place like this, now you can talk to an actual flat earther.
Yeah, X2 was a wasteland in the beginning, man. I was like the only person on there, like legit the only person on there even talking about this topic. I think I was on there talking about this for Sacred Proud and all those guys, right? So I don't like Dave Weiss wasn't on there. Like nobody was on there. Like on X when it was Twitter back in the day. Like nobody was on there, and the Glovers would just.
I got removed off of Twitter back in the day, so I didn't even become a flat earther until I was on Truth Social. It wasn't anybody on Truth Social telling me something. It was somebody else.
Dude, you're joking, right? Truth Social?
I went over to Truth Social because I got kicked off of X, off of Twitter.
What's wrong with Truth Social? I mean, I don't use it. I have it, but I don't use it.
Oh, as soon as I found out that the Earth is flat, I tried to talk about it on Truth Social. I got shit on worse on Truth Social than I ever did on Twitter.
they used to just dogpile on X or on Twitter, right? So like, I'd make some post, and like all the globetrotters, all the anti-flat earthers on there, they would all talk to each other and be like, "Hey, go to this post and fucking say something." So like, it would be I'd post something, and I would have like 30 anti-flat earthers in the thing. You know, all the usual suspects. You know, I'm sure you got almost all of them blocked, sheepdog. Like you know, talk about Piper Australis and.
Yeah, I don't block them, I mute them, but yeah, I enjoy the free engagement.
Oh yeah, that's funny. That's hilarious. All the usual suspects that go way back, right? Like, I don't even remember some of them now because they've been blocked so long. But
Slides Barcane.
Yeah, that whole crew.
Edge Rhetoric.
But it's even before those guys were even on there. There was a whole crew of these Glovers, dude, that were just like, all they would do is just dogpile. They would literally call in the freaking reinforcements every single time, dude. And you end up you're like stuck all day on Twitter, like replying to just like nonstop to people. So it got to like, if I made a post, I'd be like, okay, I'm only going to be on Twitter for 10 minutes and I'm getting off. I don't care what the state of the conversation is. I don't care about any of that crap. I used to have to literally set time limits. Otherwise, they'll just keep you on there all day, dude. And then if you leave, they'll go, you ran, you did this, you did that. You know the games I play. So, like, yeah. I just end up blocking most of them at this point. And I still owe McToon one now I think about it. I'm working on that. So, there's a lot, like, this topic isn't what it seems on the surface. It might seem like it's globe Earth versus flat Earth on the surface, and that is just purely some sort of intellectual discussion, but a few of us have been doing this for quite a while, and a lot of this is a dirty business, man. It's very... Flat Earth touches a lot of topics, like side topics, not just flat Earth versus globe. There's historical connotations, political connotations, social connotations, moral, like you name it, right? The globe is part of people's identity.
Oh, absolutely. Why would they lie about Santa Claus?
There can't be any atheists on a flat Earth either, dude. So people are really mad about that part.
Yeah, that's kind of an obvious one, right? Because the first like knee-jerk reaction from like an atheist would be something like, "Oh, you just think the Earth is flat because you believe in God." Like, so you're pretty much admitting that if the Earth is flat, then there must be a God. Yeah.
How's that argument work? If the Earth is flat, there must be God.
Well, you have this. Well, I mean, I could just be like the real simple. We have this story out there, this creation story, Big Bang, cosmology that coalesced into balls, that then coalesced into other balls, pulled together by gravity, and then life spontaneously began. But if you don't have that creation story in place, and the Earth and all these things that we see around us are all that there is, and there was no motion to cause them to come into being, then they must have been brought into being.
I guess I see it's more believable that way, but I mean, either way, there's no explanation for the beginning, like spontaneous, like what spawned the Big Bang, what was before that? There's no, so you can always just say, well, I mean, there has to be a creator.
Okay, well, can you have a materialist narrative to how there can be a flat Earth?
Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. It's I don't know if it's not impossible, but it's just less.
Not only is it flat, but it doesn't move and it's contained. The only thing that could be is a creation, which requires a creator. So
The fact that it's stationary, contained, flat, that all kind of hints to a creator. Like this place is especially designed for us, for life.
Yeah, I'm not arguing for or against it. It's just that when you just take it as simple as it's just people know that when they hear it right away, they're like, wait a minute, that would mean, because they know the story. They're like, no, we're orbiting. But like if it's flat and stationary, then yeah, something had to create it. It's just kind of, they go together.
Yeah, flat, contained, stationary. It almost seems more like this is almost like like a terrarium for humans or for life.
intentional. So there has to be a creator for there to be some intentional creation. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Because you got to remember what the atheist, modern quote unquote scientism narrative is. Is that everything in your body that was once inside of a star created by stardust, right? Stars went supernova, made heavier elements, and those heavier elements are in your body. And they're what created the Earth. They're what created all this other stuff, right? And all that was created from the Big Bang, blah blah blah, right? So there being life at all, right? You as a human being, your existence depends on the materialist physical processes starting at the Big Bang.
And it gave you a brain, 2 hands, 2 legs, all organs to have functionality, what they do, blood, skin, everything was that stardust. DNA.
Yeah, Nikes exist because of the Big Bang, bro.
Yeah, but lungs, you're breathing. That organ is existing in your body that you can breathe. And that is the function of that organ. And it put it there to be for that. It's not for, not we don't have evolved lungs, we don't have evolved heart. We don't have evolved organs, people. It's there because of function. It's the same like the earth. And you are living on the earth because it's made for you, that you can breathe. For fish,
exactly,
water.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, like a thing that sustains life, which is obviously rare. Even in your own paradigm, it's fucking super rare. Even in the globe paradigm, it's super rare. Like how that could not be by intent. I've never heard of anything even remotely resembling a plausible argument.
That pressure it's telling you, India, because you have 14.7. If you go up and down a little bit more, the human beings are in trouble.
Oh yeah, and there's other things too, not just the pressure, right? The temperature.
Yeah,
we have a range of temperature we can operate in, and outside that range, we die. Right?
Yeah. And oxygen, of course.
Yeah, it's that Goldilocks zone, right? It's this porridge is too hot, this porridge is too cold, this porridge is just right. For some reason, the Earth is just right. It's a cool story. Like these aliens evolved on some planet with more gravity, so they have superhuman strength and blah blah blah, right? Just utter nonsense, Fantasyland bullshit. But it makes great movies, right? Endless freaking Netflix freaking nonsense.
And plus, you have that you find out that idea about that Big Bang. It came from the priest. That is like somebody's hitting you in the head with the information.
Hey, what's up?
Le maître.
Is it true that less than 6 million Jews perished in the Holocaust?
I don't know. Was it?
I'm just asking you guys. Don't you guys deny like the Red Cross report?
What? Man,
Bro, what does this got to do? What is this? Like you got like one sentence to tie it. Hey, dude, you got one sentence to tie this into flat Earth.
Didn't the Germans believe in flat Earth too, like Hitler?
Do you know why flat earthers believe in flat Earth? Do you know why flat earthers believe in flat Earth?
Oh, he's gone, dude. He got tossed.
He's on German.
Let's tell him we're not worried about the belief part.
What if you are from South America and somebody asks you about Germans?
Whether it's Argentina or not.
Oh, they moved all there, yeah. They also Croatians. Oh shit, yeah.
I mean, we have a lot to thank the Germans for. A lot of the rocketry comes from German engineering.
Bottle rockets come from China.
Bottle rockets do. Yeah, I think the Chinese were the first to do that, but Germans kind of perfected modern rocketry.
Balloons? A magnetic rotating flywheel? What?
No, rockets like military grade rockets. Rockets.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the bombardier beetle they found, and then they used his formula, the little beetles, 2 liquids that squirt out that get like so much degrees Celsius, like hot as fuck, when they mix. Yeah, that's what they found out.
We
have that story, man. We know all that story. We can say we have also some kind of videos, but always is bad. It was 1930, 40.
Yeah, so the Germans were in nature, mimicking little animals, beetles, pistol shrimps, just anything they can, eels, and then there's stuff that happens in, reality, like certain rocks, certain things. If something does something, trial and error, you use it to your advantage if you can. You put it to work. So... I mean, do you think it was like alien technology, or you think it was just like flywheel technology where you just spin or throw something or get something moving and it's going to like go, it's going to do stuff?
No, I'm not saying it was alien technology. I think German engineering was just kind of ahead of the curve by a little bit,
Yeah, but French, they made a movie, I think, that a mute movie about landing on the moon with a rocket in 1916, 1906, before Germans.
Right, but the thing is like, where do you go with this guy came up with the technology first? Are you like, so when I look at little kids and you're like, hey, make a comic book, just think of like whatever. What do you think's cool? They're gonna start drawing or telling you or describing superpowers, stuff like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and stuff that like they don't even understand really that exists in a way. Some of them might now today, but back in the day they would never. But today it's a thing that you could just like look at your phone and talk to your buddies like we're talking right now from state to state to state to state to state to state to state. So it's connected. So like, and they would be like, I want to jump real high, I want to fly, I want to do this, and they would figure out ways to try to accomplish that. So does that mean they're, super brilliant, or does that mean they're just regular people that are going to do the regular shit?
Well, I mean, they're super brilliant if they actually, if they go farther than just having an idea and actually, start to make something. I think that kind of.
Can I ask, does any of this have to do with flat Earth?
What is it?
What does any of this have to do with flat Earth?
Just the idea of technology. like what he's talking about with technology and how people, like whether you're a brilliant guy who supposedly knows all the answers somewhere in a closet nobody can get to, or you're like just a regular human, like everybody's kids, and they all have the great, beautiful ideas to have rockets, superpower, fly around, and just do everything. So, like, it's not just look at a ball and you're just a brilliant kid today.
Yeah, but these kids don't invent rocketry.
What is it?
They don't invent rocketry. They don't make it.
Little kids don't play with balloons?
No, there's a difference between what the Germans did with the rocketry and what kids can do.
Really?
Yes, of course there is.
Damn, that's crazy. So humans can't do what humans can do.
No, children typically can't do that because the immense resources and intelligence.
The children grow up, you know that, right?
Yeah, but that's not your argument. That's just being like.
I think if we didn't have Germans, we could not discover the rockets. I'm sure of that.
He's not making an argument. Nobody's arguing. They're just talking. Chill out.
Me too. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. So Germans sent the guy to the USA, and he became the first man of the rockets. And he died, and then it was written what he achieved on his grave.
Yes, that's true. Well, no, what was written on his grave was a verse from the Bible, I believe, and I think it was a kind of an interesting one.
His achievement, of the space traveling.
No, I'm pretty sure what says on his grave says something about a firmament, if I'm not mistaken.
If you're first man of rockets and you are experimenting the rockets, who will find out first about the sky what it is, you or me?
No, the person with the rockets, obviously.
No, the person with the telescope.
Yeah.
No. So yeah, on his gravestone, he was saying something about a firmament. So I mean, I think that guy knew more than he let on. I think that guy was into some stuff.
After that, you get treaty.
You know, what would be great?
After that, you have space travel.
Hear me out. What if we take every human to space to show what the Earth's shape is?
Who said that?
How you doing, man? American Defender here.
You settle down with that.
I mean, don't you want to know what the shape is?
I say we house all the homeless before we spend another dime on space travel.
Shapes are man-made.
Well, I mean,
what do you mean? The shape of reality doesn't have a shape, son. Stop trying to conform it to one. The shape reality? Of a triangle and a square and a cube and all that shit and a circle, that's man-made stuff.
But what's reality?
Dirt, piles of dirt, mud puddles, mountains, hills, canyons, cliffs, waterfalls, everything that can't exist on a ball. That way's not up and that way's not down.
Is a square rock not man-made, or is it man-made?
What the fuck did you just say?
I'm just saying, you're saying shapes are man-made. Is a rock like man-made?
What shape is a rock, stupid?
I mean, there's many shapes. That's how we got
what
shapes.
Shape is a rock, goofball?
It depends on the rock.
Yeah, so it's not a shape, it's a rock.
Yeah, but it comes in shapes. That's how we got shapes.
What is the shape of the lake? What is the shape of the lake?
What's the shape of a cloud?
What is the shape of the lake?
You're describing. I'm using a solid. You guys are using liquids and gases. You can't. They don't have a shape. Are you slow?
Do we have oceans on the earth?
So you hold on a second. He just agreed that liquids and gases don't have a shape.
But solids do.
Flat Earth, because you can't have an atmosphere and you can't have a ball of water, son. No shape.
You can. What are you talking about?
You can't.
If I get a glass,
So now you're saying you can have a ball of air and a ball of water. No, not a glass, stupid. A ball of gravity water and a
Yeah,
ball
and
of
that
gravity air,
gravity
not a
is held
glass.
up. I'm not even a glober. Like, why are you arguing with me?
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about then.
Well, I mean, my point is that the Earth is a cylinder, but
well, you're retarded. Go on in fucking cylinder
proof.
land.
I have proof though.
It's
So like,
speculation Sunday. Can we let this guy go off on this?
Okay, sorry, I forgot about
exactly.
that part.
I posted it in the chat.
Yeah.
Here's my
All right,
proof.
go off. Go off, dude.
Yeah, that's my stuff, and we have a hollow Earth. Those are my points right there. So
did you make any mainstream publication about that, or are you presenting now for us?
Oh, I'm presenting knowledge.
Only for us, or do you have any publication about that?
He's saying,
I'm certified though. I'm certified.
That means that you have publication about that. You have.
Well, I'm part of my astronomy club. I founded an astronomy club that is in now 3 colleges. So.
Okay, that means that you have followers who is following your publications.
Exactly. Yes.
Can you name it one of your publications that I can find on the internet?
Well, I mean, it's not. It's a private agency, so we don't disclose that information. We write books.
That means that you privately came here to present us your knowledge.
I mean, I make posts on r/astronomy. So like, I'm trying to start my media agency.
You just showed us like a cell, dude.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why Earth is not cylinder?
Why?
Hey, can we let him make the presentation? We don't even know his claim yet. Let's let him give the presentation.
No. I want to hear why I need publication.
It's in chat, bro.
For example, why I need publication that Earth is not pyramid?
What?
Why I need publication that Earth is a pyramid?
What's a pyramid?
What's a cylinder?
A cylinder is a 3D shape.
A pyramid is a 3D shape.
Correct. But we have like cylinders in nature.
But we have pyramids in the nature.
True. We have mountains.
True.
No, we have pyramids also, real pyramids in the nature.
Exactly. So what's your point?
The Earth is pyramid.
The Earth is this guy's cooked. Holy.
Are you saying that Earth
he's meeting you with your same logic.
All right. So anyway,
are you saying that Earth is cylinder?
It's a cylinder, yes, and it comes with
what is different? What is different? Your claim with my claim? If you are saying that
if the Earth was a pyramid, then we'd have like 50 gajillion different layers, but we only have a certain amount.
50 gajillion layers?
Okay, are you saying that Earth?
Why would it be a pyramid? Then what's at the top of Earth? Is it Mount Everest?
What are we talking about?
Well, I was talking about how the Earth was a cylinder. This guy just said it was a pyramid, so I don't know if he's retarded or.
Yeah, we already went over the fact that you don't know what the dimensions of your cylinder are.
I do know.
Okay, what's the diameter? What's the diameter?
Like from what? Like from the hollow Earth perspective, or from our Earth perspective?
From your fucking cylinder Earth, what's the diameter?
Well, it would be about. I mean, the radius would be like 6,371 kilometers. So
how'd you get that measurement?
By 2, and you'd get 12,742. No, 7,000. It'd be 10,400. You got to do the math.
Yeah, I've done the math. How did you get that measurement?
You'd use the volume that we have for the globe Earth.
No, how did you get the measurement, the direct measurement of the diameter? How did you get the direct measurement of the radius?
H equals 2R equals 12,742 kilometers. You use the height, you find the volume, which is pi r squared H, which would be the height. So it'd be volume equals pi square the radius and then height.
Bro, how did you get the height?
Starting with the base of the earth to the top of the earth.
What are your measurements? Where did you measure this at?
You use the height of, you use the land and then you go up to the atmosphere. That's how you measure it.
That's not earth, that's the air. How did you get the measurement for the earth?
What do you expect me to say, a ruler?
Some kind of form of measurement, whether it's a ruler, a tape measure, some kind of fucking measurement.
Listen, I just
a wheel with revolutions? Come on, bro.
Like, ChatGPT said it would be 10,400 kilometers.
So you don't have any measurements?
I just gave you them. From
So you don't have any measurements.
You way smarter.
You asked ChatGPT that is it. All it is there for is to be babysitter and make you believe stuff that you are not free to. You don't think yourself, you just use that and spits out an answer for you.
I'm not this mathematical.
Then how are you having this conversation?
All right, fine. What are the dimensions of a flat Earth? Since you know everything.
No, we don't claim.
At sea level, the surface is flat.
Where's your proof for that? What? I asked you for the measurement. You said it was flat. That's not a number. I want a number.
Yeah. So when you measure the curvature or the flatness of like a table, you're measuring whether it deviates or not, right?
Sure.
I don't have a diameter for you. I don't have a length for you. I have a measured or non-measured drop over distance for you. That's all I have.
All right. So what is the angle of depression then?
0.
It'll be 0. So mountains just don't exist on your flat Earth.
This is over water. I said at sea level, right?
No, start at the bottom of Mount
I'm not
Everest.
denying topography. You want to talk about topography? We can talk about topography.
To define topography before we even go that way.
Land elevation.
Well, I'm trying to see if he even knows what he's talking about. Because he seems pretty unknowledgeable.
Land
I just
elevation.
said, what are the measurements? He said it's flat. That's the same way if I said, what are the measurements of my cylinder?
Land
Earth?
elevation. Land elevation. Land elevation. Land elevation. That's what topography is. It's land elevation.
All right. So what are the
So now let's go to this, okay? You're gonna answer about 5 questions for me before we move on, okay?
All right, let's go ahead.
So if I get a cup of water filled up halfway with water, is the surface of that water going to be flat or is it going to be curved?
It depends on what you collected it with.
Bro, go fill up a cup of water right now and tell me if the surface of it is flat or curved.
I mean, I have a bottle of water next to me.
Okay, looking at that bottle of water, is the very top layer of that fucking water flat or curved?
Well, this bottle is like squiggly, so I'd say it's flat, but it's kind of curvy. Because I mean, water takes the contain. The water takes the shape of its container. Water has no definite shape.
Right, but the surface of it is always flat, right? The very top layer.
Sure. Most of the time.
So, like, if I go fill up your bathtub, then tell me what the surface of that bathtub water is.
It'd be flat.
Well, you know what? You need to figure it out, dude, because it's literally you're being stupid.
You want me to go fill up my bathtub, dude? Like, I can just tell you it's flat.
I want you to make some real world observations. So the surface of that bathtub water is flat.
I got a picture of a bathtub. that I filled up
So
before.
the surface of the water in a bathtub is flat, right?
Sure.
All right. So now we go to a pool, a swimming pool. Is the surface of that water flat or
What
is
is
it
your
curved?
point here?
Answer the question, bro.
Yeah, it's flat. All the things are flat. All right, my toilet is flat. My water bed is flat. Everything with water is
Lake,
flat. What's your point?
a lake,
Flat. A pond flat. A river flat.
an
An
ocean.
ocean flat. Yes.
Okay, so if 70% of the surface of the Earth is made up of water, and all water everywhere is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat, wouldn't that say that the surface of the Earth is flat?
Let me ask you this: Are there more? Are there more
question, bro.
wheels?
Yes or no?
Are there more wheels on Earth or bodies of water?
What?
Are there more wheels on Earth or bodies of water?
More what?
Wheels or bodies of water? Don't act stupid. You heard my question.
Wheel? What the fuck is a
Wheel.
wheel, dude?
Are you?
What does a wheel have to do with water?
I'll make it a point. I'm saying like a wheel, like a wheel, like a car wheel or like a boat wheel, things like that. Are there more wheels on Earth or bodies of water?
What does that have to do with the Earth?
I'm trying to make a point here. I'm asking him a question.
I don't know the answer to that. I've never gone out and counted every single wheel in every single body of water.
If you take in a note of car wheels, wheels on boats, like steering wheels, wheels on toys, there's more wheels than bodies of water, more confirmed bodies of water. So would that mean that the Earth is a wheel just because there's more bodies of water? Because your point was that if 70% of the Earth was flat, that would make the Earth flat. That doesn't make any sense.
Kind of
you
retarded
just
argument is
contradicted
that?
yourself like a retard. You don't know science or any
No,
type of
you're the retard,
geometrics.
bro.
So I'm just saying, like, that doesn't make any
All
sense.
right, okay. So what is it about what principle of wheels, right, would dictate that the surface of the Earth, its geometry?
Well, I'm saying he said,
like a
if
wheel.
70% of the Earth was flat, does that mean that the Earth is flat? No. Because I'm sure just because there's more wheels on Earth doesn't make the Earth
the
a wheel.
surface of liquid. The surface of liquid, all that you can observe, it looks flat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's flat. So if the majority of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, and that water's surface is flat, right? Now do that with your wheels. Do that with your wheels. Come on.
I mean, let me ask you this. If I drill a hole into the Earth, what would happen? Would I come out the other side, or would I end up someplace else? Let's pretend I'm invincible, right? I drill through the. If I
How about we just drill through the Earth and see if you come out the other side? How about we just do that?
I mean, I already made a point of why we can't do that because of the hollow Earth.
Well, you didn't make a point because if it was hollow, it would just go right through it.
Yeah, but then we'd end up in another land. That's my whole point.
You're asking what's going to happen if you do something you already said you can't do.
Well, I'm saying my point is that if I drill through the
stupid. That's so
I would
stupid,
drill.
dude. Just shut up. Shut your.
What would happen though?
Just shut up.
Listen, the way globers, right? The way globers, they believe that if you drill through the Earth, right?
Oh, you mean
start
like
at,
you?
America, you'd end up in like China or something. That's why you say dig a hole to China, right?
Okay, on the globe. And you got to go through the whole diameter. You wouldn't be able to do that anyway, and there's no globe. So what's the point?
Listen, what's in the middle of the Earth? The core, right?
No. What are you talking about? The globe?
Are you
stupid?
Your sister. That's what's in the middle of the Earth. Your sister.
You're gonna need a globe for that, dude. Been asking you for your proof of that.
So there's no core in the middle of the Earth?
The fuck, man.
How do we get our
what? In the middle of what? A globe?
No, I'm talking about Earth. It doesn't have to be a globe. It could be flat. What's in the middle of the Earth?
Where's that?
Is there just dirt in the middle of the Earth?
Oh my god.
Where's that? Where's the middle?
Yeah, point to it.
In the middle, I can show you.
Okay, point.
Dude, this guy is so weak. I don't know how he stands up. Like, dude, this shit is weak, bro.
Hey, can you give me the coordinates where I want to dig to get to the middle?
Ask the Soviets. They
Give me the Latin long. Where am I going here? Where's the middle?
Well, let me ask you this, because somebody else brought up the same
Okay,
thing.
another question. Yeah, all right. Just keep spamming question proofs.
The Soviets couldn't dig any further because of the heat from the core of the Earth.
Yeah, supposedly.
Right?
No, I don't know about core. I don't know.
Are you like this? Like,
back to your globe. Get back to your globe lore, saying core again.
No, I'm using your flat Earth right here. Your flat Earth.
Dude,
right
they just
here, right
they
here.
just couldn't get any further than about 8
Look
miles.
at it. Look at your flat Earth. Look at it.
So
What's
he's
in the
saying
middle
the
of that?
core is 8 miles deep. That's what this guy's saying, that they were drilling in the core at 8 miles deep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8 miles. No.
Yeah, they're on their way to the core, and that's why they couldn't
You
get
just
any further.
said they're drilling to the core.
Yeah, they were drilling
That's
to
what
the
you
core and they
just said.
stopped because of the heat.
Really? How far down is the core, dude?
I have to look it up.
Yeah, it'd be about 4,000 miles almost. Well, 1,000 at least to even start approaching it. You're talking about an 8-mile hole somebody dug.
It's 1,800 miles.
Yeah, and at 8 miles they started hitting the fucking coastal area.
Oh man, they were so close.
They were at the whatchamacallit. I forgot what it was called. Yeah, they were in the mantle. They were in the mantle.
They weren't in the mantle, dude.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't. They're in what's called the lithosphere.
The lithosphere.
Earth's crust is 25,000 miles thick, according to the model. Wait, wait.
They were so close.
In the lithosphere, if they're digging down, that's the atmosphere.
No, dude.
Was it 25 miles?
Like, look at this. You don't have to be a flat earther to realize that there is a core. It's at the peak at the bottom.
Okay, show us the core.
The lithosphere is the rigid,
right there, I
rocky.
showed you.
Listen, clown. The lithosphere is the rigid, rocky outer layer of the Earth, comprising the crust in the uppermost part of the mantle, and broken into tectonic plates that move and interact. That's the lithosphere. It's 150 kilometers thick at the thinnest part. They never were even close. So stop with your bullshit.
All right. So what's your point?
That you're full of shit.
My
You have no
idea
evidence of a core.
is the reason why they stopped drilling was because they ended into the hollow earth. The sun inside the hollow earth.
No, that's not why they stopped drilling, dumbass. Have you read any of the papers that they published?
Of the hollow earth?
No, of the Kola super deep borehole.
Of course he hasn't.
I don't speak Russian.
They're in English.
I don't trust translations.
They're in English. They're not translations. They're published in English.
Oh, these Soviet miners, they
publish into English, but you try to in all their images from space. That's hilarious, brother.
What are you talking about?
He trusts that they dug a hole.
What am I supposed to personally? Do you want me to personally go to space and confirm whether or not the Earth is flat or round or a cylinder?
No, we want you to present proof that it's a globe. Can you do that?
I don't believe in the globe. I just told you that. Like what?
Out the cap.
I literally said it's a cylinder. I provided proof.
Of course you do.
No, you didn't, dude. You're just trying to take the piss, dude. This troll is lame and weak and fucking so played out.
Look at the projection of how a cylinder Earth would be. It makes more sense.
Bacon game.
Do you not understand models? It's clearly on Briticana.
Your model's bacon game.
Okay, so tell us, in this Mercator projection, what's being projected?
Magnetism and mass.
Magnetism.
Yes.
So you're going to make up more shit.
Mass is attracted to mass, right? And that magnet is the Earth coming into the hollow.
God, shut up, dude. Can't even take this shit no more. Artified fucking tards. Now magnetism's gravity.
Surprised he lasted that long.
Okay, so we know the game you're playing. You're playing the my claim of ridiculous thing is just as legitimate as your ridiculous claim. So we know the game you're playing. This is old. It's played out. It's not
That's
new.
not even the claim that he's making. His whole claim is he asked ChatGPT, what else could it be because it's not flat Earth. What's more? What did he say? He said, "What's more practical, flat Earth or cylinder Earth?" And then it said cylinder Earth, and it gave him all these reasons, and that's the game that he's playing.
Yeah, so now you're going to straw man our position. Guys, my cup of water is flat, therefore the earth's flat. That's not our position. No one's ever said that. This is how weak your shit is. You guys literally said that. Now you're banned for lying. So, congratulations.
Holy shit, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Wild.
Or, alternative title, fuck around and find out.
That's my thing. They play a stupid game, they won a stupid prize. Why did I get banned? Well, you played a stupid game, you won the stupid prize.
I like to fuck around my notes.
How about can't rub two brain cells together, so get the fuck out. Verbal diarrhea is bad for your health. Now, would anybody like to make a claim?
I think you need to start qualifying that with, would anybody like to make a coherent claim?
Yeah, since I've been back, that seems like a good idea.
Go quiet.
Right, these guys muted. I don't need fucking Sasha.
Because I was joking about pyramid. He started about cylinder, and I said, why not pyramid, And he said, well, that's retarded. And I said, that cylinder, it's clever, For fuck's sake.
So have the rules of 24/7 changed since I've been gone? Nobody revised the local terms of service.
Pyramid, dude. Making pyramids.
What, like the poop emoji?
Yeah, kind of. No, it's like a pyramid with made of empty beer cans. It's a pyramid.
What is the name of the shape of the? It's not pyramid when it's the base, the circle, and it's finishing like a pyramid.
Cone. It's a cone, right?
A cone, yeah. Earth is, cone, but when you turn around the cone, could be, because like that could be that container, and it's fixed on or some circle.
Saw a video of a guy climbed up to the top of the Great Pyramid. He's just with his camera, and the view really blew my mind. It was like, wow. It was really amazing. I don't think you're allowed to do it though. He might have got in trouble or punched up or something, but the view was absolutely mind blowing.
That's what I've been thinking ever since I moved here.
Are you in Egypt?
Yeah, kind of. They call it Colorado.
Colorado. Bump up to Egypt.
You know what you're blowing your mind when you fly with the airplane? When you fly over the islands, when it's clear day and you're approaching the coast, it's beautiful. See, like one big mirror and some bunch of land on that mirror. Maybe this Lobe need to watch how Holland was built all these years. They know how to level.
Yeah, it's below sea level. Yeah.
Yeah, but they
Amsterdam.
try. Yeah.
There was big dikes everywhere. Bit like Melbourne.
Yeah, they have a bridge also. Yeah, they made it. They put the land into the sea. And they also dry the sea. Part of the sea.
Everything's hotter under the water.
In case anybody was wondering, it wasn't that a cup of water was the reason why the Earth is flat, because all water is the reason why the Earth is flat. All water is observed as flat, all the way out to oceans, including oceans. All water is observed flat. Taking a page out of Saucer's book.
What about a droplet of water? And then if you go into space?
Maybe because they think that I don't know, the Pacific Ocean, it's a size like the UK. We have 3 oceans. I don't know how many seas, and I don't know how many All these rivers going in every direction, and they're curving in every direction. Up, down, left, right. Opposite to river direction also. He was correct somehow, because if you don't watch water, then it's not flat. And some planes, you don't need to watch on the ground.
So have you guys ever went to someone's house and then you're just seeing that they're thinking about something and then they just keep thinking and thinking and thinking and you don't know what they're thinking about and you're thinking, what the hell are they thinking? Well, how would you advertise to them that the world isn't a thinking space, but you have to do stuff in the world and you don't just keep speaking about stuff?
You ask ChatGPT what they are thinking.
That's wild, man. Like, it sounds like a whole bunch of feelings wrapped up inside, dude.
You lived.
Oh. I was going to say try sarcasm.
When will happen that some guy will come here and ask, why you people think the Earth is flat? What is the reason? I heard about this, but I don't know what's that. Like some simple questions, to ask directly, No, he's coming immediately. The question: where is the edge?
I don't know, but ever since I've been back, I kind of feel like I need to know how to ban people. Holy shit! These are some 2-bit stinking hoe Glovers in here.
And then when you ask, like, and you hear the answer, you can say something like, "Okay, man, for me this is not. I don't know. No. Still, for me this is not. It's ridiculous, and I'm sorry, but yeah, bye." If you think that if you think that sea level it's flat, it's stupid, then why are you arguing about that? Go live your life. Everything is okay. Sea level cannot be flat. That's stupid, and everybody who is thinking like that are stupid, and everything is okay. Or something like asking question like all these flat earthers, they must know everything. They must answer all questions. Where is this? How this works? What is the atomic structure of the whatever? No, man, I realize that surface it's only flat. I'm sorry. I'm not scientist. I don't know anything else.
Starting to think that saying that people invented celestial navigation is kind of like saying people built the pyramids. It's kind of like, you sure? It's sort of like You know what I mean? It's a bit of a mystery in a way. Are we smart enough to figure that out? Don't know.
This water surface, it's also mystery.
I know, it just seems, the whole method just seems just like perfect. Perfect way to find your way around. And sort of seems counterintuitive in a way.
Or which methodology I can use that I convinced your logic that change your mind that think that sea level is not flat? What
apparently that the dictionary that level is curved sort of meaning in the dictionary, definition in the dictionary, that's enough for some people. They just latch onto that and go, no, I'm not letting go of this, level is curved.
Yeah, like a reading book and sentence and speaking like about book, yeah. But like speaking about reality and speaking about water, then no.
When they say level is curved, all I hear is ignorance is strength, peace is war. You know.
Yeah, it's just straight up double speak. But Hush yesterday, later on, he was just, you had to assume that he was assuming level means curved, and that angle, that. So whenever he's saying angle or level, he's meaning curved, and you couldn't budge him off that. Just a simple concept. Level isn't curved; it's level. It's horizontal. He's like, nope, it's curved. It has to be curved, Sasha. It can't be level, because that means Earth's flat. It has to be curved somewhere, somehow.
If you